Chapter 12 De Profundis. Simon's hands were black with blood. He had tried yanking the bars out of the window and the cell door, but touching any of them for very long seared bleeding score marks into his palms. Eventually he collapsed, gasping on the floor, and stared numbly at his hands as the injuries swiftly healed, the lesions closing up and the blackened skin flaking away like in a video on fast forward. On the other side of the cell wall, Samuel was praying. If when evil cometh upon us as the sword, judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we stand before this house and in thy presence, and cry unto thee in our affliction, then thou wilt hear and help. Simon knew he couldn't pray. He tried it before, and the name of God burned in his mouth and choked his throat. He wondered why he could think the words but not say them, and why he could stand in the noonday sun and not die, but he couldn't say his last prayers. Smoke had begun to drift down the corridor like a purposeful ghost. He could smell burning and hear the crackle of fire spreading out of control, but he felt oddly detached, far from everything. It was strange to become a vampire, to be presented with what could only be described as an eternal life, and then to die anyway when you were 16. "Simon!" The voice was faint, but his hearing caught it over the pop and crackle of growing flames. The smoke in the corridor had presaged heat. The heat was here now, pressing against him like an oppressive wall. "Simon!" The voice was Clary's. He would know it anywhere. He wondered if his mind was conjuring it up now, a sense memory of what he'd most loved during life to carry him through the process of death. "Simon, you stupid idiot, I'm over here, at the window." Simon jumped to his feet. He doubted his mind would conjure that up. Through the thickening smoke he saw something white moving against the bars of the window. As he came closer, the white objects evolved into hands gripping the bars. He leaped onto the cot, yelling over the sound of the fire. "Clary?" "Oh, thank God." One of the hands reached out, squeezed his shoulder. "We're going to get you out of here." "How?" Simon demanded, not unreasonably. But there was the sound of a scuffle, and Clary's hands vanished, replaced a moment later by another pair. These were bigger hands, unquestionably masculine, with scarred knuckles and thin pianist's fingers. "Hang on." Jace's voice was calm, confident, for all the world as if they were chatting at a party instead of through the bars of a rapidly burning dungeon. "You might want to stand back." Startled into obedience, Simon moved aside. Jace's hands tightened on the bars, his knuckles whitening alarmingly. There was a groaning crack, and the square of bars jerked free of the stone that held it and clattered to the ground beside the bed. Stone dust rained down in a choking white cloud. Jace's face appeared at the empty square of window. "Simon, come on!" He reached down. Simon reached up and caught Jace's hand. He felt himself hauled up, and then he was grabbing at the edge of the window, lifting himself through the narrow square like a snake wriggling through a tunnel. A second later he was sprawled out on damp grass, staring up at a circle of worried faces above his. Jace, Clary, and Alec. They were all looking down at him in concern. "You look like crap, vampire," Jace said. "What happened to your hands?" Simon sat up. The injuries to his hands had healed, but they were still black where he'd grabbed at the bars of his cell. Before he could reply, Clary caught him in a sudden, fierce hug. "Simon," she breathed. "I can't believe it. I didn't even know you were here. I thought you were in New York until last night." "Yeah, well," Simon said, "I didn't know you were here either." He glanced at Jace over his shoulder. "In fact, I think I was specifically told that you weren't." "I never said that," Jace pointed out. "I just didn't correct you when you were, wrong. Anyway, I just saved you from being burned to death, so I figured you're not allowed to be mad." Burned to death. Simon pulled away from Clary and stared around. They were in a square garden surrounded on two sides by the walls of the fortress and on the other two sides by a heavy growth of trees. The trees had been cleared where a gravel path led down to the hill to the city. It was lined with witchlight torches, but only a few were burning, their light dim and erratic. He looked up at the guard. Seen from this angle, you could barely even tell there was a fire. Black smoke stained the sky overhead, and the light in a few windows seemed unnaturally bright, but the stone walls hid their secret well. "Samuel," he said. We have to get Samuel out." Clary looked baffled. "Who?" "I wasn't the only person down there. Samuel. He was in the next cell." "The heap of rags I saw through the window?" Jace recalled. "Yeah, he's kind of weird, but he's a good guy. We can't leave him down there." Simon scrambled to his feet. "Samuel? Samuel!" There was no answer. Simon ran to the low barred window beside the one he'd just crawled through. Through the bars he could see only swirling smoke. "Samuel, are you in there?" Something moved inside the smoke, something hunched and dark. Samuel's voice, roughened by smoke, rose hoarsely. "Leave me alone. Go away." "Samuel, you'll die down there." Simon yanked at the bars. Nothing happened. "No, leave me alone. I want to stay." Simon looked desperately around to see Jace beside him. "Move," Jace said. And when Simon leaned to the side, he kicked out with a booted foot. It connected with the bars, which tore free violently from their mooring and tumbled into Samuel's cell. Samuel gave a hoarse shout. "Samuel, are you all right?" A vision of Samuel being brained by the falling bars rose up before Simon's eyes. Samuel's voice rose to a scream. "Go away!" Simon looked sideways at Jace. "I think he means it." Jace shook his blond head in exasperation. "You had to make a crazy jail friend, didn't you? You couldn't just count ceiling tiles or tame a pet mouse like normal prisoners do." Without waiting for an answer, Jace got down on the ground and crawled through the window. "Jace!" Clary yelped, and she and Alec hurried over, but Jace was already through the window, dropping into the cell below. Clary shot Simon an angry look. "How could you let him do that?" "Well, he couldn't leave that guy down there to die," Alec said unexpectedly, though he looked a little anxious himself. "It's Jace we're talking about here?" He broke off as two hands rose up out of the smoke. Alec grabbed one and Simon the other, and together they hauled Samuel like a limp sack of potatoes out of the cell and deposited him on the lawn. A moment later, Simon and Clary were grabbing Jace's hands and pulling him out, though he was considerably less limp and swore when they accidentally banged his head on the ledge. He shook them off, crawling the rest of the way onto the grass himself and then collapsing onto his back. "Ouch," he said, staring up at the sky. "I think I pulled something." He sat up and glanced over at Samuel. "Is he okay?" Samuel sat hunched on the ground, his hands splayed over his face. He was rocking back and forth soundlessly. "I think there's something wrong with him," said Alec. He reached down to touch Samuel's shoulder. Samuel jerked away, almost toppling over. "Leave me alone," he said, his voice cracking. "Please, leave me alone, Alec." Alec went still all over. "What did you say?" "He said to leave him alone," said Simon, but Alec wasn't looking at him, didn't even appear to notice he had spoken. He was looking at Jace, who, suddenly very pale, had already begun to rise to his feet. "Samuel," Alec said. His tone was strangely harsh. "Take your hands away from your face." "No." Samuel tucked his chin down, his shoulders shaking. "No, please, no." "Alec," Simon protested. "Can't you see he isn't well?" Clary caught at Simon's sleeve. "Simon, there's something wrong." Her eyes were on Jace. When weren't they? As he moved to stare down at the crouched figure of Samuel. The tips of Jace's fingers were bleeding where he'd scraped them on the window ledge, and when he moved to push his hair back from his eyes, they left bloody tracks across his cheek. He didn't seem to notice. His eyes were wide, his mouth a flat, angry line. "Shadowhunter," he said. His voice was deathly clear. "Show us your face." Samuel hesitated, then dropped his hands. Simon had never seen his face before, and he hadn't realized how gaunt Samuel was, or how old he looked. His face was half covered by a thatch of thick gray beard, the eyes swimming in dark hollows, his cheeks grooved with lines. But for all that, he was still, somehow, strangely familiar. Alec's lips moved, but no sound came out. It was Jace who spoke. "Hodge," he said. "Hodge?" Simon echoed in confusion. "But it can't be. Hodge was, and Samuel, he can't be. Well, that's just what Hodge does, apparently, Alec said bitterly. He makes you think he's someone he's not. But he said, Simon began. Clary's grip tightened on his sleeve, and the words died on his lips. The expression on Hodge's face was enough. Not guilt, really, or even horror at being discovered, but a terrible grief that was hard to look at for long. Jace, Hodge said very quietly. Alec, I'm so sorry. Jace moved then the way he moved when he was fighting, like sunlight across water. He was standing in front of Hodge with a knife out, the sharp tip of it aimed at his old tutor's throat. The reflected glow of the fire slid off the blade. I don't want your apologies. I want a reason why I shouldn't kill you right now, right here. Jace. Alec looked alarmed. Jace, wait. There was a sudden roar as part of the guard roof went up in orange tongues of flame. Heat shimmered in the air and lit the night. Clary could see every blade of grass on the ground, every line on Hodge's thin and dirty face. No, Jace said. His blank expression as he gazed down at Hodge reminded Clary of another mask-like face. Valentine's. You knew what my father did to me, didn't you? You knew all his dirty secrets. Alec was looking uncomprehendingly from Jace to his old tutor. What are you talking about? What's going on? Hodge's face creased. Jonathan. You've always known, and you never said anything. All those years in the Institute, and you never said anything. Hodge's mouth sagged. I wasn't sure, he whispered. When you haven't seen a child since he was a baby. I wasn't sure who you were, much less what you were. Jace? Alec was looking from his best friend to his tutor, his blue eyes dismayed, but neither of the two was paying attention to anything but the other. Hodge looked like a man trapped in a tightening vice, his hands jerking at his sides as if with pain, his eyes darting. Clary thought of the neatly dressed man in his book-lined library who had offered her tea and kindly advice. It seemed like 1,000 years ago. I don't believe you, Jace said. You knew Valentine wasn't dead. He must have told you. He told me nothing, Hodge gasped. When the Lightwoods informed me they were taking in Michael Whalen's son, I hadn't heard a word from Valentine since the uprising. I had thought he had forgotten me. I'd even prayed he was dead, but I never knew. And then the night before you arrived, Hugo came with a message for me from Valentine. The boy is my son. That's all it said. He took a ragged breath. I had no idea whether to believe him. I thought I'd know. Just looking at you. But there was nothing to make me sure. And I thought that this was a trick of Valentine's. But what trick? What was he trying to do? You had no idea, that was clear enough to me. But as for Valentine's purpose— You should have told me what I was, Jace said, all in one breath, as if the words were being punched out of him. I could have done something about it then, killed myself, maybe. Hodge raised his head, looking up at Jace through his matted, filthy hair. I wasn't sure, he said again, half to himself. And in the times that I wondered, I thought perhaps that upbringing might matter more than blood, that you could be taught. Taught what? Not to be a monster? Jace's voice shook, but the knife in his hand was steady. You should know better. He made a crawling coward out of you, didn't he? And you weren't a helpless little kid when he did it. You could have fought back. Hodge's eyes fell. I tried to do my best by you, he said. But even to Clary's ears his words sounded weak. Until Valentine came back, Jace said. And then you did everything he asked of you. You gave me to him like I was a dog that had belonged to him once, that he'd asked you to look after for a few years. And then you left, said Alec. You left us all. Did you really think you could hide here in Alicante? I didn't come here to hide, said Hodge, his voice lifeless. I came here to stop Valentine. You can't expect us to believe that. Alec sounded angry again now. You've always been on Valentine's side. You could have chosen to turn your back on him.
I could never have chosen that.
Hodge's voice rose.
Your parents were given their chance for a new life. I was never given that. I was trapped in the Institute for 15 years.
The Institute was our home, Alex said. Was it really so bad living with us? Being part of our family?
Not because of you.
Hodge's voice was ragged.
I loved you, children, but you were children. And no place that you are never allowed to leave can be a home. I went weeks sometimes without speaking to another adult. No other shadow hunter would trust me. Not even your parents truly liked me. They tolerated me because they had no choice. I could never marry, never have children of my own, never have a life. And eventually you children would have been grown and gone, and then I wouldn't have even had that. I lived in fear as much as I lived at all.
You can't make us feel sorry for you, Jay said. Not after what you did. And what the hell were you afraid of, spending all your time in the library? Dust mites? We were the ones who went out and fought demons.
He was afraid of Valentine, Simon said. Don't you get it?
Jace shot him a venomous look.
Shut up, vampire. This isn't in any way about you. Not Valentine exactly, Hodge said,
looking at Simon for almost the first time since he'd been dragged from the cell. There was something in that look that surprised Clary. A tired, almost affection.
My own weakness where Valentine was concerned. I knew he would return someday. I knew he would make a bid for power again, a bid to rule the Clave. And I knew what he could offer me. Freedom from my curse. A life. A place in the world. I could have been a shadow hunter again in his world. I could never be one again in this one.
There was a naked longing in his voice that was painful to hear.
And I knew I would be too weak to refuse him if he offered it. And look at the life you got, Jay spat. Rotting in the cells of the guard. Was it worth it betraying us? You know the answer to that.
Hodge sounded exhausted.
Valentine took the curse off me. He'd sworn he would, and he did. I thought he'd bring me back to the circle, or what remained of it then. He didn't. Even he didn't want me. I knew there would be no place for me in his new world. And I knew I'd sold out everything I did have for a lie. He looked down at his clenched, filthy hands. There was only one thing I had left. One chance to make something other than an utter waste out of my life. After I heard that Valentine had killed the Silent Brothers, that he had the mortal sword, I knew he would go after the mortal glass next. I knew he needed all three of the instruments. And I knew the mortal glass was here in Idris.
Wait. Alec held up a hand. The mortal glass? You mean you know where it is, and who has it?
No one has it, said Hodge. No one could own the mortal glass. No Nephilim and no Downworlder.
You really did go crazy down there, Jace said, jerking his chin toward the burned-out windows of the dungeons. Didn't you?
Jace.
Clary was looking anxiously up at the guard, its roof crowned with a thorny net of red-gold flames. The fire is spreading. We should get out of here. We can talk down in the city.
I was locked in the Institute for 15 years, Hodge went on, as if Clary hadn't spoken. I couldn't put so much as a hand or a foot outside. I spent all my time in the library, researching ways to remove the curse the Clave had put on me. I learned that only a mortal instrument could reverse it. I read book after book telling the story of the mythology of the angel, how he rose from the lake bearing the mortal instruments and gave them to Jonathan Shadowhunter, the first Nephilim, and how there were 3 of them, Cup, Sword, and Mirror.
We know all this, Jace interrupted, exasperated. You taught it to us.
You think you know all of it, but you don't. As I went over and over the various versions of the histories, I happened again and again on the same illustration, the same image. We've all seen it. The angel rising out of the lake with the sword in one hand and the cup in the other. I could never understand why the mirror wasn't pictured. Then I realized. The mirror is the lake. The lake is the mirror. They are one and the same.
Jace lowered the knife.
Lake Lynn?
Clary thought of the lake, like a mirror rising to meet her, the water shattering apart on impact. I fell in the lake when I first got here. There is something about it. Luke said it has strange properties and that the fair folk call it the Mirror of Dreams.
Exactly, Hodge began eagerly. And I realized the Clave wasn't aware of this, that the knowledge had been lost to time. Even Valentine didn't know. He was interrupted by a crashing roar, the sound of a tower at the far end of the guard collapsing. It sent up a fireworks display of red and glittering sparks. "Jace," Alec said, raising his head in alarm. "Jace, we have to get out of here. Get up," he said to Hodge, yanking him upright by the arm. "You can tell the Clave what you just told us." Hodge got shakily to his feet. What must it be like, Clary thought with a pang of unwelcome pity, to live your life ashamed not just of what you'd done, but of what you were doing, and of what you knew you'd do again. Hodge had given up a long time ago trying to live a better life or a different one. All he wanted was not to be afraid, and so he was afraid all the time. "Come on." Alec, still gripping Hodge's arm, propelled him forward. But Jace stepped in front of them both, blocking their way. "If Valentine gets the mortal glass," he said, "what then?" "Jace," Alec said, still holding Hodge's arm, "not now." "If he tells it to the Clave, we'll never hear it from them," Jace said. "To them we're just children. But Hodge owes us this." He turned on his old tutor. "You said you realized you had to stop Valentine. Stop him doing what? What does the mirror give him the power to do?" Hodge shook his head. "I can't. And no lies." The knife gleamed at Jace's side. His hand was tight on the hilt. "Because maybe for every lie you tell me, I'll cut off a finger. Or two." Hodge cringed back, real fear in his eyes. Alec looked stricken. "Jace, no. This is what your father's like. It's not what you're like." "Alec," Jace said. He didn't look at his friend, but his tone was like the touch of a regretful hand. "You don't really know what I'm like." Alec's eyes met Clary's across the grass. He can't imagine why Jace is acting like this, she thought. He doesn't know. She took a step forward. "Jace, Alec is right. We can take Hodge down to the hall and he can tell the Clave what he's just told us." "If he'd been willing to tell the Clave, he would have done it already," Jace snapped without looking at her. "The fact that he didn't proves he's a liar." "The Clave isn't to be trusted," Hodge protested desperately. "There are spies in it, Valentine's men. I couldn't tell them where the mirror is. If Valentine found the mirror, he would be—" He never finished his sentence. Something bright silver gleamed out in the moonlight, a nail head of light in the darkness. Alec cried out. Hodge's eyes flew wide as he staggered, clawing at his chest. As he sank backward, Clary saw why. The hilt of a long dagger protruded from his rib cage, like the haft of an arrow bristling from its target. Alec, leaping forward, caught his old tutor as he fell, and lowered him gently to the ground. He looked up helplessly, his face spattered with Hodge's blood. "Jace, why?" "I didn't." Jace's face was white, and Clary saw that he still held his knife, gripped tightly at his side. Simon spun around, and Clary turned with him, staring into the darkness. The fire lit the grass with a hellish orange glow, but it was black between the trees of the hillside, and then something emerged from the blackness, a shadowy figure, with familiar dark, tumbled hair. He moved toward them, the light catching his face and reflecting off his dark eyes. They looked as if they were burning. "Sebastian?" Clary said. Jace looked wildly from Hodge to Sebastian, standing uncertainly at the edge of the garden. Jace looked almost dazed. "You," he said. "You did this?" "I had to do it," Sebastian said. "He would have killed you." "With what?" Jace's voice rose and cracked. "He didn't even have a weapon." "Jace!" Alec cut through Jace's shouting. "Come here, help me with Hodge." "He would have killed you," Sebastian said again. "He would have." But Jace had gone to kneel beside Alec, sheathing his knife at his belt. Alec was holding Hodge in his arms, blood on his own shirt front now.
Take the stele from my pocket, he said to Jace. Try an Iratse. Clary, stiff with horror, felt Simon stir beside her. She turned to look at him and was shocked. He was white as paper, except for a hectic red flush on both cheekbones. She could see the veins snaking under his skin like the growth of some delicate, branching coral. "The blood," he whispered, not looking at her. "I have to get away from it." Clary reached to catch his sleeve, but he lurched back, jerking his arm out of her grasp. "No, Clary, please, let me go. I'll be okay. I'll be back. She started after him, but he was too quick for her to hold him back. He vanished into the darkness between the trees. "Hodge." Alec sounded panicked. "Hodge, hold still." But his tutor was struggling feebly, trying to pull away from him, away from the stele in Jace's hand. "No." Hodge's face was the color of putty. His eyes darted from Jace to Sebastian, who was still hanging back in the shadows. "Jonathan." "Jace," Jace said, almost in a whisper. "Call me Jace." Hodge's eyes rested on him. Clary could not decipher the look in them. Pleading, yes, but something more than that, filled with dread or something like it, and with need. He lifted a warding hand. "Not you," he whispered, and blood spilled from his mouth with the words. A look of hurt flashed across Jace's face. "Alec, do the Iratse. I don't think he wants me to touch him." Hodge's hand tightened into a claw. He clutched at Jace's sleeve. The rattle of his breath was audible. "You were never." And he died. Clary could tell the moment the life left him. It was not a quiet, instant thing like in a movie. His voice choked off in a gurgle, and his eyes rolled back, and he went limp and heavy, his arm bent awkwardly under him. Alec closed Hodge's eyes with his fingertips. "Vale, Hodge Starkweather." "He doesn't deserve that." Sebastian's voice was sharp. "He wasn't a shadow hunter, he was a traitor. He doesn't deserve the last words." Alec's head jerked up. He lowered Hodge to the ground and rose to his feet, his blue eyes like ice. Blood streaked his clothes. "You know nothing about him. You killed an unarmed man, a Nephilim. You're a murderer." Sebastian's lip curled. "You think I don't know who that was?" He gestured at Hodge. "Starkweather was in the circle. He betrayed the clave then and was cursed for it. He should have died for what he did, but the clave was lenient. And where did it get them? He betrayed us all again when he sold the mortal cup to Valentine just to get his curse lifted, a curse he deserved." He paused, breathing hard. "I shouldn't have done it, but you can't say he didn't deserve it." "How do you know so much about Hodge?" Clary demanded. "And what are you doing here? I thought you agreed to stay back at the hall." Sebastian hesitated. "You were taking so long," he said finally. "I got worried. I thought you might need my help." "So you decided to help us by killing the guy we were talking to?" Clary demanded. "Because you thought he had a shady past? Who does that? It doesn't make any sense." "That's because he's lying," Jace said. He was looking at Sebastian, a cold, considering look. "And not well. I thought you'd be a little faster on your feet there, Verloc." Sebastian met his look evenly. "I don't know what you mean, Morgenstern." "He means," said Alec, stepping forward, "that if you really think what you just did was justified, you won't mind coming with us to the Accords Hall and explaining yourself to the Council, will you?" A beat passed before Sebastian smiled. The smile that had charmed Clary before, but now there was something a little off-kilter about it, like a picture hanging slightly crookedly on a wall. "Of course not." He moved toward them slowly, almost strolling, as if he didn't have a worry in the world, as if he hadn't just committed murder. "Of course," he said. "It is a little odd that you're so upset that I killed a man when Jace was planning on cutting his fingers off one by one." Alec's mouth tightened. "He wouldn't have done it." "You," Jace looked at Sebastian with loathing, "you have no idea what you're talking about." "Or maybe," Sebastian said, You're really just angry because I kissed your sister, because she wanted me. I did not, Clary said, but neither of them was looking at her. Want you, I mean. She has this little habit, you know, the way she gasps when you kiss her like she's surprised. Sebastian had come to a stop now just in front of Jace, and was smiling like an angel. It's rather endearing. He must have noticed it. Jace looked as if he wanted to throw up. My sister. Your sister, Sebastian said. Is she? Because you two don't act like it. You think other people can't see the way you look at each other? You think you're hiding the way you feel? You think everyone doesn't think it's sick and unnatural? Because it is. That's enough. The look on Jace's face was murderous. Why are you doing this? Clary said. Sebastian, why are you saying all these things? Because I finally can, Sebastian said. You've no idea what it's been like being around the lot of you these past few days, having to pretend I could stand you, that the sight of you didn't make me sick. You, he said to Jace. Every second you're not panting after your own sister. You're whining on and on about how your daddy didn't love you. Well, who could blame him? And you stupid bitch. He turned to Clary. Giving that priceless book away to a half-breed warlock? Have you got a single brain cell in that tiny head of yours? And you? He directed his next sneer at Alec. I think we all know what's wrong with you. They shouldn't let your kind in the clave. You're disgusting. Alec paled, though he looked more astonished than anything else. Clary couldn't blame him. It was hard to look at Sebastian, at his angelic smile, and imagine he could say these things. Pretend you could stand us, she echoed. But why would you have to pretend that unless you were spying on us, she finished, realizing the truth even as she spoke it. Unless you were a spy for Valentine. Sebastian's handsome face twisted, the full mouth flattening, his long, elegant eyes narrowing to slits. And finally they get it, he said. I swear, there are utterly lightless demon dimensions out there that are less dim than the bunch of you. We may not be all that bright, Jace said, but at least we're alive. Sebastian looked at him in disgust. I'm alive, he pointed out. Not for long, said Jace. Moonlight exploded off the blade of his knife as he flung himself at Sebastian, his motion so fast that it seemed blurred, faster than any human movement Clary had ever seen, until now. Sebastian darted aside, missing the blow, and caught Jace's knife arm as it descended. The knife clattered to the ground, and then Sebastian had Jace by the back of his jacket. He lifted him and flung him with incredible strength. Jace flew through the air, hit the wall of the guard with bone-cracking force, and crumpled to the ground. Jace! Clary's vision went white. She ran at Sebastian to choke the life out of him, but he sidestepped her and brought his hand down as casually as if he were swatting an insect aside. The blow caught her hard on the side of the head, sending her spinning to the ground. She rolled over, blinking a red mist of pain out of her eyes. Alec had taken his bow from his back. It was drawn, an arrow notched at the ready. His hands didn't waver as he aimed at Sebastian. Stay where you are, he said, and put your hands behind your back. Sebastian laughed. You wouldn't really shoot me, he said. He moved toward Alec with an easy, careless step, as if he were striding up the stairs to his own front door. Alec's eyes narrowed. His hands went up in a graceful, even series of movements. He drew the arrow back and loosed it. It flew toward Sebastian. And missed. Sebastian had ducked or moved somehow, Clary couldn't tell, and the arrow had gone past him, lodging in the trunk of a tree. Alec had time only for a momentary look of surprise before Sebastian was on him, wrenching the bow out of his grasp. Sebastian snapped it in his hands, cracked it in half, and the crack of the splintering made Clary wince as if she were hearing bones splinter. She tried to drag herself into a sitting position, ignoring the searing pain in her head. Jace was lying a few feet away from her, utterly still. She tried to get up, but her legs didn't seem to be working properly. Sebastian tossed the shattered halves of the bow aside and closed in on Alec. Alec already had a seraph blade out, glittering in his hand, but Sebastian swept it aside as Alec came at him, swept it aside and caught Alec by the throat, almost lifting him off his feet. He squeezed, mercilessly, viciously, grinning as Alec choked and struggled. "Lightwood," he breathed. "I've taken care of one of you already today. I hadn't expected I'd be lucky enough to get to do it twice." He jerked backward, like a puppet whose strings had been yanked. Released, Alec slumped to the ground, his hands at his throat. Clary could hear his rattling, desperate breath, but her eyes were on Sebastian. A dark shadow had affixed itself to his back and was clinging to him like a leech. He clawed at his throat, gagging and choking as he spun in place, clawing at the thing that had hold of his throat. As he turned, the moonlight fell on him, and Clary saw what it was. It was Simon. His arms were wrapped around Sebastian's neck, his white incisors glittering like bone needles. It was the first time Clary had seen him actually look fully like a vampire since the night he'd risen from his grave, and she stared in horrified amazement, unable to look away. His lips were curled back in a snarl, his fangs fully extended and sharp as daggers. He sank them into Sebastian's forearm, opening up a long red tear in the skin. Sebastian yelled out loud and flung himself backward, landing hard on the ground. He rolled, Simon half on top of him, the two of them clawing at each other, tearing and snarling like dogs in a pit. Sebastian was bleeding in several places when he finally staggered to his feet and delivered 2 hard kicks to Simon's ribcage. Simon doubled over, clutching his midsection. "You foul little tick," Sebastian snarled, drawing his foot back for another blow. "I wouldn't," said a quiet voice. Clary's head jerked up, sending another starburst of pain shooting behind her eyes. Jace stood a few feet from Sebastian. His face was bloody, one eye swollen nearly shut, but in one hand was a blazing seraph blade, and the hand that held it was steady. "I've never killed a human being with one of these before," said Jace, "but I'm willing to try." Sebastian's face twisted. He glanced down once at Simon and then raised his head and spat. The words he said after that were in a language Clary didn't recognize. And then he turned, with the same terrifying swiftness with which he'd moved when he'd attacked Jace, and vanished into the darkness. "No!" Clary cried. She tried to raise herself to her feet, but the pain was like an arrow searing its way through her brain. She crumpled to the damp grass. A moment later, Jace was leaning over her, his face pale and anxious. She looked up at him, her vision blurring. It had to be blurred, didn't it? Or she could never have imagined that whiteness around him, a sort of light. She heard Simon's voice and then Alec's, and something was handed down to Jace, a stele. Her arm burned, and a moment later the pain began to recede, and her head cleared. She blinked up at the 3 faces hovering over hers. "My head." "You have a concussion," Jace said. "The Aratse should help, but we ought to get you to a Clave doctor. Head injuries can be tricky." He handed the stele back to Alec. "Do you think you can stand up?" She nodded. It was a mistake. Pain shot through her again as hands reached down and helped her to her feet. "Simon." She leaned against him gratefully, waiting for her balance to return. She still felt as if she might fall over at any minute. Jace was scowling. "You shouldn't have attacked Sebastian like that. You didn't even have a weapon. What were you thinking?" "What were we all thinking?" Alec unexpectedly came to her defense. "That he'd just thrown you through the air like a softball. Jace, I've never seen anyone get the better of you like that." He surprised me," Jace said a little reluctantly. "He must have had some kind of special training. I wasn't expecting it." "Yeah, well," Simon touched his ribcage, wincing. "I think he kicked in a couple of my ribs. It's okay," he added at Clary's worried look. "They're healing. But Sebastian's definitely strong, really strong." He looked at Jace. "How long do you think he was standing there in the shadows?" Jace looked grim. He glanced among the trees in the direction Sebastian had gone. "Well, the Clave will catch him, and curse him, probably. I'd like to see them put the same curse on him they put on Hodge. That would be poetic justice." Simon turned aside and spat into the bushes. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his face twisted into a grimace.
His blood tastes foul, like poison.
I suppose we can add that to his list of charming qualities, said Jace. I wonder what else he was up to tonight. We need to get back to the hall. The look on Alec's face was strained, and Clary remembered that Sebastian had said something to him, something about the other Lightwoods. Can you walk, Clary? She drew away from Simon. I can walk. What about Hodge? We can't just leave him. We have to, said Alec. There'll be time to come back for him if we all survive the night. As they left the garden, Jace paused, drew off his jacket, and laid it over Hodge's slack, upturned face. Clary wanted to go to Jace, put a hand on his shoulder even, but something in the way he held himself told her not to. Even Alec didn't go near him or offer a healing rune, despite the fact that Jace was limping as he walked down the hill. They moved together down the zigzag path, weapons drawn and at the ready. The sky lit red by the burning guard behind them, but they saw no demons. The stillness and eerie light made Clary's head throb. She felt as if she were in a dream. Exhaustion gripped her like a vice. Just putting one foot in front of the other was like lifting a block of cement and slamming it down, over and over. She could hear Jace and Alec talking up ahead on the path, their voices faintly blurred despite their proximity. Alec was speaking softly, almost pleading. Jace, the way you were talking up there, to Hodge, you can't think like that. Being Valentine's son, it doesn't make you a monster. Whatever he did to you when you were a kid, whatever he taught you, you have to see it's not your fault. I don't want to talk about this, Alec. Not now, not ever. Don't ask me about it again. Jace's tone was savage, and Alec fell silent. Clary could almost feel his hurt. What a night, Clary thought. A night of so much pain for everyone. She tried not to think of Hodge, of the pleading, pitiful look on his face before he died. She hadn't liked Hodge, but he hadn't deserved what Sebastian had done to him. No one did. She thought of Sebastian, of the way he'd moved, like sparks flying. She'd never seen anyone but Jace move like that. She wanted to puzzle it out. What had happened to Sebastian? How had a cousin of the Penhallows managed to go so wrong, and how had they never noticed? She'd thought he'd wanted to help her save her mother, but he'd only wanted to get the Book of the White for Valentine. Magnus had been wrong. It hadn't been because of the Lightwoods that Valentine had found out about Ragnar Fell. It had been because she'd told Sebastian. How could she have been so stupid? Appalled, she barely noticed as the path turned into an avenue leading them into the city. The streets were deserted, the houses dark, many of the witchlight street lamps smashed, their glass scattered across the cobblestones. Voices were audible, echoing as if at a distance, and the gleam of torches was visible here and there among the shadows between buildings, but— It's awfully quiet, Alec said, looking around in surprise, and— It doesn't stink like demons, Jace frowned. Strange. Come on, let's get to the hall. Though Clary was half-braced for an attack, they didn't see a single demon as they moved through the streets. Not a live one, at least. Though as they passed a narrow alley, she saw a group of 3 or 4 shadow hunters gathered in a circle around something that pulsed and twitched on the ground. They were taking turns stabbing it with long, sharpened poles. With a shudder, she looked away. The Hall of Accords was lit like a bonfire, witchlight pouring out of its doors and windows. They hurried up the stairs, Clary steadying herself when she stumbled. Her dizziness was getting worse. The world seemed to be swinging around her as if she stood inside a great spinning globe. Above her, the stars were white-painted streaks across the sky. You should lie down, Simon said. And then, when she said nothing, Clary? With an enormous effort, she forced herself to smile at him. I'm all right. Jace, standing at the entrance to the hall, looked back at her in silence. In the harsh glare of the witchlight, the blood on his face and his swollen eye looked ugly, streaked and black. There was a dull roar inside the hall, the low murmur of hundreds of voices. To Clary it sounded like the beating of an enormous heart. The lights of the bracketed torches, coupled with the glow of witch lights carried everywhere, seared her eyes and fragmented her vision. She could see only vague shapes now, vague shapes and colors, white, gold, and then the night sky above, fading from dark to paler blue. How late was it? "I don't see them." Alec, casting anxiously around the room for his family, sounded as if he were 100 miles off or deep under water. "They should be here by now." His voice faded as Clary's dizziness worsened. She put a hand against a nearby pillar to steady herself. A hand brushed across her back. Simon. He was saying something to Jace, sounding anxious. His voice faded into the pattern of dozens of others rising and falling around her like waves breaking. "Never seen anything like it. The demons just turned around and left, just vanished." "Sunrise, probably. They're afraid of sunrise, and it's not far off." "No, it was more than that." "You just don't want to think they'll be back the next night or the next." "Don't say that. There's no reason to say that. They'll get the wards back up." "And Valentine will just take them down again." "Maybe it's no better than we deserve. Maybe Valentine was right. Maybe allying ourselves with downworlders means we've lost the angel's blessing." "Hush, have some respect." "They're tallying the dead out in Angel Square." "There they are," Alex said. "Over there by the dais. It looks like—" His voice trailed off, and then he was gone, pushing his way through the crowd. Clary squinted, trying to sharpen her vision. All she could see were blurs. She heard Jace catch his breath, and then, without another word, he was shoving through the crowd after Alec. Clary let go of the pillar, meaning to follow them, but stumbled. Simon caught her. "You need to lie down, Clary," he said. "No," she whispered. "I wanted to see what happened." She broke off. He was staring past her after Jace, and he looked stricken. Bracing herself against the pillar, she raised herself up on her toes, struggling to see over the crowd. There they were, the Lightwoods. Mayrus with her arms around Isabel, who was sobbing, and Robert Lightwood sitting on the ground and holding something. No, someone. And Clary thought of the first time she had seen Max at the Institute, lying limp and asleep on a couch, his glasses knocked askew and his hand trailing along the floor. "He can sleep anywhere," Jace had said. And he almost looked as if he were sleeping now in his father's lap. But Clary knew he wasn't. Alec was on his knees, holding one of Max's hands, but Jace was just standing where he was, not moving, and more than anything else he looked lost, as if he had no idea where he was or what he was doing there. All Clary wanted was to run to him and put her arms around him, but the look on Simon's face told her no, no. And so did her memory of the manor house, and Jace's arms around her there. She was the last person on earth who could ever give him any comfort. "Clary," Simon said, but she was pulling away from him despite her dizziness and the pain in her head. She ran for the door of the hall and pushed it open, ran out onto the steps and stood there, gulping down breaths of cold air. In the distance the horizon was streaked with red fire, the stars fading, bleached out of the lightning sky. The night was over. Dawn had come. Chapter 13. Where There Is Sorrow. Clary woke gasping out of a dream of bleeding angels, her sheets twisted around her in a tight spiral. It was pitch black and close in Amatis's spare bedroom, like being locked in a coffin. She reached out and twitched the curtains open. Daylight poured in. She frowned and pulled them shut again. Shadow hunters burned their dead, and ever since the demon attack, the sky to the west of the city had been stained with smoke. Looking at it out the window made Clary feel sick, so she kept the curtains closed. In the darkness of the room she closed her eyes, trying to remember her dream. There had been angels in it, and the image of the rune Ithuriel had showed her, flashing over and over against the inside of her eyelids like a blinking walk sign. It was a simple rune, as simple as a tied knot, but no matter how hard she concentrated, she couldn't read it, couldn't figure out what it meant. All she knew was that it seemed somehow incomplete to her, as if whoever had created the pattern hadn't quite finished it. "These are not the first dreams I have showed you," Ithuriel had said. She thought of her other dreams, of Simon with crosses burned into his hands, Jace with wings, lakes of cracking ice that shone like mirror glass. Had the angel sent her those too? With a sigh, she sat up. The dreams might be bad, but the waking images that marched across her brain weren't much better. Isabel, weeping on the floor of the Hall of the Accords, tugging with such force on the black hair threaded through her fingers that Clary worried she would rip it out. Mayris shrieking at Gia Penhallow that the boy they'd brought into their house had done this, their cousin. And if he was so closely allied with Valentine, what did that say about them? Alec trying to calm his mother down, asking Jace to help him, but Jace just standing there as the sun rose over Alicante and blazed down through the ceiling of the hall. "It's dawn," Luke had said, looking more tired than Clary had ever seen him. "Time to bring the bodies inside." And he'd sent out patrols to gather up the dead shadow hunters and lycanthropes lying in the streets and bring them to the plaza outside the hall. The plaza Clary had crossed with Sebastian when she'd commented that the hall looked like a church. It had seemed like a pretty place to her then, lined with flower boxes and brightly painted shops, and now it was full of corpses. Including Max. Thinking of the little boy who'd so gravely talked about manga with her made her stomach knot. She'd promised once that she'd take him to Forbidden Planet, but that would never happen now. I would have bought him books, she thought. Whatever books he wanted. Not that it mattered. Don't think about it. Clary kicked her sheets back and got up. After a quick shower, she'd changed into the jeans and sweater she'd worn the day she'd come from New York. She pressed her face to the material before she put the sweater on, hoping to catch a whiff of Brooklyn, or the smell of laundry detergent, something to remind her of home. But it had been washed and smelled like lemon soap. With another sigh, she headed downstairs. The house was empty except for Simon, sitting on the couch in the living room. The open windows behind him streamed daylight. He'd become like a cat, Clary thought, always seeking out available patches of sunlight to curl up in. No matter how much sun he got, though, his skin stayed the same ivory white. She picked an apple out of the bowl on the table and sank down next to him, curling her legs up under her. "Did you get any sleep?" "Some." He looked at her. "I ought to ask you that. You're the one with the shadows under your eyes. More nightmares?" She shrugged. "Same stuff. Death, destruction, bad angels." "So a lot like real life, then." "Yeah, but at least when I wake up, it's over." She took a bite out of her apple. "Let me guess. Luke and Amatis are at the Accords Hall having another meeting." "Yeah. I think they're having the meeting where they get together and decide what other meetings they need to have." Simon picked idly at the fringe edging a throw pillow. "Have you heard anything from Magnus?" "No." Clary was trying not to think about the fact that it had been 3 days since she'd seen Magnus, and he'd sent no word at all. Or the fact that there was really nothing stopping him from taking the Book of the White and disappearing into the ether, never to be heard from again. She wondered why she'd ever thought trusting someone who wore that much eyeliner was a good idea. She touched Simon's wrist lightly. "And you? What about you? You're still okay here?" She'd wanted Simon to go home the moment the battle was over. Home, where it was safe. But he'd been strangely resistant. For whatever reason, he seemed to want to stay. She hoped it wasn't because he thought he had to take care of her. She'd nearly come out and told him she didn't need his protection, but she hadn't, because part of her couldn't bear to see him go. So he stayed, and Clary was secretly, guiltily glad. "You're getting, what you need?" "You mean blood?" "Yeah, Maya's still bringing me bottles every day. Don't ask me where she gets it, though." The first morning Simon had been at Amatis's house, a grinning lycanthrope had showed up on the doorstep with a live cat for him. "Blood," he'd said, in a heavily accented voice. "For you. Fresh." Simon had thanked the werewolf, waited for him to leave, and let the cat go, his expression faintly green.
Well, you're going to have to get your blood from somewhere, said Luke, looking amused. I have a pet cat, Simon replied. There's no way. I'll tell Maya, Luke promised, and from then on the blood had come in discreet glass milk bottles. Clary had no idea how Maya was arranging it, and, like Simon, didn't want to ask. She hadn't seen the werewolf girl since the night of the battle. The lycanthropes were camped somewhere in the nearby forest, with only Luke remaining in the city. What's up? Simon leaned his head back, looking at her through his lowered eyelashes. You look like you want to ask me something. There were several things Clary wanted to ask him, but she decided to go for one of the safer options. Hodge, she said and hesitated. When you were in the cell, you really didn't know it was him? I couldn't see him. I could just hear him through the wall. We talked a lot. And you liked him? I mean, he was nice? Nice? I don't know. Tortured, sad, intelligent, compassionate in brief flashes. Yeah, I liked him. I think I sort of reminded him of himself in a way. Don't say that. Clary sat up straight, almost dropping her apple. You're nothing like Hodge was. You don't think I'm tortured and intelligent? Hodge was evil. You're not. Clary spoke decidedly. That's all there is to it. Simon sighed. People aren't born good or bad. Maybe they're born with tendencies either way, but it's the way you live your life that matters. And the people you know. Valentine was Hodge's friend, and I don't think Hodge really had anyone else in his life to challenge him or make him be a better person. If I'd had that life, I don't know how I would have turned out. But I didn't. I have my family, and I have you. Clary smiled at him, but his words rang painfully in her ears. People aren't born good or bad. She'd always thought that was true. But in the images the angel had showed her, she'd seen her mother call her own child evil, a monster. She wished she could tell Simon about it, tell him everything the angel had showed her, but she couldn't. It would have meant telling what they'd discovered about Jace, and that she couldn't do. It was his secret to tell, not hers. Simon had asked her once what Jace had meant when he'd spoken to Hodge, why he'd called himself a monster, but she'd only answered that it was hard to understand what Jace meant by anything at the best of times. She wasn't sure Simon had believed her, but he hadn't asked again. She was saved from saying anything at all by a loud knock on the door. With a frown, Clary set her apple core down on the table. I'll get it. The open door let in a wave of cold, fresh air. Aline Penhallow stood on the front steps, wearing a dark pink silk jacket that almost matched the circles under her eyes. I need to talk to you, she said without preamble. Surprised, Clary could only nod and hold the door open. All right. Come on in. Thanks. Aline pushed past her brusquely and went into the living room. She froze when she saw Simon sitting on the couch, her lips parting in astonishment. Isn't that the vampire? Simon grinned. The slight but inhuman acuity of his incisors was just visible against his lower lip when he grinned like that. Clary wished he wouldn't. Aline turned to Clary. Can I talk to you alone? No, Clary said, and sat down on the couch next to Simon. Anything you have to say, you can say to both of us. Aline bit her lip. Fine. Look, I have something I want to tell Alec and Jason Isabel, but I have no idea where to find them right now. Clary sighed. They pulled some strings and got into an empty house. The family in it left for the country. Aline nodded. A lot of people had left Idris since the attacks. Most had stayed, more than Clary would have expected, but quite a few had packed up and departed, leaving their houses standing empty. They're okay, if that's what you want to know. Look, I haven't seen them either, not since the battle. I could pass on a message through Luke if you want. I don't know. Aline was chewing her lower lip. My parents had to tell Sebastian's aunt in Paris what he did. She was really upset. As one would be if one's nephew turned out to be an evil mastermind, said Simon. Aline shot him a dark look. She said it was completely unlike him, that there must be some mistake, so she sent me some photos of him.
Aline reached into her pocket and drew out several slightly bent photographs, which she handed to Clary. "Look." Clary looked. The photographs showed a laughing, dark-haired boy, handsome in an off-kilter sort of way, with a crooked grin and a slightly too big nose. He looked like the sort of boy it would be fun to hang out with. He also looked nothing at all like Sebastian. "This is your cousin?" "That's Sebastian Verloc, which means that the boy who was here, who was calling himself Sebastian, is someone else entirely." Clary rifled through the photos with increasing agitation. "I thought—" Aline was worrying her lip again. "I thought that if the Lightwoods knew Sebastian, or whoever that boy was, wasn't really our cousin, maybe they'd forgive me, forgive us." "I'm sure they will." Clary made her voice as kind as she could. "But this is bigger than that. The Clave will want to know that Sebastian wasn't just some misguided shadow hunter kid. Valentine sent him here deliberately as a spy." "He was just so convincing," Aline said. "He knew things only my family knows. He knew things from our childhood." "It kind of makes you wonder," said Simon. "What happened to the real Sebastian, your cousin? It sounds like he left Paris headed to Idris and never actually got here. So what happened to him on the way?" Clary answered. "Valentine happened. He must have planned it all and known where Sebastian would be and how to intercept him on the way. And if he did that with Sebastian, then there may be others," said Aline. "You should tell the Clave. Tell Lucien Greymark." She caught Clary's surprised look. "People listen to him. My parents said so." "Maybe you should come to the hall with us," Simon suggested. "Tell him yourself." Aline shook her head. "I can't face the Lightwoods, especially Isabel. She saved my life and I just ran away. I couldn't stop myself. I just ran." "You were in shock. It's not your fault." Aline looked unconvinced. And now her brother. She broke off, biting her lip again. "Anyway, look, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, Clary." "To tell me?" Clary was baffled. "Yes." Aline took a deep breath. "Look, what you walked in on with me and Jace, it wasn't anything. I kissed him. It was an experiment, and it didn't really work." Clary felt herself blushing what she thought must be a truly spectacular red. Why is she telling me this? "Look, it's okay. It's Jace's business, not mine." "Well, you seemed pretty upset at the time." A small smile played around the corners of Aline's mouth. "And I think I know why." Clary swallowed against the acid taste in her mouth. "You do?" "Look, your brother gets around. Everyone knows that. He's dated lots of girls. You were worried that if he messed around with me, he'd get in trouble. After all, our families were friends. You don't need to worry, though. He's not my type." "I don't think I've ever heard a girl say that before," said Simon. "I thought Jace was the kind of guy who was everyone's type." "I thought so, too," Aline said slowly, "which is why I kissed him. I was trying to figure out if any guy is my type." She kissed Jace, Clary thought. He didn't kiss her. She kissed him. She met Simon's eyes over Aline's head. Simon was looking amused. "Well, what'd you decide?" Aline shrugged. "Not sure yet. But hey, at least you don't have Jace to worry about." "If only." "I always have Jace to worry about." The space inside the Hall of Accords had been swiftly reconfigured since the night of the battle. With the guard gone, it now served as a council chamber, a gathering place for people looking for missing family members, and a place to learn the latest news. The central fountain was dry, and on either side of it long benches were drawn up in rows facing a raised dais at the far end of the room. While some Nephilim were seated on the benches in what looked like a council session, in the aisles and beneath the arcades that ringed the great room, dozens of other shadow hunters were milling anxiously. The hall no longer looked like a place where anyone would consider dancing. There was a peculiar atmosphere in the air, a mixture of tension and anticipation. Despite the gathering of the Clave in the center, murmured conversations were everywhere. Clary caught snippets of chatter as she and Simon moved through the room. The demon towers were working again. The wards were back up, but weaker than before. The wards were back up, but stronger than before. Demons had been sighted on the hills south of the city. The country houses were abandoned. More families had left the city, and some had left the Clave altogether. On the raised dais, surrounded by hanging maps of the city, stood the consul, glowering like a bodyguard, beside a short, plump man in gray. The plump man was gesticulating angrily as he spoke, but no one seemed to be paying any attention. "Oh, crap. That's the Inquisitor," Simon muttered in Clary's ear, pointing. "Aldertree." "And there's Luke," Clary said, picking him out from the crowd. He stood near the dry fountain, deep in conversation with a man in heavily scuffed gear and a bandage covering the left half of his face. Clary looked around for Amatis, and finally saw her sitting silently at the end of a bench, as far away from the other shadow hunters as she could get. She caught sight of Clary and made a startled face, beginning to rise to her feet. Luke saw Clary and frowned, and spoke to the bandaged man in a low voice, excusing himself. He crossed the room to where Clary and Simon stood by one of the pillars, his frown deepening as he approached. "What are you doing here? You know the Clave doesn't allow children into its meetings, and as for you," he glared at Simon, "it's probably not the best idea for you to show your face in front of the Inquisitor, even if there isn't really anything he can do about it." A smile twitched the corner of his mouth. "Not without jeopardizing any alliance the Clave might want to have with Downworlders in the future, anyway." "That's right." Simon wiggled his fingers in a wave at the Inquisitor, which Aldertree ignored. "Simon, stop it. We're here for a reason." Clary thrust the photographs of Sebastian at Luke. "This is Sebastian Verloc." "The real Sebastian Verloc?" Luke's expression darkened. He shuffled through the photos without saying anything as Clary repeated the story Aline had told her. Simon, meanwhile, stood uneasily, glowering across the room at Aldertree, who was studiously ignoring him. "So does the real Sebastian look much like the imposter version?" Luke asked finally. "Not really," Clary said. "The fake Sebastian was taller, and I think he was probably blonde because he was definitely dyeing his hair. No one has hair that black. And the dye came off on my fingers when I touched it," she thought, but kept the thought to herself. "Anyway, Aline wanted us to show these to you and to the Lightwoods. She thought maybe if they knew he wasn't really related to the Penhallows, then—" "She hasn't told her parents about these, has she?" Luke indicated the photos. "Not yet, I think," Clary said. "I think she came straight to me. She wanted me to tell you. She said people listen to you." "Maybe some of them do." Luke glanced back at the man with the bandaged face. "I was just talking to Patrick Penhallow, actually. Valentine was a good friend of his back in the day and may have kept tabs on the Penhallow family in one way or another in the years since. You said Hodge told you he had spies here." He handed the photos back to Clary. "Unfortunately, the Lightwoods aren't going to be part of the council today. This morning was Max's funeral. They're most likely in the cemetery." Seeing the look on Clary's face, he added, "It was a very small ceremony, Clary. Just the family." "But I am Jace's family," said a small, protesting voice inside her head. But there was another voice, a louder one, surprising her with its bitterness. "And he told you that being around you was like bleeding to death slowly. Do you really think he needs that when he's already at Max's funeral?" "Then you can tell them tonight, maybe," Clary said. "I mean, I think it'll be good news. Whoever Sebastian really is, he isn't related to their friends." "It'd be better news if we knew where he was," Luke muttered. "Or what other spies Valentine has here. There must have been several of them at least involved in taking down the wards. It could only have been done from inside the city." "Hodge said Valentine had figured out how to do it," said Simon. "He said that you need demon blood to take the wards down, but that there was no way to get demon blood into the city, except that Valentine had figured out a way. Someone painted a rune in demon blood on the apex of one of the towers," Luke said with a sigh. "So, clearly, Hodge was right. Unfortunately, the Clave has always trusted too much in their wards.
but even the cleverest puzzle has a solution.
It seems to me like the sort of clever that gets your butt kicked in gaming, Simon said. The second you protect your fortress with a spell of total invincibility, someone comes along and figures out how to trash the place.
Simon, Clary said, shut up.
He's not so far off, said Luke. We just don't know how they got demon blood into the city without setting the wards off in the first place. He shrugged. It's the least of our problems at the moment. The wards are back up, but we already know they're not foolproof. Valentine could return at any moment with an even bigger force of arms, and I doubt we could fight him off. There aren't enough Nephilim, and those who are here are utterly demoralized.
But what about the Downworlders? Clary said. You told the Consul that the Clave had to fight with the Downworlders.
I can tell Malachi and Aldertree that until I'm blue in the face, but it doesn't mean they'll listen, Luke said warily. The only reason they're even letting me stay here is because the Clave voted to keep me on as an advisor. And they only did that because quite a few of them had their lives saved by my pack. But that doesn't mean they want more Downworlders in Idris.
Someone screamed. Amethyst was on her feet, her hand over her mouth, staring toward the front of the hall. A man stood in the doorway, framed in the glow of the sunlight outside. He was only a silhouette until he took a step forward, into the hall, and Clary could see his face for the first time. Valentine. For some reason, the first thing Clary noticed was that he was clean-shaven. It made him look younger, more like the angry boy in the memories Ithuriel had showed her. Instead of battle dress, he wore an elegantly cut pinstripe suit and a tie. He was unarmed. He could have been any man walking down the streets of Manhattan. He could have been anyone's father. He didn't look toward Clary, didn't acknowledge her presence at all. His eyes were on Luke as he walked up the narrow aisle between the benches. How could he come in here like this without any weapons? Clary wondered, and had her question answered a moment later. Inquisitor Aldertree made a noise like a wounded bear, tore himself away from Malachi, who was trying to hold him back, staggered down the dais steps and hurled himself at Valentine. He passed through Valentine's body like a knife tearing through paper. Valentine turned to watch Aldertree with an expression of bland interest as the Inquisitor staggered, collided with a pillar, and sprawled awkwardly to the ground. The Consul, following, bent to help him to his feet. There was a look of barely concealed disgust on his face as he did it, and Clary wondered if the disgust was directed at Valentine or at Aldertree for acting such a fool. Another faint murmur carried around the room. The Inquisitor squeaked and struggled like a rat in a trap, Malachi holding him firmly by the arms as Valentine proceeded into the room without another glance at either of them. The shadow hunters who had been clustered around the benches drew back, like the waves of the Red Sea parting for Moses, leaving a clear path down the center of the room. Clary shivered as he drew closer to where she stood with Luke and Simon. He's only a projection, she told herself. Not really here. He can't hurt you. Beside her, Simon shuddered. Clary took his hand just as Valentine paused at the steps of the dais and turned to look directly at her. His eyes raked her once, casually, as if taking her measure, passed over Simon entirely, and came to rest on Luke.
"Lucian," he said.
Luke returned his gaze, steady and level, saying nothing. It was the first time they had been together in the same room since Renwick's, Clary thought. And then Luke had been half dead from fighting and covered in blood. It was easier now to mark both the differences and the similarities between the two men. Luke in his ragged flannel and jeans, and Valentine in his beautiful and expensive-looking suit. Luke, with a day's worth of stubble and gray in his hair, and Valentine looking much as he had when he was 25, only colder somehow, and harder, as if the passing years were in the process of turning him slowly to stone.
"I hear the Clave has brought you onto the council now," Valentine said. "It would only be fitting for a Clave diluted by corruption and pandering to find itself infiltrated by half-breed degenerates."
His voice was placid, even cheerful, so much so that it was hard to feel the poison in his words,
or to really believe that he meant them. His gaze moved back to Clary. "Clarissa," he said. "Here with the vampire, I see. When things have settled a bit, we really must discuss your choice of pets." A low growling came from Simon's throat. Clary gripped his hand hard enough that there would have been a time he'd have jerked away in pain. Now he didn't seem to feel it. "Don't," she whispered. "Just don't." Valentine had already turned his attention away from them. He climbed the dais steps and turned to gaze down at the crowd. "So many familiar faces," he observed. "Patrick, Malachi, Amethyst." Amethyst stood rigid, her eyes bright with hatred. The Inquisitor was still struggling in Malachi's grasp. Valentine's gaze flicked over him, half amused. "Even you, Aldertree. I hear you are indirectly responsible for the death of my old friend Hodge Starkweather. A pity that." Luke found his voice. "You admit it, then," he said. "You brought the wards down. You sent the demons." "I sent them," said Valentine. "I can send more. Surely the Clave, even the Clave, stupid as they are, must have expected this. You expected it, didn't you, Lucian?" Luke's eyes were gravely blue. "I did. But I know you, Valentine. So have you come to bargain or to gloat?" "Neither." Valentine regarded the silent crowd. "I have no need to bargain," he said. And though his tone was calm, his voice carried as if amplified, "and no desire to gloat. I don't enjoy causing the deaths of shadow hunters. There are precious few of us already, in a world that needs us desperately. But that's how the Clave likes it, isn't it? It's just another one of their nonsensical rules, the rules they use to grind ordinary shadow hunters into the dust. I did what I did because I had to. I did what I did because it was the only way to make the Clave listen. Shadow hunters didn't die because of me. They died because the Clave ignored me." He met Aldertree's eyes across the crowd. The Inquisitor's face was white and twitching. "So many of you here were in my circle," said Valentine slowly. "I speak to you now, and to those who knew of the circle but stood outside it. Do you remember what I predicted 15 years ago? That unless we acted against the Accords, the city of Alicante, our own precious capital, would be overrun by slobbering, slavering crowds of half-breeds, the degenerate races trampling underfoot everything we hold dear? And just as I predicted, all that has come to pass. The Guard burned to the ground, the portal destroyed, our streets awash with monsters. Half-human scum presuming to lead us. So, my friends, my enemies, my brothers under the angel, I ask you, do you believe me now?" His voice rose to a shout. "Do you believe me now?" His gaze swept the room as if he expected an answer. There was none, only a sea of staring faces. "Valentine." Luke's voice, though soft, broke the silence. "Can't you see what you've done? The Accords you dreaded so much didn't make Downworlders equal to Nephilim. They didn't assure half-humans a spot on the Council. All the old hatreds were still in place. You should have trusted to those, but you didn't. You couldn't. And now you've given us the one thing that could possibly have united us all." His eyes sought Valentine's. "A common enemy." A flush passed over Valentine's pale face. "I am not an enemy. Not of Nephilim. You are that. You're the one trying to entice them into a hopeless fight. You think those demons you saw are all I have? They were a fraction of what I can summon." "There are more of us as well," said Luke. "More Nephilim, and more Downworlders." "Downworlders," Valentine sneered. "They will run at the first sign of true danger. Nephilim are born to be warriors, to protect this world, but the world hates your kind. There is a reason clean silver burns you and daylight scorches the night children." "It doesn't scorch me," Simon said in a hard, clear voice, despite the grip of Clary's hand. "Here I am, standing in sunlight." But Valentine just laughed.
I've seen you choke on the name of God, vampire, he said. And as for why you can stand in the sunlight, he broke off and grinned. You're an anomaly, perhaps, a freak, but still a monster. A monster. Clary thought of Valentine on the ship, of what he had said there. Your mother told me that I had turned her first child into a monster. She left me before I could have had the chance to do the same to her second. Jace. The thought of his name was a sharp pain. After what Valentine did, he stands here talking about monsters. The only monster here, she said, despite herself, and despite her resolution to keep silent, is you. I saw Ithuriel, she went on when he turned to look at her in surprise. I know everything. I doubt that, Valentine said. If you did, you'd keep your mouth shut, for your brother's sake, if not your own. Don't you even talk about Jace to me, Clary wanted to shout. But another voice came to cut hers off, a cool, unexpected female voice, fearless and bitter. And what about my brother? Amatis moved to stand at the foot of the dais, looking up at Valentine. Luke started in surprise and shook his head at her, but she ignored him. Valentine frowned. What about Lucian? Amatis's question, Clary sensed, had unsettled him. Or maybe it was just that Amatis was there, asking, confronting him. He had written her off years ago as weak, unlikely to challenge him. Valentine never liked it when people surprised him. You told me he wasn't my brother anymore, said Amatis. You took Stephen away from me. You destroyed my family. You say you aren't an enemy of Nephilim, but you set each of us against each other, family after family, wrecking lives without compunction. You say you hate the Clave, but you're the one who made them what they are now, petty and paranoid. We used to trust one another, we Nephilim. You changed that. I will never forgive you for that. Her voice shook. Or for making me treat Lucian as if he were no longer my brother. I won't forgive you for that either. Nor will I forgive myself for listening to you. Amatis. Luke took a step forward, but his sister put up a hand to stop him. Her eyes were shining with tears, but her back was straight, her voice firm and unwavering. There was a time we were all willing to listen to you, Valentine, she said. And we all have that on our conscience, but no more, no more. That time is over. Is there anyone here who disagrees with me? Clary jerked her head up and looked out at the gathered shadow hunters. They looked to her like a rough sketch of a crowd, with white blurs for faces. She saw Patrick Penhallow, his jaw set, and the Inquisitor who was shaking like a frail tree in a high wind, and Malachi, whose dark, polished face was strangely unreadable. No one said a word. If Clary had expected Valentine to be angry at this lack of response from the Nephilim he had hoped to lead, she was disappointed. Other than a twitch in the muscle of his jaw, he was expressionless, as if he had expected this response, as if he had planned for it. Very well, he said. If you will not listen to reason, you will have to listen to force. I have already showed you I can take down the wards around your city. I see that you've put them back up, but that's of no consequence. I can easily do it again. You will either accede to my requirements or face every demon the mortal sword can summon. I will tell them not to spare a single one of you, not a man, woman, or child. It's your choice. A murmur swept around the room. Luke was staring. You would deliberately destroy your own kind, Valentine? Sometimes diseased plants must be culled to preserve the whole garden, said Valentine. And if all are diseased... He turned to face the horrified crowd. It is your choice, he went on. I have the mortal cup. If I must, I will start over with a new world of shadow hunters, created and taught by me. But I can give you this one chance. If the Clave will sign over all the powers of the Council to me and accept my unequivocal sovereignty and rule, I will stay my hand. All shadow hunters will swear an oath of obedience and accept a permanent loyalty rune that binds them to me. These are my terms. There was silence. Amatis had her hand over her mouth. The rest of the room swung before Clary's eyes in a whirling blur. They can't give in to him, she thought. They can't.
But what choice did they have? What choice did any of them ever have? They are trapped by Valentine, she thought dully. As surely as Jace and I are trapped by what he made us. We are all chained to him by our own blood. It was only a moment, though it felt like an hour to Clary, before a thin voice cut through the silence, the high, spidery voice of the Inquisitor.
"Sovereignty and rule?" he shrieked. "Your rule?"
Aldertree. The consul moved to restrain him, but the Inquisitor was too quick. He wriggled free and darted toward the dais. He was yelping something, the same words over and over as if he'd lost his mind entirely. His eyes rolled back practically to the whites. He thrust Amatis aside, staggering up the steps of the dais to face Valentine.
"I am the Inquisitor, do you understand? The Inquisitor!" he shouted. "I am part of the Clave, the Council. I make the rules, not you. I rule, not you. I won't let you do this, you upstart, demon-loving slime."
With a look very close to boredom, Valentine reached out a hand, almost as if he meant to touch the Inquisitor on the shoulder. But Valentine couldn't touch anything. He was just a projection. And then Clary gasped as Valentine's hand passed through the Inquisitor's skin, bones and flesh vanishing into his ribcage. There was a second, only a second, during which the whole hall seemed to gape at Valentine's left arm, buried somehow, impossibly, wrist-deep in Aldertree's chest. Then Valentine jerked his wrist hard and suddenly to the left, a twisting motion, as if he were turning a stubbornly rusty doorknob. The Inquisitor gave a single cry and dropped like a stone. Valentine drew his hand back. It was slicked with blood, a scarlet glove reaching halfway to his elbow, staining the expensive wool of his suit. Lowering his bloody hand, he gazed out across the horrified crowd, his eyes coming to rest at last on Luke. He spoke slowly. "I will give you until tomorrow at midnight to consider my terms. At that time I will bring my army, in all its force, to Brosslin Plain. If I have not yet received a message of surrender from the Clave, I will march with my army here to Alicante, and this time we will leave nothing living. You have that long to consider my terms. Use the time wisely." And with that, he vanished. Chapter 14. In the Dark Forest.
"Well, how about that?"
said Jace, still without looking at Clary. He hadn't really looked at her since she and Simon had arrived on the front step of the house the Lightwoods were now inhabiting. Instead, he was leaning against one of the high windows in the living room, staring out toward the rapidly darkening sky.
"A guy attends the funeral of his 9-year-old brother and misses all the fun."
"Jace," Alec said in a tired sort of voice, "don't." Alec was slumped in one of the worn, overstuffed chairs that were the only things to sit on in the room. The house had the odd, alien feel of houses belonging to strangers. It was decorated in floral printed fabrics, frilly and pastel, and everything in it was slightly worn or tattered. There was a glass bowl filled with chocolates on the small end table near Alec. Clary, starving, had eaten a few and found them crumbly and dry. She wondered what kind of people had lived here. The kind who ran away when things got tough, she thought sourly. They deserved to have their house taken over.
"Don't what?"
Jace asked. It was dark enough outside now that Clary could see his face reflected in the window glass. His eyes looked black. He was wearing Shadow Hunter mourning clothes. They didn't wear black to funerals, since black was the color of gear in fighting. The color of death was white, and the white jacket Jace wore had scarlet runes woven into the material around the collar and wrists. Unlike battle runes, which were all about aggression and protection, these spoke a gentler language of healing and grief. There were bands of hammered metal around his wrists, too, with similar runes on them. Alec was dressed the same way, all in white with the same red-gold runes traced over the material. It made his hair look very black. Jace, Clary thought, on the other hand, all in white, looked like an angel, albeit one of the avenging kind. "You're not mad at Clary, or Simon," Alec said. "At least," he added with a faint, worried frown, "I don't think you're mad at Simon." Clary half expected Jace to snap an angry retort, but all he said was,
Clary knows I'm not angry at her.
Simon, leaning his elbows on the back of the sofa, rolled his eyes and said, "What I don't get is how Valentine managed to kill the Inquisitor. I thought projections couldn't actually affect anything." "They shouldn't be able to," said Alec. "They're just illusions. So much colored air, so to speak." "Well, not in this case. He reached into the Inquisitor and he twisted," Clary shuddered. "There was a lot of blood."
"Like a special bonus for you," Jace said to Simon.
Simon ignored this. "Has there ever been an Inquisitor who didn't die a horrible death?" he wondered aloud. "It's like being the drummer in Spinal Tap." Alec rubbed a hand across his face. "I can't believe my parents don't know about this yet," he said. "I can't say I'm looking forward to telling them." "Where are your parents?" asked Clary. "I thought they were upstairs." Alec shook his head. "They're still at the necropolis, at Max's grave. They sent us back. They wanted to be there alone for a while."
"What about Isabel?" Simon asked. "Where is she?"
The humor, such as it was, left Jace's expression.
"She won't come out of her room," he said. "She thinks what happened to Max was her fault. She wouldn't even come to the funeral."
"Have you tried talking to her?"
"No," Jace said. "We've been punching her repeatedly in the face instead." "Why, do you think that won't work?"
"Just thought I'd ask." Simon's tone was mild. "We'll tell her the stuff about Sebastian not actually being Sebastian," said Alec. "It might make her feel better. She thinks she ought to have been able to tell that there was something off about Sebastian, but if he was a spy—" Alec shrugged. "Nobody noticed anything off about him, not even the Penhallows."
"I thought he was a knob," Jace pointed out.
"Yes, but that's just because—" Alec sank deeper into his chair. He looked exhausted, his skin a pale gray color against the stark white of his clothes. "It hardly matters. Once she finds out what Valentine's threatening, nothing's going to cheer her up." "But would he really do it?" Clary asked. "Send a demon army against Nephilim? I mean, he's still a shadow hunter, isn't he? He couldn't destroy all his own people."
"He didn't care enough about his children not to destroy them," Jace said, meeting her eyes across the room. Their gazes held. "What makes you think he'd care about his people?"
Alec looked from one of them to the other, and Clary could tell from his expression that Jace hadn't told him about Ithuriel yet. He looked baffled and very sad.
"Jace." "This does explain one thing," Jace said without looking at Alec. "Magnus was trying to see if he could use a tracking rune on any of the things Sebastian had left in his room, to see if we could locate him that way. He said he wasn't getting much of a reading on anything we gave him, just flat."
"What does that mean?"
"They were Sebastian Verloc's things.
The fake Sebastian probably took them whenever he intercepted him,
and Magnus isn't getting anything from them because the real Sebastian is probably dead," finished Alec. "And the Sebastian we know is too smart to leave anything behind that could be used to track him. I mean, you can't track somebody from just anything. It has to be an object that's in some way very connected to that person. A family heirloom, or a stele, or a brush with some hair in it, something like that." "Which is too bad," said Jace. "Because if we could follow him, he'd probably lead us straight to Valentine. I'm sure he scuttled right back to his master with a full report. Probably told him all about Hodge's crackpot Mirror Lake theory."
"It might not have been crackpot," Alec said. "They've stationed guards at the pass that go to the lake and set up wards that will warn them if anyone portals there."
"Fantastic. I'm sure we all feel very safe now." Jace leaned back against the wall.
"What I don't get," Simon said, "is why Sebastian stayed around. After what he did to Izzy and Max, he was going to get caught. There was no more pretending. I mean, even if he thought he'd killed Izzy instead of just knocking her out, how was he going to explain that they were both dead and he was still fine? No, he was busted. So why hang around through the fighting? Why come up to the guard to get me? I'm pretty sure he didn't actually care one way or the other whether I lived or died."
"Now you're being too hard on him," Jace said. "I'm sure he'd rather you died.
Actually, Clary said, I think he stayed because of me. Jace's gaze flicked up to hers with a flash of gold. Because of you? Hoping for another hot date, was he? Clary felt herself flush. No, and our date wasn't hot. In fact, it wasn't even a date. Anyway, that's not the point. When he came into the hall, he kept trying to get me to go outside with him so we could talk. He wanted something from me. I just don't know what. Or maybe he just wanted you, Jace said. Seeing Clary's expression, he added, Not that way. I mean, maybe he wanted to bring you to Valentine. Valentine doesn't care about me, Clary said. He's only ever cared about you. Something flickered in the depths of Jace's eyes. Is that what you call it? His expression was frighteningly bleak. After what happened on the boat, he's interested in you, which means you need to be careful, very careful. In fact, it wouldn't hurt if you just spent the next few days inside. You can lock yourself in your room like Isabel. I'm not going to do that. Of course you're not, said Jace, because you live to torture me, don't you? Not everything, Jace, is about you, Clary said furiously. Possibly, Jace said, but you have to admit that the majority of things are. Clary resisted the urge to scream. Simon cleared his throat. Speaking of Isabel, which we only sort of were, but I thought I ought to mention this before the arguing really got underway, I think maybe I should go talk to her. You? Alex said, and then, looking faintly embarrassed by his own discomfiture, added quickly, It's just, she won't even come out of her room for her own family. Why would she come out for you? Maybe because I'm not family, Simon said. He was standing with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders back. Earlier, when Clary had been sitting close to him, she had seen that there was still a thin white line circling his neck where Valentine had cut his throat, and scars on his wrists where those had been cut too. His encounters with the Shadowhunters' world had changed him, and not just the surface of him, or even his blood. The change went deeper than that. He stood straight, with his head up, and took whatever Jace and Alec threw at him and didn't seem to care. The Simon who would have been frightened of them, or made uneasy by them, was gone. She felt a sudden pain in her heart, and realized with a jolt what it was. She was missing him, missing Simon as he had been. I think I'll have a try at getting Isabel to talk to me, said Simon. It can't hurt. But it's almost dark, Clary said. We told Luke and Amatis we'd be back before the sun went down. I'll walk you back, Jace said. As for Simon, he can manage his own way back in the dark. Can't you, Simon? Of course he can, Alex said indignantly, as if eager to make up for his earlier slighting of Simon. He's a vampire, and, he added, I just now realized you were probably joking. Never mind me. Simon smiled. Clary opened her mouth to protest again and closed it, partly because she was, she knew, being unreasonable, and partly because there was a look on Jace's face as he gazed past her, at Simon, a look that startled her into silence. It was amusement, Clary thought, mixed with gratitude and maybe even, most surprising of all, a little bit of respect. It was a short walk between the Lightwoods' new house and Amatis's. Clary wished it were longer. She couldn't shake the feeling that every moment she spent with Jace was somehow precious and limited, that they were closing in on some half-invisible deadline that would separate them forever. She looked sideways at him. He was staring straight ahead, almost as if she weren't there. The line of his profile was sharp and clear-edged in the witchlight that illuminated the streets. His hair curled against his cheek, not quite hiding the white scar on one temple where a mark had been. She could see a line of metal glittering at his throat, where the Morgenstern ring dangled on its chain. His left hand was bare. His knuckles looked raw. So he really was healing like a mundane, as Alec had asked him to. She shivered. Jace glanced at her. Are you cold? I was just thinking, she said. I'm surprised that Valentine went after the Inquisitor instead of Luke. The Inquisitor's a Shadowhunter, and Luke's a Downworlder. Plus, Valentine hates him. But in a way he respects him, even if he is a Downworlder, Jace said. and Clary thought of the look Jace had given Simon earlier, and then tried not to think of it. She hated thinking of Jace and Valentine as being in any way alike, even in so trivial a thing as a glance. Luke is trying to get the Clave to change, to think in a new way. That's exactly what Valentine did. Even if his goals were, well, not the same. Luke's an iconoclast. He wants change. To Valentine, the Inquisitor represents the old, hide-bound Clave he hates so much. And they were friends once, Clary said. Luke and Valentine. The marks of that which once hath been, Jace said. And Clary could tell he was quoting something from the half-mocking tone in his voice. Unfortunately, you never really hate anyone as much as someone you cared about once. I imagine Valentine has something special planned for Luke down the road after he takes over. But he won't take over, said Clary. And when Jace said nothing, her voice rose. He won't win. He can't. He doesn't really want war, not against Shadowhunters and Downworlders. What makes you think Shadowhunters will fight with Downworlders? Jace said, and he still wasn't looking at her. They were walking along the canal street, and he was looking out at the water, his jaw set. Just because Luke says so? Luke's an idealist. And why is that a bad thing to be? It's not. I'm just not one, said Jace, and Clary felt a cold pang in her heart at the emptiness in his voice. Despair, anger, hate, these are demon qualities. He's acting the way he thinks he should act. They had reached Amatis's house. Clary stopped at the foot of the steps, turning to face him. Maybe, she said, but you're not like him either. Jace started a little at that, or maybe it was the firmness in her tone. He turned his head to look at her for what felt like the first time since they left the Lightwoods. Clary, he began and broke off with an intake of breath. There's blood on your sleeve. Are you hurt? He moved toward her, taking her wrist in his hand. Clary glanced down and saw to her surprise that he was right. There was an irregular scarlet stain on the right sleeve of her coat. What was odd was that it was still bright red. Shouldn't dried blood be a darker color, she found? That's not my blood. He relaxed slightly, his grip on her wrist loosening. Is it the Inquisitor's? She shook her head. I actually think it's Sebastian's. Sebastian's blood? Yes. When he came into the hall the other night, remember, his face was bleeding. I think Isabel must have clawed him, but anyway, I touched his face and got his blood on me. She looked more closely at it. I thought Amatis washed the coat, but I guess she didn't. She expected him to let go of her then, but instead he held her wrist for a long moment examining the blood before returning her arm to her, apparently satisfied. Thanks. She stared at him for a moment before shaking her head. You're not going to tell me what that was about, are you? Not a chance. She threw her arms up in exasperation. I'm going inside. I'll see you later. She turned and headed up the steps to Amatis's front door. There was no way she could have known that the moment she turned her back, the smile vanished from Jace's face, or that he stood for a long time in the darkness once the door closed behind her, looking after her, and twisting a small piece of thread over and over between his fingers. Isabel, Simon said. It had taken him a few tries to find her door, but the scream of "Go away!" that had emanated from behind this one convinced him he'd made the right choice. Isabel, let me in. There was a muffled thump, and the door reverberated slightly, as if Isabel had thrown something at it, possibly a shoe. I don't want to talk to you and Clary. I don't want to talk to anyone. Leave me alone, Simon. Clary's not here, said Simon. And I'm not going away until you talk to me. Alec, Isabel yelled. Jace, make him go away. Simon waited. There was no sound from downstairs. Either Alec had left or he was lying low. They're not here, Isabel. It's just me. There was a silence. Finally, Isabel spoke again. This time her voice came from much nearer, as if she were standing just on the other side of the door. You're alone? I'm alone, Simon said. The door cracked open. Isabel was standing there in a black slip, her hair lying long and tangled over her shoulders. Simon had never seen her like this, barefoot, with her hair unbrushed and no makeup on. "You can come in." He stepped past her into the room. In the light from the door he could see that it looked, as his mother would have said, like a tornado had hit it. Clothes were scattered across the floor in piles, a duffel bag open on the floor as if it had exploded. Isabel's bright silver-gold whip hung from one bedpost, a lacy white bra from another. Simon averted his eyes. The curtains were drawn, the lamps extinguished. Isabel flopped down on the edge of the bed and looked at him with bitter amusement. "A blushing vampire! Who would have guessed?" She raised her chin. "So I let you in. What do you want?" Despite her angry glare, Simon thought she looked younger than usual, her eyes huge and black in her pinched white face. He could see the white scars that traced her light skin, all over her bare arms, her back and collarbones, even her legs. If Clary remains a shadow hunter, he thought, one day she'll look like this, scarred all over. The thought didn't upset him as once it might have done. There was something about the way Isabel wore her scars, as if she was proud of them. She had something in her hands, something she was turning over and over between her fingers. It was a small something that glinted dully in the half-light. He thought for a moment it might be a piece of jewelry. "What happened to Max?" Simon said. "It wasn't your fault." She didn't look at him. She was staring down at the object in her hands. "Do you know what this is?" she said, and held it up. It seemed to be a small toy soldier, carved out of wood. A toy shadow hunter, Simon realized, complete with painted-on black gear. The silver glint he'd noticed was the paint on the little sword it held. It was nearly worn away. "It was Jace's," she said without waiting for him to answer. "It was the only toy he had when he came from Idris. I don't know. Maybe it was part of a bigger set once. I think he made it himself, but he never said much about it. He used to take it everywhere with him when he was little, always in a pocket or whatever. Then one day I noticed Max carrying it around. Jace must have been around 13 then. He just gave it to Max, I guess when he got too old for it. Anyway, it was in Max's hand when they found him. It was like he grabbed it to hold on to when Sebastian, when he—" She broke off. The effort she was making not to cry was visible. Her mouth was set in a grimace, as if it were twisting itself out of shape. "I should have been there protecting him. I should have been there for him to hold on to, not some stupid little wooden toy." She flung it down onto the bed, her eyes shining. "You were unconscious," Simon protested. "You nearly died, Izzy. There was nothing you could have done." Isabel shook her head, her tangled hair bouncing on her shoulders. She looked fierce and wild. "What do you know about it?" she demanded. "Did you know that Max came to us the night he died and told us he'd seen someone climbing the demon towers? And I told him he was dreaming and sent him away. And he was right. I bet it was that bastard Sebastian climbing the tower so he could take the wards down. And Sebastian killed him so he couldn't tell anyone what he'd seen. If I'd just listened, just taken 1 second to listen, it wouldn't have happened." "There's no way you could have known," Simon said. "And about Sebastian. He wasn't really the Penhallows' cousin. He had everyone fooled." Isabel didn't look surprised. "I know," she said. "I heard you talking to Alec and Jace. I was listening from the top of the stairs." "You were eavesdropping?" She shrugged. "Up to the part where you said you were going to come and talk to me. Then I came back here. I didn't feel like seeing you." She looked at him sideways. "I'll give you this much, though. You're persistent." "Look, Isabel." Simon took a step forward. He was oddly, suddenly conscious of the fact that she wasn't very dressed, so he held back from putting a hand on her shoulder or doing anything else overtly soothing. "When my father died, I knew it wasn't my fault, but I still kept thinking over and over of all the things I should have done, should have said before he died." "Yeah, well, this is my fault," Isabel said. "And what I should have done is listened. And what I still can do is track down the bastard who did this and kill him." "I'm not sure that'll help." "How do you know?" Isabel demanded. "Did you find the person responsible for your father's death and kill him?"
My father had a heart attack, Simon said. So, no.
Then you don't know what you're talking about, do you? Isabel raised her chin and looked at him squarely. Come here.
What?
She beckoned imperiously with her index finger. Come here, Simon. Reluctantly, he came toward her. He was barely a foot away when she seized him by the front of his shirt, yanking him toward her. Their faces were inches apart. He could see how the skin below her eyes shone with the marks of recent tears. You know what I really need right now? She said, enunciating each word clearly.
Simon said. No?
To be distracted, she said, and with a half-turn yanked him bodily onto the bed beside her. He landed on his back amid a tangled pile of clothes.
Isabel, Simon protested weakly, do you really think this is going to make you feel any better?
Trust me, Isabel said, placing a hand on his chest, just over his unbeating heart. I feel better already. Clary lay awake in bed, staring up at a single patch of moonlight as it made its way across the ceiling. Her nerves were still too jangled from the events of the day for her to sleep, and it didn't help that Simon hadn't come back before dinner, or after it. Eventually she'd voiced her concern to Luke, who'd thrown on a coat and headed over to the Lightwoods. He'd returned, looking amused.
Simon's fine, Clary, he said. Go to bed.
And then he left again, with Amatis, off to another one of their interminable meetings at the Accords Hall. She wondered if anyone had cleaned up the Inquisitor's blood yet. With nothing else to do, she'd gone to bed, but sleep had remained stubbornly out of reach. Clary kept seeing Valentine in her head, reaching into the Inquisitor and ripping his heart out, the way he had turned to her and said, "You'd keep your mouth shut for your brother's sake, if not your own." Above all, the secret she had learned from Ithuriel lay like a weight on her chest. Under all these anxieties was the fear, constant as a heartbeat, that her mother would die. Where was Magnus? There was a rustling sound by the curtains, and a sudden wash of moonlight poured into the room. Clary sat bolt upright, scrabbling for the seraph blade she kept on her bedside table.
It's all right.
A hand came down on hers. A slender, scarred, familiar hand.
It's me.
Clary drew her breath in sharply, and he took his hand back. Jace, she said, what are you doing here? What's wrong? For a moment he didn't answer, and she twisted to look at him, pulling the bedclothes up around her. She felt herself flush, acutely conscious of the fact that she was wearing only pajama bottoms and a flimsy camisole, and then she saw his expression, and her embarrassment faded. Jace, she whispered. He was standing by the head of her bed, still wearing his white mourning clothes, and there was nothing light or sarcastic or distant in the way he was looking down at her. He was very pale, and his eyes looked haunted and nearly black with strain. Are you all right?
I don't know,
he said in the dazed manner of someone just waking up from a dream.
I wasn't going to come here. I've been wandering around all night. I couldn't sleep. And I kept finding myself walking here, to you.
She sat up straighter, letting the bedclothes fall down around her hips. Why can't you sleep? Did something happen? She asked and immediately felt stupid. What hadn't happened? Jace, however, barely seemed to hear the question.
I had to see you, he said mostly to himself. I know I shouldn't, but I had to.
Well, sit down then, she said, pulling her legs back to make a space for him to sit at the edge of the bed. Because you're freaking me out. Are you sure nothing's happened?
I didn't say nothing happened.
He sat down on the bed facing her. He was close enough that she could have just leaned forward and kissed him. Her chest tightened. Is there bad news? Is everyone?
It's not bad, said Jace. And it's not news. It's the opposite of news. It's something I've always known, and you probably know it too. God knows I haven't hidden it all that well.
His eyes searched her face slowly, as if he meant to memorize it.
What happened, he said, and hesitated, is that I realized something.
Jace, she whispered suddenly, and for no reason she could identify, she was frightened of what he was about to say. Jace, you don't have to.
I was trying to go somewhere, Jace said, but I kept getting pulled back here. I couldn't stop walking, couldn't stop thinking about the first time I ever saw you, and how after that I couldn't forget you. I wanted to, but I couldn't stop myself. I forced Hodge to let me be the one who came to find you and bring you back to the Institute. And even back then, in that stupid coffee shop, when I saw you sitting on that couch with Simon, even then that felt wrong to me. I should have been the one sitting with you, the one who made you laugh like that. I couldn't get rid of that feeling, that it should have been me. And the more I knew you, the more I felt it. It had never been like that for me before. I'd always wanted a girl and then gotten to know her and not wanted her anymore. But with you, the feeling just got stronger and stronger until that night when you showed up at Renwick's, and I knew. And then to find out that the reason I felt like that, like you were some part of me I'd lost and never even knew I was missing until I saw you again. That the reason was that you were my sister. It felt like some sort of cosmic joke. Like God was spitting on me. I don't even know for what. For thinking that I could actually get to have you? That I would deserve something like that, to be that happy? I couldn't imagine what it was I'd done that I was being punished for. If you're being punished, Clary said, then so am I. Because all those things you felt, I felt them too. But we can't. We have to stop feeling this way because it's our only chance. Jace's hands were tight at his sides. Our only chance for what? To be together at all. Because otherwise we can't ever be around each other, not even just in the same room, and I can't stand that. I'd rather have you in my life, even as a brother, than not at all. And I'm supposed to sit by while you date boys, fall in love with someone else, get married? His voice tightened. And meanwhile, I'll die a little bit more every day watching. No, you won't care by then, she said, wondering even as she said it if she could stand the idea of a Jace who didn't care. She hadn't thought as far ahead as he had, and when she tried to imagine watching him fall in love with someone else, marry someone else, she couldn't even picture it. Couldn't picture anything but an empty black tunnel that stretched out ahead of her forever. Please, if we don't say anything, if we just pretend. There is no pretending, Jace said with absolute clarity. I love you, and I will love you until I die. And if there's a life after that, I'll love you then. She caught her breath. He had said it. The words there was no going back from. She struggled for a reply, but none came. And I know you think I just want to be with you to show myself what a monster I am, he said. And maybe I am a monster, I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is that even if there's demon blood inside me, there is human blood inside me as well. And I couldn't love you like I do if I wasn't at least a little bit human. Because demons want, but they don't love. And He stood up then, with a sort of violent suddenness, and crossed the room to the window. He looked lost as he had in the great hall standing over Max's body. Jace? Clary said, alarmed. And when he didn't answer, she scrambled to her feet and went to him, laying her hand on his arm. He continued staring out the window. The reflections in the glass were nearly transparent. Ghostly outlines of a tall boy and a smaller girl, her hand clamped anxiously on his sleeve. What's wrong? I shouldn't have told you that, he said, not looking at her. I'm sorry. That was probably a lot to take in. You looked so shocked. The tension underlying his voice was a live wire. I was, she said. I've spent the past few days wondering if you hated me. And then I saw you tonight, and I was pretty sure you did. Hated you? He echoed, looking bewildered. He reached out then and touched her face lightly, just the tips of her fingers against her skin. I told you I couldn't sleep. Tomorrow by midnight we'll be either at war or under Valentine's rule. This could be the last night of our lives. Certainly the last even barely ordinary one.
The last night we go to sleep and get up just as we always have. And all I could think of was that I wanted to spend it with you. Her heart skipped a beat. Jace, I don't mean it like that, he said. I won't touch you. Not if you don't want me to. I know it's wrong. God, it's all kinds of wrong. But I just want to lie down with you and wake up with you, just once ever in my life. There was desperation in his voice. It's just this one night. In the grand scheme of things, how much can one night matter? Because think how we'll feel in the morning. Think how much worse it will be pretending that we don't mean anything to each other in front of everyone else after we've spent the night together, even if all we do is sleep. It's like having just a little bit of a drug. It only makes you want more. But that was why he had told her what he had, she realized. Because it wasn't true, not for him. There was nothing that could make it worse, just as there was nothing that could make it better. What he felt was as final as a life sentence, and could she really say it was so different for her? And even if she hoped it might be, even if she hoped she might someday be persuaded by time or reason or gradual attrition not to feel this way anymore, it didn't matter. There was nothing she had ever wanted in her life more than she wanted this night with Jace. Close the curtains, then, before you come to bed, she said. I can't sleep with this much light in the room. The look that washed over his face was pure incredulity. He really hadn't expected her to say yes, Clary realized in surprise, and a moment later he had caught her and hugged her to him, his face buried in her still messy from sleep hair. Clary. Come to bed, she said softly. It's late. She drew away from him and returned to the bed, crawling up onto it and drawing the covers up to her waist. Somehow, looking at him like this, she could almost imagine that things were different, that it was many years from now and they'd been together so long that they'd done this 100 times, that every night belonged to them and not just this one. She propped her chin on her hands and watched him as he reached to jerk the curtains shut, and then unzipped his white jacket and hung it over the back of a chair. He was wearing a pale gray t-shirt underneath, and the marks that twined his bare arms shone darkly as he unbuckled his weapons belt and laid it on the floor. He unlaced his boots and stepped out of them as he came toward the bed, and he stretched out very carefully beside Clary. Lying on his back, he turned his head to look at her. A very little light filtered into the room past the edge of the curtains, just enough for her to see the outline of his face and the bright gleam of his eyes. Good night, Clary, he said. His hands lay flat on either side of him, his arms at his sides. He seemed barely to be breathing. She wasn't sure she was breathing herself. She slid her own hand across the bedsheet, just far enough that their fingers touched, so lightly that she would probably hardly have been aware of it had she been touching anyone but Jace. As it was, the nerve endings in her fingertips prickled softly, as if she were holding them over a low flame. She felt him tense beside her, and then relax. He had shut his eyes, and his lashes cast fine shadows against the curve of his cheekbones. His mouth curled into a smile as if he sensed her watching him, and she wondered how he would look in the morning, with his hair messed and sleep circles under his eyes. Despite everything, the thought gave her a jolt of happiness. She laced her fingers through his. Good night, she whispered, and, hands clasped like children in a fairy tale, she fell asleep beside him in the dark. Chapter 15. Things Fall Apart. Luke had spent most of the night watching the moon's progress across the translucent roof of the Hall of Accords like a silver coin rolling across the clear surface of a glass table. When the moon was close to full, as it was right now, he felt a corresponding sharpening in his vision and sense of smell, even when he was in human form. Now, for instance, he could smell the sweat of doubt in the room, and the underlying sharp tang of fear. He could sense the restless worry of his pack of wolves out in Brosselin Forest as they paced the darkness beneath the trees and waited for news from him. Lucian! Amatis's voice in his ear was low but piercing. Lucian! Snapped out of his reverie, Luke fought to focus his exhausted eyes on the scene in front of him. It was a ragged little group, those who had agreed to at least listen to his plan, fewer than he had hoped for. Many he knew from his old life in Idris, the Penhallows, the Lightwoods, the Ravenscars, and just as many he had just met, like the Monteverdes, who ran the Lisbon Institute and spoke in a mixture of Portuguese and English, or Nasreen Chaudhry, the stern-featured head of the Mumbai Institute. Her dark green sari was patterned in elaborate runes of such a bright silver that Luke instinctively flinched when she passed too close.
"Really, Lucian," said Mayrus Lightwood.
Her small white face was pinched by exhaustion and grief. Luke hadn't really expected either her or her husband to come, but they had agreed almost as soon as he'd mentioned it to them. He supposed he ought to be grateful they were here at all, even if grief did tend to make Mayrus more sharp-tempered than usual.
"You're the one who wanted us all here. The least you can do is pay attention."
He has been. Amethyst sat with her legs drawn under her like a young girl, but her expression was firm. It's not Lucian's fault that we've been going around in circles for the past hour.
"And we'll keep going around and round until we figure out a solution," said Patrick Penhallow, an edge to his voice.
"With all due respect, Patrick," said Nasreen in her clipped accent, "there may be no solution to this problem. The best we can hope for is a plan that doesn't involve either mass slavery or—" began Gia, Patrick's wife, and then she broke off, biting her lip. She was a pretty, slender woman who looked very like her daughter, Aline. Luke remembered when Patrick had run off to the Beijing Institute and married her. It had been something of a scandal, as he'd been supposed to marry a girl his parents had already picked out for him in Idris. But Patrick never had liked to do what he was told, a quality for which Luke was now grateful.
"Or allying ourselves with downworlders," said Luke. "I'm afraid there's no way around that." "That's not the problem, and you know it," said Mayrus. "It's the whole business about seats on the council. The Clave will never agree to it. You know that. 4 whole seats?" "Not 4," Luke said. "1 each for the Fair Folk, the Moon's Children, and the Children of Lilith."
"The Warlocks, the Fae, and the Lycanthropes," said soft-voiced Signor Monteverde, his eyebrows arched. "And what of the vampires?"
"They haven't promised me anything," Luke admitted. "And I haven't promised them anything either. They may not be eager to join the council. They're none too fond of my kind, and none too fond of meetings and rules. But the door is open to them should they change their minds. Malachi and his lot will never agree to it, and we may not have enough council votes without them," muttered Patrick. "Besides, without the vampires, what chance do we have?"
"A very good one," snapped Amethyst, who seemed to believe in Luke's plan even more than he did. "There are many downworlders who will fight with us, and they are powerful indeed. The Warlocks alone." With a shake of her head, Signora Monteverde turned to her husband. "This plan is mad. It will never work. Downworlders cannot be trusted."
"It worked during the uprising," said Luke.
The Portuguese woman's lips curled back. "Only because Valentine was fighting with fools for an army," she said. "Not demons. And how are we to know his old circle members will not go back to him the moment he calls them to his side?"
"Be careful what you say, Signora," rumbled Robert Lightwood.
It was the first time he had spoken in more than an hour. He'd spent most of the evening motionless, immobilized by sorrow. There were lines in his face Luke could have sworn hadn't been there 3 days ago. His torment was plain in his taut shoulders and clenched fists. Luke could hardly blame him. He had never much liked Robert, but there was something about the sight of such a big man made helpless by grief that was painful to witness.
"If you think I would join with Valentine after Max's death. He had my boy murdered."
"Robert," Mayrus murmured. She put her hand on his arm. "If we do not join with him," said Signor Monteverde, "all our children may die." "If you think that, then why are you here?" Amethyst rose to her feet. "I thought we had agreed."
"So did I." Luke's head ached.
It was always like this with them, he thought. 2 steps forward and a step back. They were as bad as warring downworlders themselves, if only they could see it. Maybe they'd all be better off if they solved their problems with combat, the way the pack did. A flash of movement at the doors of the hall caught his eye. It was momentary, and if it had not been so close to the full moon, he might not have seen it, or recognized the figure who passed quickly before the doors. He wondered for a moment if he was imagining things. Sometimes, when he was very tired, he thought he saw Jocelyn, in the flicker of a shadow, in the play of light on a wall. But this wasn't Jocelyn. Luke rose to his feet. "I'm taking 5 minutes for some air. I'll be back." He felt them watching him as he made his way to the front doors. All of them, even Amatus. Señor Monteverde whispered something to his wife in Portuguese. Luke caught lobo, the word for wolf, in the stream of words. "They probably think I'm going outside to run in circles and bark at the moon." The air outside was fresh and cold, the sky a slate steel gray. Dawn reddened the sky in the east and gave a pale pink cast to the white marble steps leading down from the hall doors. Jace was waiting for him, halfway down the stairs. The white morning clothes he wore hit Luke like a slap in the face, a reminder of all the death they'd just endured here, and were about to endure again. Luke paused several steps above Jace. "What are you doing here, Jonathan?" Jace said nothing, and Luke mentally cursed his forgetfulness. Jace didn't like being called Jonathan, and usually responded to the name with a sharp objection. This time, though, he didn't seem to care. The face he raised to Luke was as grimly set as the faces of any of the adults in the hall. Though Jace was still a year away from being an adult under Clave law, he'd already seen worse things in his short life than most adults could even imagine. "Were you looking for your parents?" "You mean the Lightwoods?" Jace shook his head. "No, I don't want to talk to them. I was looking for you." "Is it about Clary?" Luke descended several steps until he stood just above Jace. "Is she all right?" "She's fine." The mention of Clary seemed to make Jace tense all over, which in turn sparked Luke's nerves. But Jace would never say Clary was all right if she weren't. "Then what is it?" Jace looked past him toward the doors of the hall. "How is it going in there? Any progress?" "Not really," Luke admitted. "As much as they don't want to surrender to Valentine, they like the idea of downworlders on the council even less. And without the promise of seats on the council, my people won't fight." Jace's eyes sparked. The Clave is going to hate that idea. They don't have to love it. They only have to like it better than they like the idea of suicide. "They'll stall," Jace advised him. "I'd give them a deadline if I were you. The Clave works better with deadlines." Luke couldn't help but smile. "All the downworlders I can summon will be approaching the North Gate at twilight. If the Clave agrees to fight with them by then, they'll enter the city. If not, they'll turn around. I couldn't leave it any later than that. It barely gives us enough time to get to Brosselin by midnight as it is." Jace whistled. "That's theatrical. Hoping the sight of all those downworlders will inspire the Clave, or scare them?" "Probably a little of both. Many of the Clave members are associated with institutes like you. They're a lot more used to the sight of downworlders. It's the native Idrisians I'm worried about. The sight of downworlders at their gates might send them into a panic. On the other hand, it can't hurt for them to be reminded how vulnerable they are." As if on cue, Jace's gaze flicked up to the ruins of the Guard, a black scar on the hillside over the city. "I'm not sure anyone needs more reminders of that." He glanced back at Luke, his eyes very serious. "I want to tell you something, and I want it to be in confidence." Luke couldn't hide his surprise. "Why tell me? Why not the Lightwoods?" "Because you're the one who's in charge here, really. You know that." Luke hesitated. Something about Jace's white and tired face drew sympathy out of his own exhaustion. Sympathy and a desire to show this boy, who had been so betrayed and badly used by the adults in his life, that not all adults were like that there were some he could rely on. "All right. And," Jace said, "because I trust you to know how to explain it to Clary." "Explain what to Clary?" "Why I had to do it." Jace's eyes were wide in the light of the rising sun. It made him look years younger. I'm going after Sebastian, Luke. I know how to find him, and I'm going to follow him until he leads me to Valentine. Luke let his breath out in surprise. You know how to find him? Magnus showed me how to use a tracking spell when I was staying with him in Brooklyn. We were trying to use my father's ring to find him. It didn't work, but you're not a warlock. You shouldn't be able to do a tracking spell. These are runes, like the way the Inquisitor watched me when I went to see Valentine on the ship. All I needed to make it work was something of Sebastian's. But we went over this with the Penhallows. He left nothing behind. His room was utterly cleared out, probably for exactly this reason. I found something, said Jace. A thread soaked in his blood. It's not much, but it's enough. I tried it, and it worked. You can't go herring off after Valentine on your own, Jace. I won't let you. You can't stop me. Not really. Unless you want to fight me right here on these steps. You won't win, either. You know that as well as I do. There was a strange note in Jace's voice, a mixture of certainty and self-hatred. Look, however determined you may be to play the solitary hero. I'm not a hero, Jace said. His voice was clear and toneless, as if he were stating the simplest of facts. Think of what this will do to the Lightwoods, even if nothing happens to you. Think of Clary. You think I haven't thought of Clary? You think I haven't thought of my family? Why do you think I'm doing this? Do you think I don't remember what it's like to be 17? Luke answered. To think you have the power to save the world? And not just the power, but the responsibility? Look at me, said Jace. Look at me and tell me I'm an ordinary 17-year-old. Luke sighed. There's nothing ordinary about you. Now tell me it's impossible. Tell me what I'm suggesting can't be done. When Luke said nothing, Jace went on. Look, your plan is fine as far as that goes. Bring in Downworlders, fight Valentine all the way to the gates of Alicante. It's better than just lying down and letting him walk over you. But he'll expect it. You won't be catching him by surprise. I could catch him by surprise. He may not know Sebastian's being followed. It's a chance at least, and we have to take whatever chances we can get. That may be true, said Luke. But this is too much to expect of any one person, even you. But don't you see? It can only be me, Jace said, desperation creeping into his voice. Even if Valentine senses I'm following him, he might let me get close enough. Close enough to do what? To kill him, said Jace. What else? Luke looked at the boy standing below him on the stairs. He wished in some way he could reach through and see Jocelyn and her son, the way he saw her and Clary. But Jace was only and always himself, contained, alone and separate. You could do that? Luke said. You could kill your own father? Yes, Jace said, his voice as distant as an echo. Now, is this where you tell me I can't kill him because he is, after all, my father, and patricide is an unforgivable crime? No. This is where I tell you that you have to be sure you're capable of it, said Luke, and realized to his own surprise that some part of him had already accepted that Jace was going to do exactly what he said he was going to do, and that he would let him. You can't do all this, cut your ties here and hunt Valentine down on your own, just to fail at the final hurdle. Oh, said Jace. I'm capable of it. He looked away from Luke, down the steps toward the square that until yesterday morning had been full of bodies. My father made me what I am, and I hate him for it. I can kill him. He made sure of that. Luke shook his head. Whatever your upbringing, Jace, you fought it. He didn't corrupt you. No, Jace said. He didn't have to. He glanced up at the sky, striped with blue and gray. Birds had begun their morning songs in the trees lining the square. I'd better go. Is there something you wanted me to tell the Lightwoods? No, don't tell them anything. They'll just blame you if they find out you knew what I was going to do and you let me go. I left notes, he added. They'll figure it out. Then why... Did I tell you all this? Because I want you to know. I want you to keep it in mind while you make your battle plans, that I'm out there, looking for Valentine. If I find him, I'll send you a message. He smiled fleetingly. Think of me as your backup plan. Luke reached out and clasped the boy's hand.
"If your father weren't who he is," he said, "he'd be proud of you."
Jace looked surprised for a moment, and then just as quickly he flushed and drew his hand back.
"If you knew,"
he began and bit his lip.
"Never mind. Good luck to you, Lucian Greymark. Ave atque vale." "Let us hope there will be no real farewell," Luke said.
The sun was rising fast now, and as Jace lifted his head, frowning at the sudden intensification of the light, there was something in his face that struck Luke. Something in that mixture of vulnerability and stubborn pride.
"You remind me of someone," he said without thinking. "Someone I knew years ago."
"I know," Jace said with a bitter twist to his mouth.
"I remind you of Valentine."
"No," said Luke in a wondering voice. But as Jace turned away, the resemblance faded, banishing the ghosts of memory.
"No, I wasn't thinking of Valentine at all."
The moment Clary awoke, she knew Jace was gone, even before she opened her eyes. Her hand, still outstretched across the bed, was empty. No fingers returned the pressure of her own. She sat up slowly, her chest tight. He must have drawn the curtains back before he left, because the windows were open and bright bars of sunlight striped the bed. Clary wondered why the light hadn't woken her. From the position of the sun, it had to be afternoon. Her head felt heavy and thick, her eyes bleary. Maybe it was just that she hadn't had nightmares last night for the first time in so long, and her body was catching up on sleep. It was only when she stood up that she noticed the folded piece of paper on the stand. She picked it up with a smile hovering around her lips. So Jace had left a note. And when something heavy slid from beneath the paper and rattled to the floor at her feet, she was so surprised that she jumped back, thinking it was alive. It lay at her feet, a coil of bright metal. She knew what it was before she bent and picked it up. The chain and silver ring that Jace had worn around his neck. The family ring. She had rarely seen him without it. A sudden sensation of dread washed over her. She opened the note and scanned the first lines. "Despite everything, I can't bear the thought of this ring being lost forever, any more than I can bear the thought of leaving you forever. And though I have no choice about the one, at least I can choose about the other." The rest of the letter seemed to wash together into a meaningless blur of letters. She had to read it over and over to make any sense of it. When she did finally understand, she stood staring down, watching the paper flutter as her hand shook. She understood now why Jace had told her everything he had, and why he had said one night didn't matter. You could say anything you wanted to someone you thought you were never going to see again. She had no recollection, later, of having decided what to do next, or of having hunted for something to wear. But somehow she was hurrying down the stairs, dressed in shadow hunter gear, the letter in one hand and the chain with the ring clasped hastily around her throat. The living room was empty. The fire in the grate burned down to gray ash, but noise and light emanated from the kitchen, a chatter of voices and the smell of something cooking. Pancakes? Clary thought in surprise. She wouldn't have thought Amatis knew how to make them. And she was right. Stepping into the kitchen, Clary felt her eyes widen. Isabel, her glossy dark hair swept up in a knot at the back of her neck, stood at the stove, an apron around her waist, and a metal spoon in her hand. Simon was sitting on the table behind her, his feet up on a chair, and Amatis, far from telling him to get off the furniture, was leaning against the counter looking highly entertained. Isabel waved her spoon at Clary. "Good morning," she said. "Would you like breakfast? Although I guess it's more like lunchtime." Speechless, Clary looked at Amatis, who shrugged. "They just showed up and wanted to make breakfast," she said. "And I have to admit I'm not that good a cook." Clary thought of Isabel's awful soup back at the Institute and suppressed a shudder. "Where's Luke?" "In Brosseland with his pack," said Amatis. "Is everything all right, Clary? You look a little—" "Wild-eyed," Simon finished for her. "Is everything all right?" For a moment, Clary couldn't think of a reply. "They just showed up," Amatis had said. which meant Simon had spent the entire night at Isabel's. She stared at him. He didn't look any different. "I'm fine," she said. Now was hardly the time to be worrying about Simon's love life. "I need to talk to Isabel." "So talk," Isabel said, poking at a misshapen object in the bottom of the frying pan that was, Clary feared, a pancake. "I'm listening." "Alone," said Clary. Isabel frowned. "Can it wait? I'm almost done." "No," Clary said. And there was something in her tone that made Simon, at least, sit up straight. "It can't." Simon slid off the table. "Fine. We'll give you two some privacy," he said. He turned to Amatis. "Maybe you could show me those baby pictures of Luke you were talking about." Amatis shot a worried glance at Clary, but followed Simon out of the room. "I suppose I could." Isabel shook her head as the door closed behind them. Something glinted at the back of her neck. A bright, delicately thin knife was thrust through the coil of her hair, holding it in place. Despite the tableau of domesticity, she was still a shadow hunter. "Look," she said, "if this is about Simon—" "It's not about Simon, it's about Jace." She thrust the note at Isabel. "Read this." With a sigh, Isabel turned off the stove, took the note, and sat down to read it. Clary took an apple out of the basket on the table and sat down as Isabel, across from her at the table, scanned the note silently. Clary picked at the apple peel in silence. She couldn't imagine actually eating the apple, or, in fact, eating anything at all, ever again. Isabel looked up from the note, her eyebrows arched. "This seems kind of personal. Are you sure I should be reading it?" "Probably not." Clary could barely even remember the words in the letter now. In any other situation, she would never have showed it to Isabel, but her panic about Jace overrode every other concern. "Just read to the end." Isabel turned back to the note. When she was done, she set the paper down on the table. "I thought he might do something like this." "You see what I mean?" Clary said, her words stumbling over themselves. "But he can't have left that long ago or gotten that far. We have to go after him and—" She broke off, her brain finally processing what Isabel had said and catching up with her mouth. "What do you mean? You thought he might do something like this?" "Just what I said." Isabel pushed a dangling lock of hair behind her ears. "Ever since Sebastian disappeared, everyone's been talking about how to find him. I tore his room at the Penhallows apart looking for anything we could use to track him, but there was nothing. I might have known that if Jace found anything that would allow him to track Sebastian, he'd be off like a shot." She bit her lip. "I just would have hoped that he'd have brought Alec with him. Alec won't be happy." "So you think Alec will want to go after him, then?" Clary asked with renewed hope. "Clary?" Isabel sounded faintly exasperated. "How are we supposed to go after him? How are we supposed to have the slightest idea where he's gone?" "There must be some way." "We can try to track him. Jace is smart, though. He'll have figured out some way to block the tracking, just like Sebastian did." A cold anger stirred in Clary's chest. "Do you even want to find him? Do you even care that he's gone off on what's practically a suicide mission? He can't face down Valentine all by himself." "Probably not," said Isabel. "But I trust that Jace has his reasons for—" "For what? For wanting to die?" "Clary!" Isabel's eyes blazed up with a sudden light of anger. "Do you think the rest of us are safe? We're all waiting to die or be enslaved. Can you really see Jace doing that? Just sitting around waiting for something awful to happen? Can you really see—" "All I see is that Jace is your brother just like Max was," said Clary. "And you cared what happened to him." She regretted it the moment she said it. Isabel's face went white, as if Clary's words had bleached the color out of the other girl's skin. "Max," Isabel said with a tightly controlled fury, "was a little boy, not a fighter. He was 9 years old. Jace is a shadow hunter, a warrior. If we fight Valentine, do you think Alec won't be in the battle? Do you think we're not all of us at all times prepared to die if we have to, if the cause is great enough? Valentine is Jace's father. Jace probably has the best chance of all of us of getting close to him to do what he has to do. Valentine will kill Jace if he has to, Clary said. He won't spare him. I know. But all that matters is if he goes out in glory? Won't you even miss him? I will miss him every day, Isabel said. For the rest of my life, which, let's face it, if Jace fails, will probably be about a week long. She shook her head. You don't get it, Clary. You don't understand what it's like to live always at war, to grow up with battle and sacrifice. I guess it's not your fault. It's just how you were brought up. Clary held her hands up. I do get it. I know you don't like me, Isabel, because I'm a mundane to you. You think that's why? Isabel broke off, her eyes bright, not just with anger, Clary saw with surprise, but with tears. God, you don't understand anything, do you? You've known Jace, what, a month? I've known him for 7 years. And all the time I've known him, I've never seen him fall in love, never seen him even like anyone. He'd hook up with girls, sure. Girls always fell in love with him, but he never cared. I think that's why Alec thought... Isabel stopped for a moment, holding herself very still. She's trying not to cry, Clary thought in wonder. Isabel, who seemed like she never cried. It always worried me, and my mom, too. I mean, what kind of teenage boy never even gets a crush on anyone? It was like he was always half awake where other people were concerned. I thought maybe what had happened with his father had done some sort of permanent damage to him, like maybe he never really could love anyone. If I'd only known what had really happened with his father. But then I probably would have thought the same thing, wouldn't I? I mean, who wouldn't have been damaged by that? And then we met you, and it was like he woke up. You couldn't see it because you'd never known him any different. But I saw it, Hodge saw it, Alec saw it. Why do you think he hated you so much? It was like that from the second he met you. You thought it was amazing that you could see us, and it was. But what was amazing to me was that Jace could see you, too. He kept talking about you all the way back to the Institute. He made Hodge send him out to get you. And once he brought you back, he didn't want you to leave again. Wherever you were in the room, he watched you. He was even jealous of Simon. I'm not sure he realized it himself, but he was, I could tell, jealous of a mundane. And then after what happened to Simon at the party, he was willing to go with you to the Dumore, to break Clave Law, just to save a mundane. He did it for you. Because if anything had happened to Simon, you would have been hurt. You were the first person outside our family whose happiness I'd ever seen him take into consideration. Because he loved you. Clary made a noise in the back of her throat. But that was before. Before he found out you were his sister, I know. And I don't blame you for that. You couldn't have known. And I guess you couldn't have helped that you just went right on ahead and dated Simon afterward like you didn't even care. I thought once Jace knew you were his sister, he'd give up and get over it, but he didn't. And he couldn't. I don't know what Valentine did to him when he was a child. I don't know if that's why he is the way he is or if it's just the way he's made, but he won't get over you, Clary. He can't. I started to hate seeing you. I hated for Jace to see you. It's like an injury you get from demon poison. You have to leave it alone and let it heal. Every time you rip the bandages off, you just open the wound up again. Every time he sees you, it's like tearing off the bandages. I know, Clary whispered. How do you think it is for me? I don't know. I can't tell what you're feeling. You're not my sister. I don't hate you, Clary. I even like you. If it were possible, there isn't anyone I'd rather Jace be with. But I hope you can understand when I say that if by some miracle we all get through this, I hope my family moves itself somewhere so far away that we never see you again. Tears stung the backs of Clary's eyes. It was strange. She and Isabel sitting here at this table, crying over Jace for reasons that were both very different and strangely the same. Why are you telling me all this now? Because you're accusing me of not wanting to protect Jace. but I do want to protect him. Why do you think I was so upset when you suddenly showed up at the Penhallows? You act as if you're not a part of all this, of our world. You stand on the sidelines, but you are a part of it. You're central to it. You can't just pretend to be a bit player forever, Clary. Not when you're Valentine's daughter. Not when Jace is doing what he's doing partly because of you. Because of me? Why do you think he's so willing to risk himself? Why do you think he doesn't care if he dies? Isabel's words drove into Clary's ears like sharp needles. I know why, she thought. It's because he thinks he's a demon. Thinks he isn't really human, that's why. But I can't tell you that. Can't tell you the one thing that would make you understand. He's always thought there was something wrong with him, and now, because of you, he thinks he's cursed forever. I heard him say so to Alec. Why not risk your life if you'll never be happy no matter what you do? Isabel, that's enough. The door opened almost silently, and Simon stood in the doorway. Clary had nearly forgotten how much better his hearing was now. It's not Clary's fault. Color rose in Isabel's face. Stay out of this, Simon. You don't know what's going on. Simon stepped into the kitchen, shutting the door behind him. I heard most of what you've been saying, he told them matter-of-factly, even through the wall. You said you don't know what Clary's feeling because you haven't known her long enough. Well, I have. If you think Jace is the only one who suffered, you're wrong there. There was a silence. The fierceness in Isabel's expression was fading slightly. In the distance, Clary thought she heard the sound of someone knocking on the front door. Luke, probably, or Maya bringing more blood for Simon. It's not because of me that he left, Clary said, and her heart began to pound. Can I tell them Jace's secret, now that he's gone? Can I tell them the real reason he left? The real reason he doesn't care if he dies? Words started to pour out of her almost against her will. When Jace and I went to the Wayland Manor, when we went to find the Book of the White, she broke off as the kitchen door swung open. Amethyst stood there, the strangest expression on her face. For a moment, Clary thought she was frightened, and her heart skipped a beat. But it wasn't fright on Amethyst's face, not really. She looked as she had when Clary and Luke had suddenly showed up at her front door. She looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Clary, she said slowly, there's someone here to see you. Before she could finish, that someone pushed past her into the kitchen. Amethyst stood back, and Clary got her first good look at the intruder, a slender woman dressed in black. At first, all Clary saw was the Shadowhunter gear, and she almost didn't recognize her. Not until her eyes reached the woman's face, and she felt her stomach drop out of her body, the way it had when Jace had driven their motorcycle off the edge of the Dumore roof, a 10-story fall. It was her mother. Part 3. The Way to Heaven. Oh yes, I know the way to heaven was easy. We found the little kingdom of our passion, that all can share who walk the road of lovers. In wild and secret happiness we stumbled, and gods and demons clamored in our senses. Siegfried Sassoon, The Imperfect Lover. Chapter 16. Articles of Faith. Since the night she'd come home to find her mother gone, Clary had imagined seeing her again, well and healthy, so often that her imaginings had taken on the quality of a photograph that had become faded from being taken out and looked at too many times. Those images rose up before her now, even as she stared in disbelief. Images in which her mother, looking healthy and happy, hugged Clary and told her how much she'd missed her, but that everything was going to be all right now. The mother in her imaginings bore very little resemblance to the woman who stood in front of her now. She'd remembered Jocelyn as gentle and artistic, a little bohemian with her paint-splattered overalls, her red hair and pigtails, or fastened up with a pencil into a messy bun. This Jocelyn was as bright and sharp as a knife, her hair drawn back sternly, not a wisp out of place. The harsh black of her gear made her face look pale and hard. Nor was her expression the one Clary had imagined. Instead of delight, there was something very like horror in the way she looked at Clary, her green eyes wide.
Clary, she breathed. Your clothes. Clary looked down at herself. She had on Ametys's black Shadowhunter gear, exactly what her mother had spent her whole life making sure her daughter would never have to wear. Clary swallowed hard and stood up, clutching the edge of the table with her hands. She could see how white her knuckles were, but her hands felt disconnected from her body somehow, as if they belonged to someone else. Jocelyn stepped toward her, reaching her arms out. Clary! And Clary found herself backing up so hastily that she hit the counter with the small of her back. Pain flared through her, but she hardly noticed. She was staring at her mother. So was Simon, his mouth slightly open. Ametys, too, looked stricken. Isabel stood up, putting herself between Clary and her mother. Her hand slid beneath her apron, and Clary had a feeling that when she drew it out she'd be holding her slender electrum whip. "What's going on here?" Isabel demanded. "Who are you?" Her strong voice wavered slightly as she seemed to catch the expression on Jocelyn's face. Jocelyn was staring at her hand over her heart. "Mayrus?" Jocelyn's voice was barely a whisper. Isabel looked startled. "How do you know my mother's name?" Color came into Jocelyn's face in a rush. "Of course. You're Mayrus's daughter. It's just, you look so much like her." She lowered her hand slowly. "I'm Jocelyn Fairchild. I'm Clary's mother." Isabel took her hand out from under the apron and glanced at Clary, her eyes full of confusion. "But you were in the hospital in New York." "I was," Jocelyn said in a firmer voice. "But thanks to my daughter, I'm fine now, and I'd like a moment with her." "I'm not sure," said Ametys, "that she wants a moment with you." She reached out to put her hand on Jocelyn's shoulder. "This must be a shock for her." Jocelyn shook off Ametys and moved toward Clary, reaching her hands out. "Clary." At last Clary found her voice. It was a cold, icy voice, so angry it surprised her. "How did you get here, Jocelyn?" Her mother stopped dead, a look of uncertainty passing over her face. "I portaled just outside the city with Magnus Bane. Yesterday he came to me in the hospital. He brought the antidote. He told me everything you did for me. All I've wanted since I woke up was to see you." Her voice trailed off. "Clary, is something wrong?" "Why didn't you ever tell me I had a brother?" Clary said. It wasn't what she'd expected to say, wasn't even what she'd planned to have come out of her mouth, but there it was. Jocelyn dropped her hands. "I thought he was dead. I thought it would only hurt you to know." "Let me tell you something, Mom," Clary said. "Knowing is better than not knowing, every time." "I'm sorry," Jocelyn began. "Sorry?" Clary's voice rose. It was as if something inside her had torn open and everything was pouring out. All her bitterness, all her pent-up rage. "Do you want to explain why you never told me I was a Shadowhunter? Or that my father was still alive? Oh, and how about that bit where you paid Magnus to steal my memories? I was trying to protect you." "Well, you did a terrible job." Clary's voice rose. "What did you expect to happen to me after you disappeared? If it hadn't been for Jace and the others, I'd be dead. You never showed me how to protect myself. You never told me how dangerous things really were. What did you think? That if I couldn't see the bad things, that meant they couldn't see me?" Her eyes burned. "You knew Valentine wasn't dead. You told Luke you thought he was still alive." "That's why I had to hide you," Jocelyn said. "I couldn't risk letting Valentine know where you were. I couldn't let him touch you." "Because he turned your first child into a monster," said Clary. "And you didn't want him to do the same to me." Shocked, speechless, Jocelyn could only stare at her. "Yes," she said finally. "Yes, but that's not all it was, Clary." "You stole my memories," Clary said. "You took them away from me. You took away who I was." "That's not who you are," Jocelyn cried. "I never wanted it to be who you were." "It doesn't matter what you wanted," Clary shouted. "It is who I am. You took all that away from me, and it didn't belong to you." Jocelyn was ashen. Tears rose up in Clary's eyes. She couldn't bear seeing her mother like this, seeing her so hurt, and yet she was the one doing the hurting. And she knew that if she opened her mouth again, more terrible words would come out, more hateful, angry things. She clapped her hand over her mouth and darted for the hallway,
pushing past her mother, past Simon's outstretched hand. All she wanted was to get away. Blindly pushing at the front door, she half fell out into the street. Behind her, someone called her name, but she didn't turn around. She was already running. Jace was somewhat surprised to discover that Sebastian had left the Verloc horse in the stables rather than galloping away on it the night he fled. Perhaps he had been afraid that Wayfarer might in some manner be tracked. It gave Jace a certain satisfaction to saddle the stallion up and ride him out of the city. True, if Sebastian had really wanted Wayfarer, he wouldn't have left him behind, and besides, the horse hadn't really been Sebastian's to begin with. But the fact was, Jace liked horses. He'd been 10 the last time he'd ridden one, but the memories, he was pleased to note, came back fast. It had taken him and Clary 6 hours to walk from the Wayland Manor to Alicante. It took about 2 hours to get back, riding at a near gallop. By the time they drew up on the ridge overlooking the house and gardens, both he and the horse were covered in a light sheen of sweat. The misdirection wards that had hidden the manor had been destroyed along with the manor's foundation. What was left of the once elegant building was a heap of smoldering stone. The gardens, singed at the edges now, still brought back memories of the time he'd lived there as a child. There were the rose bushes, denuded of their blossoms now and threaded with green weeds, the stone benches that sat by empty pools, and the hollow in the ground where he'd lain with Clary the night the manor collapsed. He could see the blue glint of the nearby lake through the trees. A surge of bitterness caught him. He jammed his hand into his pocket and drew out first a stele. He'd borrowed it from Alec's room before he'd left, as a replacement for the one Clary had lost, since Alec could always get another. And then the thread he'd taken from the sleeve of Clary's coat. It lay in his palm, stained red-brown at one end. He closed his fist around it, tightly enough to make the bones jut out under his skin, and with his stele traced a rune on the back of his hand. The faint sting was more familiar than painful. He watched the rune sink into his skin like a stone sinking through water, and closed his eyes. Instead of the backs of his eyelids, he saw a valley. He was standing on a ridge looking down over it, and as if he were gazing at a map that pinpointed his location, he knew exactly where he was. He remembered how the Inquisitor had known exactly where Valentine's boat was in the middle of the East River, and realized, this is how she did it. Every detail was clear. Every blade of grass, the scatter of browning leaves at his feet, but there was no sound. The scene was eerily silent. The valley was a horseshoe with one end narrower than the other. A bright silver rill of water, a creek or stream, ran through the center of it and disappeared among rocks at the narrow end. Beside the stream sat a gray stone house, white smoke puffing from the square chimney. It was an oddly pastoral scene, tranquil under the blue gaze of the sky. As he watched, a slender figure swung into view. Sebastian. Now that he was no longer bothering to pretend, his arrogance was plain in the way he walked, in the jut of his shoulders, the faint smirk on his face. Sebastian knelt down by the side of the stream and plunged his hands in, splashing water up over his face and hair. Jace opened his eyes. Beneath him, Wayfarer was contentedly cropping grass. Jace shoved the stele and thread back into his pocket, and with a single last glance at the ruins of the house he'd grown up in, he gathered up the reins and dug his heels into the horse's sides. Clary lay in the grass near the edge of Guard Hill and stared morosely down at Alicante. The view from here was pretty spectacular, she had to admit. She could look out over the rooftops of the city with their elegant carvings and rune-marked weather vanes, past the spires of the Hall of Accords, out toward something that gleamed in the far distance like the edge of a silver coin. Lake Lynn? The black ruins of the Guard hulked behind her, and the Demon Tower shone like crystal. Clary almost thought she could see the wards shimmering like an invisible net woven around the borders of the city. She looked down at her hands. She'd torn up several fistfuls of grass in the last spasms of her anger, and her fingers were sticky with dirt and blood where she'd ripped a nail half off. Once the fury had passed, a feeling of utter emptiness had replaced it. She hadn't realized how angry she'd been with her mother, not until she'd stepped through the door and Clary had set her panic about Jocelyn's life aside and realized what lay under it. Now that she was calmer, she wondered if a part of her had wanted to punish her mother for what had happened to Jace. If he hadn't been lied to, if they both hadn't been, then perhaps the shock of finding out what Valentine had done to him when he was only a baby wouldn't have driven him to a gesture Clary couldn't help feeling was close to suicide. "Mind if I join you?" She jumped in surprise and rolled onto her side to look up. Simon stood over her, his hands in his pockets. Someone, Isabel probably, had given him a dark jacket of the tough black stuff shadow hunters used for their gear. A vampire in gear, Clary thought, wondering if it was a first. "You snuck up on me," she said. "I guess I'm not much of a shadow hunter, huh?" Simon shrugged. "Well, in your defense, I do move with a silent, panther-like grace." Despite herself, Clary smiled. She sat up, brushing dirt off her hands. "Go ahead and join me. This mope fest is open to all." Sitting beside her, Simon looked out over the city and whistled. "Nice view." "It is." Clary looked at him sidelong. "How did you find me?" "Well, it took me a few hours." He smiled a little crookedly. "Then I remembered how when we used to fight back in first grade, you'd go and sulk on my roof, and my mom would have to get you down." "So—" "I know you," he said. "When you get upset, you head for high ground." He held something out to her, her green coat neatly folded. She took it and shrugged it on. The poor thing was already showing distinct signs of wear. There was even a small hole in the elbow big enough to wiggle a finger through. "Thanks, Simon." She laced her hands around her knees and stared out at the city. The sun was low in the sky, and the towers had begun to glow a faint reddish pink. "Did my mom send you up here to get me?" Simon shook his head. "Luke, actually. And he just asked me to tell you that you might want to head back before sunset. Some pretty important stuff is happening." "What kind of stuff?" "Luke gave the Clave until sunset to decide whether they'd agree to give the Downworlders seats on the council. The Downworlders are all coming to the North Gate at twilight. If the Clave agrees, they can come into Alicante. If not, they get sent away," Clary finished, "and the Clave gives itself up to Valentine." "Yeah." "They'll agree," said Clary. "They have to." She hugged her knees. "They'd never pick Valentine. No one would." "Glad to see your idealism hasn't been damaged," said Simon, and though his voice was light, Clary heard another voice through it, Jace's, saying he wasn't an idealist, and she shivered, despite the coat she was wearing. "Simon," she said, "I have a stupid question." "What is it?" "Did you sleep with Isabel?" Simon made a choking sound. Clary swiveled slowly around to look at him. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I think so," he said, recovering his poise with apparent effort. "Are you serious?" "Well, you were gone all night." Simon was silent for a long moment. Finally he said, "I'm not sure it's your business, but no." "Well," said Clary, after a judicious pause, "I guess you wouldn't have taken advantage of her when she's so grief-stricken and all." Simon snorted. "If you ever meet the man who can take advantage of Isabel, you'll have to let me know. I'd like to shake his hand, or run away from him very fast. I'm not sure which." "So you're not dating Isabel?" "Clary," Simon said, "why are you asking me about Isabel? Don't you want to talk about your mom, or about Jace?" "Izzy told me that he left. I know how you must be feeling." "No," Clary said. "No, I don't think you do." "You're not the only person who's ever felt abandoned." There was an edge of impatience to Simon's voice. "I guess I just thought, I've never seen you so angry, and at your mom. I thought you missed her." "Of course I missed her," Clary said, realizing even as she said it how the scene in the kitchen must have looked, especially to her mother. She pushed the thought away. "It's just that I've been so focused on rescuing her, saving her from Valentine, then figuring out a way to cure her, that I never even stopped to think about how angry I was that she lied to me all these years. That she kept all of this from me, kept the truth from me, never let me know who I really was." "But that's not what you said when she walked into the room," said Simon quietly. "You said, 'Why didn't you ever tell me I had a brother?'" "I know." Clary yanked a blade of grass out of the dirt, worrying it between her fingers. "I guess I can't help thinking that if I'd known the truth, I wouldn't have met Jace the way I did. I wouldn't have fallen in love with him." Simon was silent for a moment. "I don't think I've ever heard you say that before." "That I love him?" She laughed. but it sounded dreary even to her ears. Seems useless to pretend like I don't, at this point. Maybe it doesn't matter. I probably won't ever see him again anyway.
He'll come back.
Maybe.
He'll come back, Simon said again. For you.
I don't know. Clary shook her head. It was getting colder as the sun dipped to touch the edge of the horizon. She narrowed her eyes, leaning forward, staring. Simon, look. He followed her gaze. Beyond the wards, at the north gate of the city, hundreds of dark figures were gathering, some huddled together, some standing apart. The downworlders Luke had called to the city's aid, waiting patiently for word from the Clave to let them in. A shiver sizzled down Clary's spine. She was poised not just on the crest of this hill, looking down over a steep drop to the city below, but at the edge of a crisis, an event that would change the workings of the whole shadow-hunting world. "They're here," Simon said, half to himself. "I wonder if that means the Clave's decided." "I hope so." The grass blade Clary had been worrying at was a mangled green mess. She tossed it aside and yanked up another one. "I don't know what I'll do if they decide to give in to Valentine. Maybe I can create a portal that'll take us all away to somewhere Valentine will never find us. A deserted island or something."
"Okay, I have a stupid question myself," Simon said. "You can create new runes, right? Why can't you just create one to destroy every demon in the world? Or kill Valentine?"
"It doesn't work like that," Clary said. "I can only create runes I can visualize. The whole image has to come into my head like a picture. When I try to visualize kill Valentine or rule the world or something, I don't get any images, just white noise."
"But where do the images of the runes come from, do you think?"
"I don't know," Clary said. "All the runes the Shadowhunters know come from the Grey Book. That's why they can only be put on Nephilim. That's what they're for. But there are other, older runes. Magnus told me that. Like the Mark of Cain. It was a protection mark, but not one from the Grey Book. So when I think of these runes, like the Fearless rune, I don't know if it's something I'm inventing or something I'm remembering. Runes older than Shadowhunters. Runes as old as angels themselves." She thought of the rune Ithuriel had showed her, the one as simple as a knot. Had it come from her own mind or the angels? Or was it just something that had always existed, like the sea or the sky? The thought made her shiver.
"Are you cold?" Simon asked.
"Yes, aren't you?"
"I don't get cold anymore."
He put an arm around her, his hand rubbing her back in slow circles. He chuckled ruefully.
"I guess this probably doesn't help much, what with me having no body heat and all."
"No," Clary said. "I mean, yes, it does help. Stay like that." She glanced up at him. He was staring down at the north gate, around which the dark figures of downworlders still crowded, almost motionless. The red light of the demon towers reflected in his eyes. He looked like someone in a photograph taken with a flash. She could see faint blue veins spidering just under the surface of his skin where it was thinnest, at his temples, at the base of his collarbone. She knew enough about vampires to know that this meant it had been a while since he'd fed. "Are you hungry?" Now he did glance down at her.
"Afraid I'm going to bite you?"
"You know you're welcome to my blood whenever you want it." A shiver, not from cold, passed over him, and he pulled her more tightly against his side.
"I'd never do that," he said,
and then more lightly.
"Besides, I've already drunk Jace's blood. I've had enough of feeding off my friends."
Clary thought of the silver scar on the side of Jace's throat. Slowly, her mind still full of the image of Jace, she said, "Do you think that's why—"
"Why what?"
"Why sunlight doesn't hurt you? I mean, it did hurt you before that, didn't it? Before that night on the boat?" He nodded reluctantly. "So what else changed? Or is it just that you drank his blood?"
"You mean because he's Nephilim? No. No, it's something else. You and Jace, you're not quite normal, are you? I mean, not normal shadow hunters. There's something special about you both. Like the Seelie Queen said, you were experiments."
He smiled at her startled look.
"I'm not stupid. I can put these things together. You with your rune powers and Jace, well, no one could be that annoying without some kind of supernatural assistance."
"Do you really dislike him that much?"
"I don't dislike Jace," Simon protested. "I mean, I hated him at first, sure. He seemed so arrogant and sure of himself, and you acted like he hung the moon.
I did not.
Let me finish, Clary.
There was a breathless undercurrent in Simon's voice, if someone who never breathed could be said to be breathless. He sounded as if he were racing toward something.
I could tell how much you liked him, and I thought he was using you, that you were just some stupid mundane girl he could impress with his shadow hunter tricks. First I told myself that you'd never fall for it, and then that, even if you did, he'd get tired of you eventually and you'd come back to me. I'm not proud of that, but when you're desperate, you'll believe anything, I guess. And then when he turned out to be your brother, it seemed like a last-minute reprieve, and I was glad. I was even glad to see how much he seemed to be suffering. Until that night in the Sealy court when you kissed him, I could see—
See what? Clary said, unable to bear the pause.
The way he looked at you. I got it then. He was never using you. He loved you, and it was killing him.
Is that why you went to the Dumore? Clary whispered. It was something she'd always wanted to know, but had never been able to bring herself to ask.
Because of you and Jace? Not in any real way, no. Ever since that night in the hotel, I'd been wanting to go back. I dreamed about it. And I'd wake up out of bed, getting dressed, or already on the street, and I knew I wanted to go back to the hotel. It was always worse at night, and worse the closer I got to the hotel. It didn't even occur to me that it was something supernatural. I thought it was post-traumatic stress or something. That night, I was so exhausted and angry, and we were so close to the hotel, and it was night. I barely even remember what happened. I just remembered walking away from the park and then nothing.
But if you hadn't been angry at me, if we hadn't upset you—
It's not like you had a choice, Simon said. And it's not like I didn't know. You can only push the truth down for so long and then it bubbles back up. The mistake I made was not telling you what was going on with me, not telling you about the dreams. But I don't regret dating you. I'm glad we tried. And I love you for trying, even if it was never going to work.
I wanted it to work so much, Clary said softly. I never wanted to hurt you.
I wouldn't change it, Simon said. I wouldn't give up loving you. Not for anything. You know what Raphael told me? That I didn't know how to be a good vampire. That vampires accept that they're dead. But as long as I remember what it was like to love you, I'll always feel like I'm alive.
Simon.
Look. He cut her off with a gesture, his dark eyes widening. Down there.
The sun was a red sliver on the horizon. As she looked, it flickered and vanished, disappearing past the dark rim of the world. The demon towers of Alicante blazed into sudden incandescent life. In their light, Clary could see the dark crowd swarming restlessly around the north gate. What's going on? She whispered. The sun's set. Why aren't the gates opening?
Simon was motionless. The Clave, he said. They must have said no to Luke.
But they can't have. Clary's voice rose sharply. That would mean—
They're going to give themselves up to Valentine.
They can't, Clary cried again. But even as she stared, she saw the groups of dark figures surrounding the wards turn and move away from the city, streaming like ants out of a destroyed anthill. Simon's face was waxy in the fading light.
I guess, he said, they really hate us that much. They'd really rather choose Valentine.
It's not hate, Clary said. It's that they're afraid. Even Valentine was afraid. She said it without thinking, and realized as she said it that it was true. Afraid and jealous. Simon flicked a glance toward her in surprise.
Jealous?
But Clary was back in the dream Ithuriel had showed her, Valentine's voice echoing in her ears.
I wanted to ask him why. Why he created us, his race of shadow hunters, yet did not give us the powers downworlders have. The speed of the wolves, the immortality of the fair folk, the magic of warlocks, even the endurance of vampires. He left us naked before the hosts of hell but for these painted lines on our skin. Why should their powers be greater than ours? Why can't we share in what they have?
Her lips parted as she stared unseen down at the city below. She was vaguely aware that Simon was saying her name, but her mind was racing. The angel could have showed her anything, she thought, but he'd chosen to show her these scenes, these memories, for a reason. She thought of Valentine crying. that we should be bound to downworlders, tied to those creatures. And the rune, the one she had dreamed of, the rune is simple as a knot. Why can't we share in what they have? Binding, she said out loud. It's a binding rune. It joins like and unlike. What? Simon stared up at her in confusion. She scrambled to her feet, brushing off the dirt. I have to get down there. Where are they? Where are who? Clary. The Clave. Where are they meeting? Where's Luke? Simon rose to his feet. The Accords Hall. Clary. But she was already racing toward the winding path that led to the city. Swearing under his breath, Simon followed. They say all roads lead to the hall. Sebastian's words pounded over and over in Clary's head, and she sprinted down the narrow streets of Alicante. She hoped it was true, because otherwise she was definitely going to get lost. The streets twisted at odd angles, not like the lovely, straight, gridded streets of Manhattan. In Manhattan you always knew where you were. Everything was clearly numbered and laid out. This was a labyrinth. She darted through a tiny courtyard and down one of the narrow canal paths, knowing that if she followed the water, she'd eventually come out in Angel Square. Somewhat to her surprise, the path took her by Ametys's house, and then she was racing, panting, down a wider, curving, familiar street. It opened out onto the square, the Accords Hall rising up wide and white before her, the angel statue shining at the square's center. Standing beside the statue was Simon, his arms crossed, regarding her darkly. You could have waited, he said. She leaned forward, her hands on her knees, catching her breath. You can't really say that, since you got here before me anyway. Vampire speed, Simon said with some satisfaction. When we get home, I ought to go out for track. That would be cheating. With the last deep breath, Clary straightened up and pushed her sweaty hair out of her eyes. Come on, we're going in. The hall was full of shadow hunters. More shadow hunters than Clary had ever seen in one place before, even on the night of Valentine's attack. Their voices rose in a roar like a crashing avalanche. Most of them had gathered into contentious, shouting groups. The dais was deserted, the map of Idris hanging forlornly behind it. She looked around for Luke. It took her a moment to find him, leaning against a pillar with his eyes half closed. He looked awful, half dead, his shoulders slumped. Ametys stood behind him, patting his shoulder worriedly. Clary looked around, but Jocelyn was nowhere to be seen in the crowd. For just a moment she hesitated. Then she thought of Jace going after Valentine, doing it alone, knowing that he might well get himself killed. He knew he was a part of this, a part of all of it, and she was too. She always had been, even when she hadn't known it. Adrenaline was still coursing through her in spikes, sharpening her perception, making everything seem clear. Almost too clear. She squeezed Simon's hand. Wish me luck, she said, and then her feet were carrying her toward the dais steps. Almost without her volition, and then she was standing on the dais and turning to face the crowd. She wasn't sure what she'd expected. Gasps of surprise? A sea of hushed, expectant faces? They barely noticed her. Only Luke looked up, as if he sensed her there, and froze with a look of astonishment on his face. And there was someone coming toward her through the crowd. A tall man with bones as prominent as the prow of a sailing ship. Consul Malachi. He was gesturing at her to get down from the dais, shaking his head and shouting something she couldn't hear. More shadow hunters were turning toward her now as he made his way through the throng. Clary had what she wanted now, all eyes riveted on her. She heard the whispers running through the crowd. That's her, Valentine's daughter. You're right, she said, casting her voice as far and as loudly as she could. I am Valentine's daughter. I never even knew he was my father until a few weeks ago. I never even knew he existed until a few weeks ago. I know a lot of you are going to believe that's not true, and that's fine. Believe what you want. Just as long as you also believe I know things about Valentine you don't know. Things that could help you win this battle against him. If only you let me tell you what they are. Ridiculous. Malachi stood at the foot of the dais steps. This is ridiculous. You're just a little girl. She's Jocelyn Fairchild's daughter. It was Patrick Penhollow. Having pushed his way to the front of the crowd, he held up a hand. Let the girl say her piece, Malachi. The crowd was buzzing. You, Clary said to the consul, you and the Inquisitor threw my friend Simon into prison.
Malachi sneered. Your friend, the vampire?
He told me you asked him what happened to Valentine's ship that night on the East River. You thought Valentine must have done something, some kind of black magic. Well, he didn't. If you want to know what destroyed that ship, the answer is me. I did it. Malachi's disbelieving laugh was echoed by several others in the crowd. Luke was looking at her, shaking his head, but Clary plowed on. I did it with a rune, she said. It was a rune so strong it made the ship come apart in pieces. I can create new runes, not just the ones in the Grey Book. Runes no one's ever seen before. Powerful ones.
That's enough, Malachi roared. This is ridiculous. No one can create new runes. It's a complete impossibility. He turned to the crowd. Like her father, this girl is nothing but a liar.
She's not lying. The voice came from the back of the crowd. It was clear, strong, and purposeful. The crowd turned, and Clary saw who had spoken. It was Alec. He stood with Isabel on one side of him and Magnus on the other. Simon was with them, and so was Mayrus Lightwood. They formed a small, determined-looking knot by the front doors. I've seen her create a rune. She even used it on me. It worked.
You're lying,
the consul said, but doubt had crept into his eyes.
To protect your friend.
Really, Malachi, Mayrus said crisply.
Why would my son lie about something like this, when the truth can so easily be discovered? Give the girl a stele and let her create a rune.
A murmur of assent ran around the hall. Patrick Penhallow stepped forward and held a stele up to Clary. She took it gratefully and turned back to the crowd. Her mouth went dry. Her adrenaline was still up, but it wasn't enough to completely drown her stage fright. What was she supposed to do? What kind of rune could she create that would convince this crowd she was telling the truth? What would show them the truth? She looked out then through the crowd and saw Simon with the Lightwoods, looking at her across the empty space that separated them. It was the same way that Jace had looked at her at the manor. It was the one thread that bound these two boys that she loved so much. She thought their one commonality. They both believed in her even when she didn't believe in herself. Looking at Simon and thinking of Jace, she brought the stele down and drew its stinging point against the inside of her wrist where her pulse beat. She didn't look down as she was doing it, but drew blindly, trusting herself in the stele to create the rune she needed. She drew it faintly, lightly. She would need it only for a moment, but without a second's hesitation, and when she was done, she raised her head and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Malachi. His face had gone white, and he was backing away from her with a look of horror. He said something, a word in a language she didn't recognize, and then behind him she saw Luke, staring at her, his mouth slightly open.
Jocelyn?
Luke said. She shook her head at him just slightly and looked out at the crowd. It was a blur of faces fading in and out as she stared. Some were smiling, some were glancing around the crowd in surprise, some turning to the person who stood next to them. A few wore expressions of horror or amazement, hands clamped over their mouths. She saw Alec glance quickly at Magnus, and then at her in disbelief, and Simon looking on in puzzlement. And then Amatis came forward, shoving her way past Patrick Penhallow's bulk, and ran up to the edge of the dais. "Stephen!" she said, looking up at Clary with a sort of dazzled amazement. "Stephen!" "Oh," Clary said. "Oh, Amatis, no." And then she felt the rune magic slip from her, as if she'd shed a thin, invisible garment. Amatis's eager face dropped, and she backed away from the dais, her expression half crestfallen and half amazed. Clary looked out across the crowd. They were utterly silent, every face turned to her. "I know what you all just saw," she said, "and I know that you know that that kind of magic is beyond any glamour or illusion. And I did that with one rune. A single rune. A rune that I created. There are reasons why I have this ability, and I know you might not like them or even believe them, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help you win this battle against Valentine if you'll let me."
"There will be no battle against Valentine," Malachi said.
He didn't meet her eyes as he spoke. "The Clave has decided. We will agree to Valentine's terms and lay down our arms tomorrow morning." "You can't do that," she said, a tinge of desperation entering her voice. "You think everything will be all right if you just give up? You think Valentine will let you keep on living like you have already? You think he'll confine his killing to demons and downworlders?" She swept her gaze across the room. "Most of you haven't seen Valentine in 15 years. Maybe you've forgotten what he's really like. But I know. I've heard him talk about his plans. You think you can still live your lives under Valentine's rule, but you won't be able to. He'll control you completely, because he'll always be able to threaten to destroy you with the mortal instruments. He'll start with downworlders, of course, but then he'll go to the Clave. He'll kill them first because he thinks they're weak and corrupt. Then he'll start in on anyone who has a downworlder anywhere in their family, maybe a werewolf brother." Her eye swept over Amatis. "Or a rebellious teenage daughter who dates the occasional fairy knight." Her eyes went to the Lightwoods. "Or anyone who's ever so much as befriended a downworlder. And then he'll go after anyone who's ever employed the services of a warlock. How many of you would that be?" "This is nonsense," Malachi said crisply. "Valentine is not interested in destroying Nephilim." "But he doesn't think anyone who associates with downworlders is worthy of being called Nephilim," Clary insisted. "Look, your war isn't against Valentine. It's against demons. Keeping demons from this world is your mandate, a mandate from heaven. And a mandate from heaven isn't something you can just ignore. Downworlders hate demons too. They destroy them too. If Valentine has his way, he'll spend so much of his time trying to murder every downworlder and every shadow hunter who's ever associated with them that he'll forget all about the demons. And so will you, because you'll be so busy being afraid of Valentine. And they'll overrun the world, and that will be that." "I see where this is going," Malachi said through gritted teeth. "We will not fight beside downworlders in the service of a battle we can't possibly win." "But you can win," Clary said. "You can." Her throat was dry, her head aching, and the faces in the crowd before her seemed to meld into a featureless blur, punctuated here and there by soft white explosions of light. "But you can't stop now. You have to keep going. You have to try." "My father hates downworlders because he's jealous of them," she went on, her words tripping over one another. "Jealous and afraid of all the things they can do that he can't. He hates that in some ways they're more powerful than Nephilim, and I'd bet he's not alone in that. It's easy to be afraid of what you don't share." She took a breath. "But what if you could share it? What if I could make a rune that could bind each of you, each shadow hunter, to a downworlder who was fighting by your side, and you could share your powers? You could be as fast healing as a vampire, as tough as a werewolf, or as swift as a fairy knight. And they, in turn, could share your training, your fighting skills. You could be an unbeatable force. If you'll let me mark you, and if you'll fight with the downworlders. Because if you don't fight beside them, the runes won't work." She paused. "Please," she said, but the word came almost inaudibly out of her dry throat. "Please let me mark you." Her words fell into a ringing silence. The world moved in a shifting blur, and she realized that she'd delivered the last half of her speech staring up at the ceiling of the hall, and that the soft white explosions she'd seen had been the stars coming out in the night sky, one by one. The silence went on as her hands at her sides curled themselves slowly into fists, and then slowly, very slowly, she lowered her gaze and met the eyes of the crowd staring back at her. Chapter 17. The Shadow Hunter's Tale. Clary sat on the top steps of the Accords Hall looking out over Angel Square. The moon had come up earlier and was just visible over the roofs of the houses. The demon towers reflected back its light, silver-white. The darkness hid the scars and bruises of the city well. It looked peaceful under the night sky, if one didn't look up at Guard Hill and the ruined outline of the citadel. Guards patrolled the square below, appearing and disappearing as they moved in and out of the illumination of the witchlight lamps. They studiously ignored Clary's presence. A few steps below her, Simon was pacing back and forth, his footsteps utterly soundless. He had his hands in his pockets, and when he turned at the end of the stairs to walk back toward her, the moonlight glossed off his pale skin as if it were a reflective surface. "Quit pacing," she told him. "You're just making me more nervous." "Sorry." "I feel like we've been out here forever." Clary strained her ears, but she couldn't hear more than the dull murmur of many voices coming through the closed double doors of the hall. "Can you hear what they're saying inside?" Simon half closed his eyes. He appeared to be concentrating hard. "A little," he said after a pause. "I wish I were in there," Clary said, kicking her heels irritably against the steps. Luke had asked her to wait outside the doors while the Clave deliberated. He'd wanted to send Amatus out with her, but Simon had insisted on coming instead, saying it would be better to have Amatus inside, supporting Clary. "I wish I were part of the meeting." "No," Simon said, "you don't." She knew why Luke had asked her to wait outside. She could imagine what they were saying about her in there. Liar, freak, fool, crazy, stupid, monster, Valentine's daughter. Perhaps she was better off outside the hall, but the tension of anticipating the Clave's decision was almost painful. "Maybe I can climb one of those," Simon said, eyeing the fat white pillars that held up the slanted roof of the hall. Runes were carved on them in overlapping patterns, but otherwise there were no visible handholds. "Work off steam that way." "Oh, come on," Clary said. "You're a vampire, not Spider-Man." Simon's only response was to jog lightly up the steps to the base of a pillar. He eyed it thoughtfully for a moment before putting his hands to it and starting to climb. Clary watched him, open-mouthed, as his fingertips and feet found impossible holds on the ridged stone. "You are Spider-Man!" she exclaimed. Simon glanced down from his perch halfway up the pillar. "That makes you Mary Jane. She has red hair," he said. He glanced out across the city, frowning. "I was hoping I could see the north gate from here, but I'm not high enough." Clary knew why he wanted to see the gate. Messengers had been dispatched there to ask the Downworlders to wait while the Clave deliberated, and Clary could only hope they were willing to do it. And if they were, what was it like out there? Clary pictured the crowd waiting, milling, wondering. The double doors of the hall cracked open. A slim figure slipped through the gap, closed the door, and turned to face Clary. She was in shadow, and it was only when she moved forward, closer to the witchlight that illuminated the steps, that Clary saw the bright blaze of her red hair and recognized her mother. Jocelyn looked up, her expression bemused. "Well, hello, Simon. Glad to see you're adjusting." Simon let go of the pillar and dropped, landing lightly at its base. He looked mildly abashed. "Hey, Mrs. Frey." "I don't know if there's any point in calling me that now," said Clary's mother. "Maybe you should just call me Jocelyn." She hesitated. "You know, strange as this situation is, it's good to see you here with Clary. I can't remember the last time you two were apart." Simon looked acutely embarrassed. "It's good to see you, too." "Thank you, Simon." Jocelyn glanced at her daughter. "Now, Clary, would it be all right for us to talk for a moment, alone?" Clary sat motionless for a long moment, staring at her mother. It was hard not to feel like she was staring at a stranger. Her throat felt tight, almost too tight to speak. She glanced toward Simon, who was clearly waiting for a signal from her to tell him whether to stay or go. She sighed. "Okay." Simon gave Clary an encouraging thumbs up before vanishing back into the hall. Clary turned away and stared fixedly down into the square, watching the guards do their rounds, as Jocelyn came and sat down next to her. Part of Clary wanted to lean sideways and put her head on her mother's shoulder. She could even close her eyes, pretend everything was all right. The other part of her knew that it wouldn't make a difference. She couldn't keep her eyes closed forever. "Clary," Jocelyn said at last, very softly, "I am so sorry." Clary stared down at her hands. She was, she realized, still holding Petrick Penhallow's stele. She hoped he didn't think she'd meant to steal it. "I never thought I'd see this place again," Jocelyn went on. Clary stole a sideways glance at her mother and saw that she was looking out over the city. at the demon towers casting their pale whitish light over the skyline. I dreamed about it sometimes. I even wanted to paint my memories of it, but I couldn't do that. I thought if you ever saw the paintings, you might ask questions, might wonder how those images had ever come into my head. I was so frightened you'd find out where I was really from, who I really was. And now I have. And now you have. Jocelyn sounded wistful. And you have every reason to hate me. I don't hate you, Mom, Clary said. I just... Don't trust me, said Jocelyn. I can't blame you. I should have told you the truth. She touched Clary's shoulder lightly and seemed encouraged when Clary didn't move away. I can tell you I did it to protect you, but I know how that must sound. I was there just now in the hall watching you. You were there? Clary was startled. I didn't see you. I was in the very back of the hall. Luke had told me not to come to the meeting, that my presence would just upset everyone and throw everything off, and he was probably right. But I so badly wanted to be there. I slipped in after the meeting started and hid in the shadows. But I was there, and I just wanted to tell you. That I made a fool out of myself? Clary said bitterly. I already know that. No. I wanted to tell you that I was proud of you. Clary slewed around to look at her mother. You were? Jocelyn nodded. Of course I was. The way you stood up in front of the clave like that? The way you showed them what you could do? You made them look at you and see the person they loved most in the world, didn't you? Yeah, Clary said. How did you know? Because I heard them all calling out different names, Jocelyn said softly. But I still saw you. Oh. Clary looked down at her feet. Well, I'm still not sure they believe me about the runes. I mean, I hope so, but... Can I see it? Jocelyn asked. See what? The rune. The one that you created to bind Shadowhunters and Downworlders. She hesitated. If you can't show me... No, it's all right. With the stele, Clary traced the lines of the rune the angel had showed her across the marble of the Accords Hall step, and they blazed up in hot gold lines as she drew. It was a strong rune, a map of curving lines overlapping a matrix of straight ones, simple and complex at the same time. Clary knew now why it had seemed somehow unfinished to her when she had visualized it before. It needed a matching rune to make it work, a twin, a partner. Alliance, she said, drawing the stele back. That's what I'm calling it. Jocelyn watched silently as the rune flared and faded, leaving faint black lines on the stone. When I was a young woman, she said finally, I fought so hard to bind Downworlders and Shadowhunters together, to protect the Accords. I thought I was chasing a sort of dream, something most Shadowhunters could hardly imagine. And now you've made it concrete and literal and real. She blinked hard. I realized something watching you there in the hall. You know, all these years I've tried to protect you by hiding you away. It's why I hated you going to Pandemonium. I knew it was a place where Downworlders and Mundanes mingled, and that meant there would be Shadowhunters there. I imagined it was something in your blood that drew you to the place, something that recognized the shadow world even without your sight. I thought you would be safe if only I could keep that world hidden from you. I never thought about trying to protect you by helping you to be strong and to fight. She sounded sad. But somehow, you got to be strong anyway. Strong enough for me to tell you the truth, if you still want to hear it. I don't know. Clary thought of the images the angel had showed her, how terrible they had been. I know I was angry with you for lying, but I'm not sure I want to find out any more horrible things. I talked to Luke. He thought you should know what I have to tell you. The whole story, all of it. Things I've never told anyone, never told him even. I can't promise you that the whole truth is pleasant, but it is the truth. The law is hard, but it is the law. She owed it to Jace to find out the truth as much as she owed it to herself. Clary tightened her grip on the stele in her hand, her knuckles whitening. I want to know everything. Everything,
Jocelyn took a deep breath. I don't even know where to start.
How about starting with how you could marry Valentine? How you could have married a man like that, made him my father. He's a monster.
No, he's a man. He's not a good man. But if you want to know why I married him, it was because I loved him.
You can't have, Clary said. Nobody could.
I was your age when I fell in love with him, Jocelyn said. I thought he was perfect. Brilliant, clever, wonderful, funny, charming. I know you're looking at me as if I've lost my mind. You only know Valentine the way he is now. You can't imagine what he was like then. When we were at school together, everyone loved him. He seemed to give off light, in a way like there was some special and brilliantly illuminated part of the universe that only he had access to. And if we were lucky, he might share it with us, even just a little. Every girl loved him, and I thought I didn't have a chance. There was nothing special about me. I wasn't even that popular. Luke was one of my closest friends, and I spent most of my time with him. But still, somehow, Valentine chose me. Gross, Clary wanted to say, but she held back. Maybe it was the wistfulness in her mother's voice, mixed with regret. Maybe it was what she had said about Valentine giving off light. Clary had thought the same thing about Jace before, and then felt stupid for thinking it. But maybe everyone in love felt that way.
Okay, she said, I get it. But you were 16 then. That doesn't mean you had to marry him later.
I was 18 when we got married. He was 19, Jocelyn said in a matter-of-fact tone.
Oh my God, Clary said in horror. You'd kill me if I wanted to get married when I was 18.
I would, Jocelyn agreed. But shadow hunters tend to get married earlier than mundanes. Our lifespans are shorter. A lot of us die violent deaths. We tend to do everything earlier because of it. Even so, I was young to get married. Still, my family was happy for me. Even Luke was happy for me. Everyone thought Valentine was a wonderful boy. And he was, just a boy then. The only person who ever told me I shouldn't marry him was Madeline. We'd been friends in school, but when I told her I was engaged, she said that Valentine was selfish and hateful, that his charm masked a terrible amorality. I told myself she was jealous.
Was she?
No, said Jocelyn. She was telling the truth. I just didn't want to hear it. She glanced down at her hands.
But you were sorry, Clary said. After you married him? You were sorry you did it, right?
Clary, Jocelyn said. She sounded tired. We were happy. At least for the first few years. We went to live in my parents' manor house where I grew up. Valentine didn't want to be in the city, and he wanted the rest of the circle to avoid Alicante and the prying eyes of the Clave as well. The Whalens lived in the manor just a mile or two from ours, and there were others close by, the Lightwoods, the Penhallows. It was like being at the center of the world, with all this activity swirling around us, all this passion. And through it all, I was by Valentine's side. He never made me feel dismissed or inconsequential. No, I was a key part of the circle. I was one of the few whose opinions he trusted. He told me over and over that without me, he couldn't do any of it. Without me, he'd be nothing.
He did?
Clary couldn't imagine Valentine saying anything like that, anything that made him sound vulnerable. He did, but it wasn't true. Valentine could never have been nothing. He was born to be a leader, to be the center of a revolution. More and more converts came to him. They were drawn by his passion and the brilliance of his ideas. He rarely even spoke of downworlders in those early days. It was all about reforming the Clave, changing laws that were ancient and rigid and wrong. Valentine said there should be more shadow hunters, more to fight the demons, more institutes, that we should worry less about hiding and more about protecting the world from demonkind, that we should walk tall and proud in the world. It was seductive, his vision. A world full of shadow hunters, where demons ran scared and mundanes, instead of believing we didn't exist, thanked us for what we did for them. We were young. We thought thanks were important. We didn't know.
Jocelyn took a deep breath, as if she were about to dive underwater. Then I got pregnant. Clary felt a cold prickle at the back of her neck, and suddenly, she couldn't have said why, she was no longer sure she wanted the truth from her mother, no longer sure she wanted to hear again how Valentine had made Jace into a monster. Mom? Jocelyn shook her head blindly. You asked me why I never told you that you had a brother. This is why. She took a ragged breath. I was so happy when I found out. And Valentine, he'd always wanted to be a father, he said. To train his son to be a warrior the way his father had trained him. Or your daughter, I'd say, and he'd smile and say a daughter could be a warrior just as well as a boy, and he would be happy with either. I thought everything was perfect. And then Luke was bitten by a werewolf. They'll tell you there's a 1 in 2 chance that a bite will pass on lycanthropy. I think it's more like 3 in 4. I've rarely seen anyone escape the disease, and Luke was no exception. At the next full moon, he changed. He was there on our doorstep in the morning, covered in blood, his clothes torn to rags. I wanted to comfort him, but Valentine shoved me aside. Jocelyn, he said, the baby. As if Luke were about to run at me and tear the baby out of my stomach. It was Luke. But Valentine pushed me away and dragged Luke down the steps and into the woods. When he came back much later, he was alone. I ran to him, but he told me that Luke had killed himself in despair over his lycanthropy, that he was dead. The grief in Jocelyn's voice was raw and ragged, Clary thought, even now, when she knew Luke hadn't died. But Clary remembered her own despair when she'd held Simon as he'd died on the steps of the Institute. There were some feelings you never forgot. But he gave Luke a knife, Clary said in a small voice. He told him to kill himself. He made Amatis's husband divorce her, just because her brother had become a werewolf. I didn't know, Jocelyn said. After Luke died, it was like I fell into a black pit. I spent months in my bedroom sleeping all the time, eating only because of the baby. Mundanes would call what I had depression, but shadow hunters don't have those kinds of terms. Valentine believed I was having a difficult pregnancy. He told everyone I was ill. I was ill. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard strange noises, cries in the night. Valentine gave me sleeping draughts, but those just gave me nightmares. Terrible dreams that Valentine was holding me down, was forcing a knife into me, or that I was choking on poison. In the morning I'd be exhausted, and I'd sleep all day. I had no idea what was going on outside, no idea that he'd forced Stephen to divorce Amatis and marry Celine. I was in a daze, and then... Jocelyn knotted her hands together in her lap. They were shaking. And then I had the baby. She fell silent for so long that Clary wondered if she was going to speak again. Jocelyn was staring sightlessly toward the Demon Towers, her fingers beating a nervous tattoo against her knee. At last she said, My mother was with me when the baby was born. You never knew her, your grandmother. She was such a kind woman. You would have liked her, I think. She handed me my son, and at first I knew only that he fit perfectly into my arms, that the blanket wrapping him was soft, and that he was so small and delicate, with just a wisp of fair hair on the top of his head. And then he opened his eyes. Jocelyn's voice was flat, almost toneless, yet Clary found herself shivering, dreading what her mother might say next. Don't, she wanted to say. Don't tell me. But Jocelyn went on, the words pouring out of her like cold poison. Horror washed over me. It was like being bathed in acid. My skin seemed to burn off my bones, and it was all I could do not to drop the baby and begin screaming. They say every mother knows her own child instinctively. I suppose the opposite is true as well. Every nerve in my body was crying out that this was not my baby, that it was something horrible and unnatural, as inhuman as a parasite. How could my mother not see it? But she was smiling at me as if nothing were wrong. His name is Jonathan, said a voice from the doorway. I looked up and saw Valentine regarding the scene before him with a look of pleasure. The baby opened his eyes again, as if recognizing the sound of his name. His eyes were black, black as night, fathomless as tunnels dug into his skull. There was nothing human in them at all. There was a long silence. Clary sat frozen, staring at her mother in open-mouthed horror. "That's Jace she's talking about," she thought. "Jace when he was a baby. How could you feel like that about a baby?" "Mom," she whispered, maybe you were in shock or something. Or maybe you were sick." "That's what Valentine told me," Jocelyn said emotionlessly. "That I was sick. Valentine adored Jonathan. He couldn't understand what was wrong with me. And I knew he was right. I was a monster, a mother who couldn't stand her own child. I thought about killing myself. I might have done it, too. And then I got a message delivered by fire letter from Ragnar Fell. He was a warlock who had always been close to my family. He was the one we called on when we needed a healing spell, that sort of thing. He'd found out that Luke had become the leader of a pack of werewolves in the Broslin forest by the eastern border. I burned the note once I got it. I knew Valentine could never know. But it wasn't until I went to the werewolf encampment and saw Luke that I knew for certain that Valentine had lied to me about Luke's suicide. It was then that I started to truly hate him. "But Luke said you knew there was something wrong with Valentine, that you knew he was doing something terrible. He said you knew it even before he was changed." For a moment, Jocelyn didn't reply. "You know, Luke should never have been bitten. It shouldn't have happened. It was a routine patrol of the woods. He was out with Valentine. It shouldn't have happened." "Mom?" "Luke says I told him I was afraid of Valentine even before he was changed. He says I told him I could hear screams through the walls of the manor, that I suspected something, dreaded something. And Luke, trusting Luke, asked Valentine about it the very next day. That night, Valentine took Luke hunting, and he was bitten. I think Valentine made me forget what I'd seen, whatever had made me afraid. He made me believe it was all bad dreams. And I think he made sure Luke got bitten that night. I think he wanted Luke out of the way so no one could remind me that I was afraid of my husband. But I didn't realize that, not right away. Luke and I saw each other so briefly that first day, and I wanted so badly to tell him about Jonathan, but I couldn't. Jonathan was my son. Still, seeing Luke, even just seeing him, made me stronger. I went home telling myself that I would make a new effort with Jonathan, would learn to love him, would make myself love him. That night, I was woken by the sound of a baby crying. I sat bolt upright, alone in the bedroom. Valentine was out at a circle meeting, so I had no one to share my amazement with. Jonathan, you see, never cried, never made a noise. His silence was one of the things that most upset me about him. I dashed down the hall to his room, but he was sleeping silently. Still, I could hear a baby crying, I was sure of it. I raced down the stairs, following the sound of the crying. It seemed to be coming from inside the empty wine cellar, but the door was locked, the cellar never used. But I had grown up in the manor. I knew where my father hid the key. Jocelyn didn't look at Clary as she spoke. She seemed lost in the story, in her memories. "I never told you the story of Bluebeard's wife, did I, when you were a little girl? The husband told his wife never to look in the locked room, and she looked, and found the remains of all the wives he'd had murdered before her, displayed like butterflies in a glass case. I had no idea when I unlocked that door what I would find inside. If I had to do it again, would I be able to bring myself to open the door, to use my witchlight to guide me down into the darkness? I don't know, Clary. I just don't know. The smell. Ugh, the smell down there. Like blood and death and rot. Valentine had hollowed out a place under the ground in what had once been the wine cellar. It wasn't a child I had heard crying after all. There were cells down there now, with things imprisoned in them. Demon creatures, bound with electrum chains, writhed and flopped and gurgled in their cells. But there was more, much more. The bodies of downworlders in different stages of death and dying. There were werewolves, their bodies half dissolved by silver powder. Vampires held head down in holy water until their skin peeled off the bones. Fairies whose skin had been pierced with cold iron. Even now I don't think of him as a torturer, not really.
He seemed to be pursuing an almost scientific end. There were ledgers of notes by each cell door, meticulous recordings of his experiments, how long it had taken each creature to die. There was one vampire whose skin he had burned off over and over again to see if there was a point beyond which the poor creature could no longer regenerate. It was hard to read what he had written without wanting to faint or throw up. Somehow, I did neither. There was one page devoted to experiments he had done on himself. He had read somewhere that the blood of demons might act as an amplifier of the power shadow hunters are naturally born with. He had tried injecting himself with the blood to no end. Nothing had happened except that he had made himself sick. Eventually he came to the conclusion that he was too old for the blood to affect him, that it must be given to a child to take full effect, preferably one as yet unborn. Across from the page, recording those particular conclusions, he had written a series of notes with a heading I recognized. My name, Jocelyn Morgenstern. I remember the way my fingers shook while I turned the pages, the words burning themselves into my brain. Jocelyn drank the mixture again tonight. No visible changes in her. But again, it is the child that concerns me. With regular infusions of demonic ichor, such as I have been giving her, the child may be capable of any feats. Last night I heard the child's heartbeat, more strongly than any human heartbeat, the sound like a mighty bell, tolling the beginning of a new generation of shadow hunters, the blood of angels and demons mixed to produce powers beyond any previously imagined possible. No longer will the power of downworlders be the greatest on this earth. There was much, much more. I clawed at the pages, my fingers trembling, my mind racing back, seeing the mixtures Valentine had given me to drink each night, the nightmares about being stabbed, choked, poisoned. But I wasn't the one he'd been poisoning. It was Jonathan. Jonathan, whom he'd turned into some kind of half-demon thing. And that, Clary, that was when I realized what Valentine really was. Clary let out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. It was horrible, so horrible, and yet it all matched up with the vision Ithuriel had showed her. She wasn't sure whom she felt more pity for, her mother or Jonathan. Jonathan. She couldn't think of him as Jace, not with her mother there, not with the story so fresh in her mind, doomed to be not quite human by a father who'd cared more about murdering downworlders than he had about his own family. "But you didn't leave then, did you?" Clary asked, her voice sounding small to her ears. "You stayed." "For 2 reasons," Jocelyn said. "One was the uprising. What I found in the cellar that night was like a slap in the face. It woke me up out of my misery and made me see what was going on around me. Once I realized what Valentine was planning, the wholesale slaughter of downworlders, I knew I couldn't let it happen. I began meeting in secret with Luke. I couldn't tell him what Valentine had done to me and to our child. I knew it would just drive him mad, that he'd be unable to stop himself from trying to hunt down Valentine and kill him, and he'd only get himself killed in the process. And I couldn't let anyone else know what had been done to Jonathan either. Despite everything, he was still my child. But I did tell Luke about the horrors in the cellar, of my conviction that Valentine was losing his mind, becoming progressively more insane. Together, we planned to thwart the uprising. I felt driven to do it, Clary. It was a sort of expiation, the only way I could make myself feel like I had paid for the sin of ever having joined the circle, of having trusted Valentine, of having loved him. And he didn't know? Valentine, I mean? He didn't figure out what you were doing? Jocelyn shook her head. When people love you, they trust you. Besides, at home I tried to pretend everything was normal. I behaved as though my initial revulsion at the sight of Jonathan was gone. I would bring him over to Mayrus Lightwood's house, let him play with her baby son, Alec. Sometimes Celine Herondale would join us. She was pregnant by that time. Your husband is so kind, she would tell me. He is so concerned about Stephen and me. He gives me potions and mixtures for the health of the baby. They are wonderful. Oh, said Clary. Oh, my God. That's what I thought, said Jocelyn grimly. I wanted to tell her not to trust Valentine, or to accept anything he gave her. but I couldn't. Her husband was Valentine's closest friend, and she would have betrayed me to him immediately. I kept my mouth shut, and then— "She killed herself," said Clary, remembering the story. "But was it because of what Valentine did to her?" Jocelyn shook her head. "I honestly don't think so. Stephen was killed in a raid, and she slit her wrists when she found out the news. She was 8 months pregnant. She bled to death." She paused. "Hodge was the one who found her body, and Valentine actually did seem distraught over their deaths. He vanished for almost an entire day afterward, and came home bleary-eyed and staggering. And yet, in a way, I was almost grateful for his distraction. At least it meant he wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Every day I became more and more frightened that Valentine would discover the conspiracy and try to torture the truth out of me. Who was in our secret alliance? How much had I betrayed of his plans? I wondered how I would withstand torture, whether I could hold up against it. I was terribly afraid that I couldn't. I resolved, finally, to take steps to make sure that this never happened. I went to Fell with my fears, and he created a potion for me." "The potion from the Book of the White," Clary said, realizing. "That's why you wanted it. And the antidote. How did it wind up in the Waylands library?" "I hid it there one night during a party," said Jocelyn with the trace of a smile. "I didn't want to tell Luke. I knew he'd hate the whole idea of the potion, but everyone else I knew was in the circle. I sent a message to Ragnar, but he was leaving Idris and wouldn't say when he'd be back. He said he could always be reached with a message, but who would send it? Eventually I realized there was one person I could tell, one person who hated Valentine enough that she'd never betray me to him. I sent a letter to Madeline explaining what I planned to do, and that the only way to revive me was to find Ragnar Fell. I never heard a word back from her, but I had to believe she had read it and understood. It was all I had to hold on to." "2 reasons," Clary said. "You said there were 2 reasons that you stayed. One was the uprising. What was the other?" Jocelyn's green eyes were tired, but luminous and wide. "Clary," she said, "can't you guess? The second reason is that I was pregnant again. Pregnant with you." "Oh," Clary said in a small voice. She remembered Luke saying she was carrying another child and had known it for weeks. "But didn't that make you want to run away even more?" "Yes," Jocelyn said, "but I knew I couldn't. If I'd run away from Valentine, he would have moved heaven and hell to get me back. He would have followed me to the ends of the earth because I belonged to him, and he would never have let me go. And maybe I would have let him come after me and taken my chances, but I would never have let him come after you." She pushed her hair back from her tired-looking face. "There was only one way I could make sure he never did, and that was for him to die." Clary looked at her mother in surprise. Jocelyn still looked tired, but her face was shining with a fierce light. "I thought he'd be killed during the uprising," she said. "I couldn't have killed him myself. I couldn't have brought myself to, somehow. But I never thought he'd survive the battle. And later, when the house burned, I wanted to believe he was dead. I told myself over and over that he and Jonathan had burned to death in the fire. But I knew—" Her voice trailed off. "It was why I did what I did. I thought it was the only way to protect you, taking your memories, making you into as much of a mundane as I could, hiding you in the mundane world. It was stupid. I realize that now. Stupid and wrong. And I'm sorry, Clary. I just hope you can forgive me. If not now, then in the future." "Mom," Clary cleared her throat. She'd felt like she was about to cry for pretty much the last 10 minutes. "It's okay. It's just, there's one thing I don't get." She knotted her fingers into the material of her coat. "I mean, I knew already a little of what Valentine did to Jace. I mean, to Jonathan. But the way you described Jonathan, it's like he was a monster. And Mom, Jace isn't like that. He's nothing like that. If you knew him, if you could just meet him." "Clary,"
Jocelyn reached out and took Clary's hand in hers. "There's more I have to tell you. There's nothing more that I hid from you or lied about, but there are things I never knew, things I only just discovered, and they may be very hard to hear." "Worse than what you've already told me?" Clary thought. She bit her lip and nodded. "Go ahead and tell me. I'd rather know." When Dorothea told me that Valentine had been sighted in the city, I knew he was there for me, for the cup. I wanted to flee, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you why. I don't blame you at all for running from me that awful night, Clary. I was just glad you weren't there when when Valentine and his demons broke into our apartment. I just had time to swallow the potion. I could hear them breaking the door down. She trailed off, her voice tight. I hoped Valentine would leave me for dead, but he didn't. He brought me to Renwick's with him. He tried various methods to wake me up, but nothing worked. I was in a sort of dream state. I was half conscious that he was there, but I couldn't move or respond to him. I doubt he thought I could hear or understand him. And yet he would sit by the bed while I slept and talk to me. Talk to you? About what? About our past, our marriage, how he had loved me and I had betrayed him, how he hadn't loved anyone since. I think he meant it, too, as much as he could mean these things. I had always been the one he'd talk to about the doubts he had, the guilt he felt, and in the years since I'd left him I don't think there'd ever been anyone else. I think he couldn't stop himself from talking to me, even though he knew he shouldn't. I think he just wanted to talk to someone. You'd have thought that what was on his mind would be what he'd done to those poor people, making them forsaken, and what he was planning to do to the Clave. But it wasn't. What he wanted to talk about was Jonathan. What about him? Jocelyn's mouth tightened. He wanted to tell me he was sorry for what he'd done to Jonathan before he'd been born, because he knew it had nearly destroyed me. He'd known I was close to suicide over Jonathan, though he didn't know I was also despairing over what I'd discovered about him. He'd somehow gotten hold of angel blood. It's an almost legendary substance for shadow hunters. Drinking it is supposed to give you incredible strength. Valentine had tried it on himself and discovered that it gave him not just increased strength, but a feeling of euphoria and happiness every time he injected it into his blood. So he took some, dried it to powder, and mixed it into my food, hoping it would help my despair. I know where he got hold of angel blood, Clary thought, thinking of Ithuriel with a sharp sadness. Do you think it worked at all? I do wonder now if that was why I suddenly found the focus and the ability to go on, and to help Luke thwart the uprising. It would be ironic if that was the case, considering why Valentine did it in the first place. But what he didn't know was that while he was doing this, I was pregnant with you. So while it may have affected me slightly, it affected you much more. I believe that's why you can do what you can with runes. And maybe, Clary said, why you can do things like trap the image of the mortal cup in a tarot card, and why Valentine can do things like take the curse off Hodge. Valentine has had years of experimenting on himself in a myriad of ways, said Jocelyn. He's as close now as a human being, a shadow hunter, can get to a warlock. But nothing he can do to himself would have the kind of profound effect on him it would have had on you or Jonathan, because you were so young. I'm not sure anyone's ever before done what Valentine did, not to a baby before it was born. So Jace, Jonathan and I really were both experiments. You were an unintentional one. With Jonathan, Valentine wanted to create some kind of super warrior, stronger and faster and better than other shadow hunters. At Renwick's, Valentine told me that Jonathan really was all those things, but that he was also cruel and amoral, and strangely empty. Jonathan was loyal enough to Valentine, but I suppose Valentine realized that somewhere along the way, in trying to create a child who was superior to others, he'd created a son who could never really love him. Clary thought of Jace, of the way he'd looked at Renwick's, the way he'd clutched that piece of the broken portal so hard that blood had run down his fingers. No, she said. No and no. Jace is not like that. He does love Valentine. He shouldn't, but he does. And he isn't empty. He's the opposite of everything you're saying. Jocelyn's hands twisted in her lap. They were laced all over with fine white scars, the fine white scars all shadow hunters bore, the memory of vanished marks. But Clary had never really seen her mother's scars before. Magnus's magic had always made her forget them. There was one, on the inside of her mother's wrist, that was very like the shape of a star. Her mother spoke then, and all thoughts of anything else fled from Clary's mind. "I am not," Jocelyn said, "talking about Jace." "But," Clary said. Everything seemed to be happening very slowly, as if she were dreaming. Maybe I am dreaming, she thought. Maybe my mother never woke up at all, and all of this is a dream. Jace is Valentine's son. I mean, who else could he be? Jocelyn looked straight into her daughter's eyes. The night Celine Herondale died, she was 8 months pregnant. Valentine had been giving her potions, powders. He was trying on her what he'd tried on himself with Ithuriel's blood, hoping that Stephen's child would be as strong and powerful as he suspected Jonathan would be, but without Jonathan's worse qualities. He couldn't bear that his experiment would go to waste, so with Hodge's help he cut the baby out of Celine's stomach. She'd only been dead a short time. Clary made a gagging noise. "That isn't possible." Jocelyn went on as if Clary hadn't spoken. Valentine took that baby and had Hodge bring it to his own childhood home, in a valley not far from Lake Lynn. It was why he was gone all that night. Hodge took care of the baby until the uprising. After that, because Valentine was pretending to be Michael Wayland, he moved the child to the Wayland Manor and raised him as Michael Wayland's son. "So Jace," Clary whispered, "Jace is not my brother?" She felt her mother squeeze her hand, a sympathetic squeeze. "No, Clary, he's not." Clary's vision darkened. She could feel her heart pounding in separate, distinct beats. "My mom feels sorry for me," she thought distantly. "She thinks this is bad news." Her hands were shaking. Then whose bones were those in the fire? Luke said there were a child's bones. Jocelyn shook her head. Those were Michael Wayland's bones, and his son's bones. Valentine killed them both and burned their bodies. He wanted the Clave to believe that both he and his son were dead. Then Jonathan is alive, said Jocelyn, pain flashing across her face. Valentine told me as much at Renwick's. Valentine brought Jace up in the Wayland Manor, and Jonathan in the house near the lake. He managed to divide his time between the two of them, traveling from one house to the other, sometimes leaving one or both alone for long periods of time. It seems that Jace never knew about Jonathan, though Jonathan may have known about Jace. They never met, though they probably lived only miles from each other. And Jace doesn't have demon blood in him? He's not cursed? Cursed? Jocelyn looked surprised. No, he doesn't have demon blood. Clary, Valentine experimented on Jace when he was a baby with the same blood he used on me, on you. Angel blood. Jace isn't cursed. The opposite, if anything. All shadow hunters have some of the angel's blood in them. You two just have a bit more. Clary's mind whirled. She tried to imagine Valentine raising two children at the same time, one part demon, one part angel. One shadow boy, and one light. Loving them both, perhaps as much as Valentine could love anything. Jace had never known about Jonathan, but what had the other boy known about him? His complementary part, his opposite. Had he hated the thought of him? Yearned to meet him? Been indifferent? They had both been so alone. And one of them was her brother, her real, full-blooded brother. Do you think he's still the same? Jonathan, I mean? Do you think he could have gotten better? I don't think so, Jocelyn said gently. But what makes you so sure? Clary spun to look at her mother, suddenly eager. I mean, maybe he's changed. It's been years. Maybe... Valentine told me he had spent years teaching Jonathan how to appear pleasant, even charming. He wanted him to be a spy, and you can't be a spy if you terrify everyone you meet. Jonathan even learned a certain ability to cast slight glamours, to convince people he was likable and trustworthy. Jocelyn sighed. I'm telling you this so you won't feel bad that you were taken in. Clary, you've met Jonathan. He just never told you his real name, because he was posing as someone else. Sebastian Verloc. Clary stared at her mother. But he's the Penhallows' cousin, part of her mind insisted. But of course Sebastian had never been who he'd claimed he was. Everything he'd said had been a lie. She thought of the way she'd felt the first time she'd seen him, as if she were recognizing someone she'd known all her life, someone as intimately familiar to her as her own self. She had never felt that way about Jace. Sebastian's my brother? Jocelyn's fine-boned face was drawn, her hands laced together. Her fingertips were white, as if she were pressing them too hard against one another. I spoke to Luke for a long time today about everything that's happened in Alicante since you arrived. He told me about the Demon Towers and his suspicion that Sebastian had destroyed the wards, though he had no idea how. I realized then who Sebastian really was. You mean because he lied about being Sebastian Verloc? And because he's a spy for Valentine? Those two things, yes, said Jocelyn. But it actually wasn't until Luke said that you'd told him Sebastian dyed his hair that I guessed. And I could be wrong, but a boy just a little older than you, fair-haired and dark-eyed, with no apparent parents, utterly loyal to Valentine, I couldn't help but think he must be Jonathan. And there's more than that. Valentine was always trying to find a way to bring the wards down, always determined that there was a way to do it. Experimenting on Jonathan with demon blood. He said it was to make him stronger, a better fighter, but there was more to it than that. Clary stared. What do you mean, more to it? It was his way of bringing down the wards, Jocelyn said. You can't bring a demon into Alicante, but you need demon's blood to take down the wards. Jonathan has demon blood. It's in his veins. And his being a shadow hunter means he's granted automatic entrance to the city whenever he wants to get in, no matter what. He used his own blood to take the wards down, I'm sure of it. Clary thought of Sebastian standing across from her in the grass near the ruins of Fairchild Manor. The way his dark hair had blown across his face. The way he'd held her wrists, his nails digging into her skin. The way he'd said it was impossible that Valentine had ever loved Jace. She'd thought it was because he hated Valentine, but it wasn't, she realized. He'd been jealous. She thought of the Dark Prince of her drawings, the one who had looked so much like Sebastian. She had dismissed the resemblance as coincidence, a trick of imagination. But now she wondered if it was the tie of their shared blood that had driven her to give the unhappy hero of her story her brother's face. She tried to visualize the prince again, but the image seemed to shatter and dissolve before her eyes, like ash blown away on the wind. She could only see Sebastian now, the red light of the burning city reflected in his eyes. Jace, she said. Someone has to tell him the truth. Her thoughts tumbled over themselves helter-skelter. If Jace had known he didn't have demon blood, maybe he wouldn't have gone after Valentine. If he'd known he wasn't Clary's brother after all. But I thought, said Jocelyn, with a mixture of sympathy and puzzlement, that nobody knew where he was. Before Clary could answer, the double doors of the hall swung open, spilling light over the pillared arcade and the steps below it. The dull roar of voices, no longer muffled, rose as Luke came through the doors. He looked exhausted, but there was a lightness about him that hadn't been there before. He seemed almost relieved. Jocelyn rose to her feet. Luke, what is it? He took a few steps toward them, then paused between the doorway and the stairs. Jocelyn, he said, I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's all right, Luke. Even through her daze, Clary thought, why do they keep saying each other's names like that? There was a sort of awkwardness between them now, an awkwardness that hadn't been there before. Is something wrong? He shook his head. No. For a change, something's right. He smiled at Clary, and there was nothing awkward about it. He looked pleased with her, and even proud. You did it, Clary, he said. The Claves agreed to let you mark them. There will be no surrender after all. Chapter 18. Hail and Farewell. The valley was more beautiful in reality than it had been in Jace's vision. Maybe it was the bright moonlight silvering the river that cut across the green valley floor. White birch and aspen dotted the valley's sides, shivering their leaves in the cool breeze. It was chilly up on the ridge, with no protection from the wind. This was, without a doubt, the valley where he'd last seen Sebastian. Finally, he was catching up. After securing Wayfarer to a tree, Jace took the bloody thread from his pocket and repeated the tracking ritual, just to be sure. He closed his eyes, expecting to see Sebastian, hopefully somewhere very close by, maybe even still in the valley. Instead, he saw only darkness. His heart began to pound. He tried again, moving the thread to his left fist and awkwardly carving the tracking rune onto the back of it with his right, less agile hand. He took a deep breath before closing his eyes this time. Nothing again. Just a wavering, shadowy blackness. He stood there for a full minute, his teeth gritted, the wind slicing through his jacket, making goosebumps rise on his skin. Eventually, cursing, he opened his eyes, and then, in a fit of desperate anger, his fist. The wind picked up the thread and carried it away, so fast that even if he'd regretted it immediately, he couldn't have caught it back. His mind raced. Clearly the tracking rune was no longer working. Perhaps Sebastian had realized he was being followed and done something to break the charm. But what could you do to stop a tracking? Maybe he'd found a large body of water. Water disrupted magic. Not that that helped Jace much. It wasn't as if he could go to every lake in the country and see if Sebastian was floating around in the middle of it. He'd been so close, too. So close. He'd seen this valley, seen Sebastian in it. And there the house was, just barely visible, nestled against a copse of trees on the valley floor. At least it would be worth going down to look around the house to see if there was anything that might point toward Sebastian's or Valentine's location. With a feeling of resignation, Jace used the stele to mark himself with a number of fast-acting, fast-disappearing battle marks. One to give him silence, and one swiftness, and another for sure-footed walking. When he was done, and feeling the familiar stinging pain hot against his skin, he slid the stele into his pocket, gave Wayfarer a brisk pat on the neck, and headed down into the valley. The sides of the valley were deceptively steep and treacherous with loose scree. Jace alternated picking his way down it carefully and sliding on the scree, which was fast but dangerous. By the time he reached the valley floor, his hands were bloody where he'd fallen onto the loose gravel more than once. He washed them in the clear, fast-flowing stream. Its water was numbingly cold. When he straightened up and looked around, he realized he was now regarding the valley from a different angle than he'd had in the tracking vision. There was the gnarled copse of trees, their branches intertwining, the valley's walls rising all around, and there was the small house. Its windows were dark now, and no smoke rose out of the chimney. Jace felt a mingled stab of relief and disappointment. It would be easier to search the house if no one was in it. On the other hand, no one was in it. As he approached, he wondered what about the house in the vision had seemed eerie. Up close, it was just an ordinary Idris farmhouse, made of squares of white and gray stone. The shutters had once been painted a bright blue, but it looked as if it had been years since anyone had repainted them. They were pale and peeling with age. Reaching one of the windows, Jace hoisted himself onto the sill and peered through the cloudy pane. He saw a big, slightly dusty room with a workbench of sorts running along one wall. The tools on it weren't anything you'd do handiwork with. They were a warlock's tools. Stacks of smeared parchment, black waxy candles, fat copper bowls with dried dark ink stuck to the rims, an assortment of knives, some as thin as awls, some with wide square blades. A pentagram was chalked on the floor, its outlines blurred, each of its 5 points decorated with a different rune. Jace's stomach tightened. The runes looked like the ones that had been carved around Ithuriel's feet. Could Valentine have done this? Could these be his things? Was this his hideaway? A hideaway Jace had never visited or known about? Jace slid off the sill, landing in a dry patch of grass, just as a shadow passed across the face of the moon. But there were no birds here, he thought, and glanced up just in time to see a raven wheeling overhead. He froze, then stepped hastily into the shadow of a tree and peered up through its branches. As the raven dipped closer to the ground, Jace knew his first instinct had been right. This wasn't just any raven. This was Hugo, the raven that had once been Hodge's. Hodge had used him on occasion to carry messages outside the Institute. Since then, Jace had learned that Hugo had originally been his father's. Jace pressed himself closer to the tree trunk. His heart was pounding again, this time with excitement. If Hugo was here, it could only mean that he was carrying a message, and this time the message wouldn't be for Hodge. It would be for Valentine. It had to be. If Jace could only manage to follow him. Perching on a sill, Hugo peered through one of the house's windows. Apparently realizing that the house was empty, the bird rose into the air with an irritable caw and flapped off in the direction of the stream. Jace stepped out from the shadows and set out in pursuit of the raven. So technically, Simon said, even though Jace isn't actually related to you, you have kissed your brother. Simon? Clary was appalled. Shut up! She spun in her seat to see if anyone was listening, but fortunately nobody seemed to be. She was sitting in a high seat on the dais in the Accords Hall, Simon by her side. Her mother stood at the edge of the dais, leaning down to speak to Amatis. All around them the hall was chaos as the Downworlders who had come from the North Gate poured in, spilling in through the doors, crowding against the walls. Clary recognized various members of Luke's pack, including Maya, who grinned across the room at her. There were fairies, pale and cold and lovely as icicles, and warlocks with bat wings and goat feet, and even one with antlers, blue fire sparking from their fingertips as they moved through the room. The shadow hunters milled among them, looking nervous. Clutching her stele in both hands, Clary looked around anxiously. Where was Luke? He'd vanished into the crowd. She'd picked him out after a moment, talking with Malachi, who was shaking his head violently. Amatis stood by, shooting the consul dagger glances. Don't make me sorry I ever told you any of this, Simon, Clary said, glaring at him. She'd done her best to give him a pared-down version of Jocelyn's tale, mostly hissed under her breath as he'd helped her plow through the crowds to the dais and take her seat there. It was weird being up here, looking down on the room as if she were the queen of all she surveyed. But a queen wouldn't be nearly so panicked. Besides, he was a horrible kisser. Or maybe it was just gross because he was, your brother. Simon seemed more amused by the whole business than Clary thought he had any right to be. Do not say that where my mother can hear you, or I'll kill you, she said with a second glare. I already feel like I'm going to throw up or pass out. Don't make it worse. Jocelyn, returning from the edge of the dais in time to hear Clary's last words, though fortunately not what she and Simon had been discussing, dropped a reassuring pat onto Clary's shoulder. Don't be nervous, baby. You were so great before. Is there anything you need? A blanket, some hot water? I'm not cold, Clary said patiently. And I don't need a bath either. I'm fine. I just want Luke to come up here and tell me what's going on. Jocelyn waved toward Luke to get his attention, silently mouthing something Clary couldn't quite decipher. Mom, she spat. Don't. But it was already too late. Luke glanced up, and so did quite a few of the other shadow hunters. Most of them looked away just as quickly, but Clary sensed the fascination in their stares. It was weird thinking that her mother was something of a legendary figure here. Just about everyone in the room had heard her name, and had some kind of opinion about her, good or bad. Clary wondered how her mother kept it from bothering her. She didn't look bothered. She looked cool and collected and dangerous. A moment later, Luke had joined them on the dais, Amatis at his side. He still looked tired, but also alert and even a little excited. He said, Just hang on a second. Everyone's coming. Malachi? Said Jocelyn, not quite looking at Luke while she spoke. Was he giving you trouble? Luke made a dismissive gesture. He thinks we should send a message to Valentine, refusing his terms. I say we shouldn't tip our hand. Let Valentine show up with his army on Brosselin Plain expecting a surrender. Malachi seemed to think that wouldn't be sporting, and when I told him war wasn't an English schoolboy cricket game, he said that if any of the Downworlders here got out of hand, he'd step in and end the whole business. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen, as if Downworlders can't stop fighting even for 5 minutes. That's exactly what he thinks, said Amatis. It's Malachi. He's probably worried you'll start eating each other.
Amatis, Luke said. Someone might hear you.
He turned then, as two men mounted the steps behind him. One was a tall, slender fairy knight with long dark hair that fell in sheets on either side of his narrow face. He wore a tunic of white armor, pale hard metal made of tiny overlapping circles, like the scales of a fish. His eyes were leaf green. The other man was Magnus Vane. He didn't smile at Clary as he came to stand beside Luke. He wore a long, dark coat buttoned up to the throat, and his black hair was pulled back from his face. "You look so plain," Clary said, staring. Magnus smiled faintly.
"I heard you had a rune to show us," was all he said.
Clary looked at Luke, who nodded. "Oh, yes," she said. "I need something to write on, some paper."
"I asked you if you needed anything,"
Jocelyn said under her breath, sounding very much like the mother Clary remembered.
"I've got paper," said Simon,
fishing something out of his jeans pocket. He handed it to her. It was a crumpled flyer for his band's performance at the Knitting Factory in July. She shrugged and flipped it over, raising her borrowed stele. It sparked slightly when she touched the tip to the paper, and she worried for a moment that the flyer might burn, but the tiny flame subsided. She set to drawing, doing her best to shut everything else out. The noise of the crowd, the feeling that everyone was staring at her. The rune came out as it had before, a pattern of lines that curved strongly into one another, then stretched across the page as if expecting a completion that wasn't there. She brushed dust from the page and held it up, feeling absurdly as if she were in school and showing off some sort of presentation to her class. "This is the rune," she said. "It requires a second rune to complete it, to work properly. A partner rune.
One Downworlder, one Shadowhunter. Each half of the partnership has to be marked," Luke said.
He scribbled a copy of the rune on the bottom of the page, tore the paper in half, and handed one illustration to Amatis.
"Start circulating the rune," he said. "Show the Nephilim how it works."
With a nod, Amatis vanished down the steps and into the crowd. The fairy knight, glancing after her, shook his head. "I have always been told that only the Nephilim can bear the angel's marks," he said, with a measure of distrust. "That others of us will run mad or die should we wear them." "This isn't one of the angel's marks," said Clary. "It's not from the Grey Book. It's safe, I promise." The fairy knight looked unimpressed. With a sigh, Magnus slipped his sleeve back and reached a hand out to Clary. "Go ahead." "I can't," she said. "The shadow hunter who marks you will be your partner, and I'm not fighting in the battle."
"I should hope not," said Magnus.
He glanced over at Luke and Jocelyn, who were standing close together. "You two," he said. "Go on, then. Show the fairy how it works." Jocelyn blinked in surprise. "What?" "I assumed," Magnus said, "that you two would be partners since you're practically married anyway." Color flooded up into Jocelyn's face, and she carefully avoided looking at Luke. "I don't have a stele." "Take mine." Clary handed it over. "Go ahead, show them." Jocelyn turned to Luke, who seemed entirely taken aback. He thrust out his hand before she could ask for it, and she marked his palm with a hasty precision. His hand shook as she drew, and she took his wrist to steady it. Luke looked down at her as she worked, and Clary thought of their conversation about her mother and what he had told her about his feelings for Jocelyn, and she felt a pang of sadness. She wondered if her mother even knew that Luke loved her, and if she knew, what she would say. "There." Jocelyn drew the stele back. "Done." Luke raised his hand, palm out, and showed the swirling black mark in its center to the fairy.
"Is that satisfactory, Meliorn?"
"Meliorn?" said Clary. "I've met you, haven't I? You used to go out with Isabel Lightwood." Meliorn was almost expressionless, but Clary could have sworn he looked ever so slightly uncomfortable. Luke shook his head.
"Clary, Meliorn is a knight of the Seelie Court. It's very unlikely that he was totally dating Isabel," Simon said, "and she dumped him, too. At least she said she was going to. Tough break, man."
Meliorn blinked at him.
"You," he said with distaste.
You are the chosen representative of the Night Children? Simon shook his head. No, I'm just here for her. He pointed at Clary. The Night Children, said Luke, after a brief hesitation, aren't participating, Meliorn. I did convey that information to your lady. They've chosen to go their own way. Meliorn's delicate features drew down into a scowl. Would that I had known that, he said. The Night Children are a wise and careful people. Any scheme that draws their ire draws my suspicions. I didn't say anything about ire, Luke began, with a mixture of deliberate calm and faint exasperation. Clary doubted that anyone who didn't know him well would know he was irritated at all. She could sense the shift in his attention. He was looking down toward the crowd. Following his gaze, Clary saw a familiar figure cut a path across the room. Isabel, her black hair swinging, her whip wrapped around her wrist like a series of golden bracelets. Clary caught Simon's wrist. The Lightwoods. I just saw Isabel. He glanced toward the crowd, frowning. I didn't realize you were looking for them. Please go talk to her for me, she whispered, glancing over to see if anyone was paying attention to them. Nobody was. Luke was gesturing toward someone in the crowd. Meanwhile, Jocelyn was saying something to Meliorn, who was looking at her with something approaching alarm. I have to stay here, but please, I need you to tell her and Alec what my mother told me. About Jace and who he really is, and Sebastian. They have to know. Tell them to come and talk to me as soon as they can. Please, Simon? All right. Clearly worried by the intensity of her tone, Simon freed his wrist from her grasp and touched her reassuringly on the cheek. I'll be back. He went down the steps and vanished into the throng. When she turned back, she saw that Magnus was looking at her, his mouth set in a crooked line. It's fine, he said, obviously answering whatever question Luke had just asked him. I'm familiar with Brosselin Plain. I'll set the portal up in the square. One that big won't last very long, though, so you'd better get everyone through it pretty quickly once they're marked. As Luke nodded and turned to say something to Jocelyn, Clary leaned forward and said quietly, Thanks, by the way, for everything you did for my mom. Magnus's uneven smile broadened. You didn't think I was going to do it, did you? I wondered, Clary admitted. Especially considering that when I saw you at the cottage, you didn't even see fit to tell me that Jace brought Simon through the portal with him when he came to Alicante. I didn't have a chance to yell at you about that before, but what were you thinking? That I wouldn't be interested? That you'd be too interested, said Magnus. That you'd drop everything and go rushing off to the guard, and I needed you to look for the Book of the White. That's ruthless, Clary said angrily. And you're wrong. I would have done what anyone would have done. What I would have done if it were someone I cared about. I don't blame you, Clary, and I didn't do it because I thought you were weak. I did it because you're human, and I know humanity's ways. I've been alive a long time. Like you never do anything stupid because you have feelings, Clary said. Where's Alec anyway? Why aren't you off choosing him as your partner right now? Magnus seemed to wince. I wouldn't approach him with his parents there, you know that. Clary propped her chin on her hand. Doing the right thing because you love someone sucks sometimes. It does, Magnus said. At that. The raven flew in slow, lazy circles, making its way over the treetops toward the western wall of the valley. The moon was high, eliminating the need for witchlight as Jace followed, keeping to the edges of the trees. The valley wall rose above a sheer wall of gray rock. The raven's path seemed to be following the curve of the stream as it wended its way west, disappearing finally into a narrow fissure in the wall. Jace nearly twisted his ankle several times on wet rock and wished he could swear out loud, but Hugo would be sure to hear him. Bent into an uncomfortable half-crouch, he concentrated on not breaking a leg instead. His shirt was soaked with sweat by the time he reached the edge of the valley. For a moment he thought he'd lost sight of Hugo and his heart fell. Then he saw the black sinking shape as the raven swooped low and disappeared into the dark fissured hole in the valley's rock wall. Jace ran forward. It was such a relief to run instead of crawl. As he neared the fissure, he could see a much larger, darker gap beyond it, a cove. Fumbling his witchlight stone out of his pocket, Jace dived in after the raven. Only a little light seeped in through the cave's mouth, and after a few steps even that was swallowed up by the oppressive darkness. Jace raised his witchlight and let the illumination bleed out between his fingers. At first he thought he'd somehow found his way outside again, and that the stars were visible overhead in all their glittering glory. The stars never show anywhere else the way they shone in Idris, and they weren't shining now. The witchlight had picked out dozens of sparkling deposits of mica in the rock around him, and the walls had come alive with brilliant points of light. They showed him that he was standing in a narrow space carved out of sheer rock, the cave entrance behind him, 2 branching dark tunnels ahead. Jace thought of the stories his father had told him about heroes lost in mazes who used rope or twine to find their way back. He didn't have either of those on him, though. He moved closer to the tunnels and stood silent for a long moment, listening. He heard the drip of water, faintly, from somewhere far away, the rush of the stream, a rustling like wings, and voices. He jerked back. The voices were coming from the left-hand tunnel, he was sure of it. He ran his thumb over the witchlight to dim it, until it was giving off a faint glow that was just enough to light his way. Then he plunged forward into the darkness.
Are you serious, Simon? It's really true? That's fantastic! It's wonderful!
Isabel reached out for her brother's hand.
Alec, did you hear what Simon said? Jace isn't Valentine's son. He never was.
So whose son is he? Alec replied, though Simon had the feeling that he was only partly paying attention. He seemed to be casting around the room for something. His parents stood a little distance away, frowning in their direction. Simon had been worried he'd have to explain the whole business to them, too, but they'd nicely allowed him a few minutes with Isabel and Alec alone.
Who cares?
Isabel threw her hands up in delight, then frowned.
Actually, that's a good point. Who was his father? Michael Wayland, after all?
Simon shook his head. Stephen Herondale.
So he was the Inquisitor's grandson, Alec said.
That must be why she... He broke off, staring into the distance.
Why she what?
Isabel demanded.
Alec, pay attention. Or at least tell us what you're looking for.
Not what, said Alec. Who? Magnus. I wanted to ask him if he'd be my partner in the battle. But I've no idea where he is. Have you seen him? He asked, directing his question at Simon. Simon shook his head. He was up on the dais with Clary, but... He craned his neck to look. He's not now. He's probably in the crowd somewhere.
Really? Are you going to ask him to be your partner? Isabel asked. It's like a cotillion, this partner's business, except with killing.
So, exactly like a cotillion, said Simon.
Maybe I'll ask you to be my partner, Simon, Isabel said, raising an eyebrow delicately.
Alec frowned. He was, like the rest of the shadow hunters in the room, entirely geared up, all in black, with a belt from which dangled multiple weapons. A bow was strapped across his back. Simon was happy to see he'd found a replacement for the one Sebastian had smashed. Isabel, you don't need a partner because you're not fighting. You're too young. And if you even think about it, I'll kill you. His head jerked up. Wait, is that Magnus? Isabel, following his gaze, snorted.
Alec, that's a werewolf. A girl werewolf? In fact, it's what's-her-name, May.
Maya, Simon corrected. She was standing a little ways away, wearing brown leather pants and a tight black t-shirt that said, "Whatever doesn't kill me had better start running." A cord held back her braided hair. She turned as if sensing their eyes on her and smiled. Simon smiled back. Isabel glowered. Simon stopped smiling hastily. When exactly had his life gotten so complicated? Alec's face lit up. "There's Magnus," he said, and took off without a backward glance, shearing a path through the crowd to the space where the tall warlock stood. Magnus's surprise as Alec approached him was visible, even from this distance. "It's sort of sweet," said Isabel, looking at them. "You know, in kind of a lame way." "Why lame?" "Because," Isabel explained. Alec's trying to get Magnus to take him seriously, but he's never told our parents about Magnus, or even that he likes, you know.
Warlocks? Simon said.
Very funny, Isabel glared at him. You know what I mean. What's going on here is...
What is going on exactly? Asked Maya, striding into earshot. I mean, I don't quite get this partner thing. How is it supposed to work? Like that.
Simon pointed toward Alec and Magnus, who stood a bit apart from the crowd in their own small space. Alec was drawing on Magnus's hand, his face intent, his dark hair falling forward to hide his eyes.
So we all have to do that? Maya said. Get drawn on, I mean?
Only if you're going to fight, Isabel said, looking at the other girl coldly. You don't look 18 yet. Maya smiled tightly. I'm not a shadow hunter. Lycanthropes are considered adults at 16. Well, you have to get drawn on then, said Isabel. By a shadow hunter, so you'd better look for one. But Maya, still looking over at Alec and Magnus, broke off and raised her eyebrows. Simon turned to see what she was looking at and stared. Alec had his arms around Magnus and was kissing him full on the mouth. Magnus, who appeared to be in a state of shock, stood frozen. Several groups of people, shadow hunters and downworlders alike, were staring and whispering. Glancing to the side, Simon saw the Lightwoods, their eyes wide, gaping at the display. Mayrus had her hand over her mouth. Maya looked perplexed.
Wait a second, she said. Do we all have to do that, too?
For the 6th time, Clary scanned the crowd looking for Simon. She couldn't find him. The room was a roiling mass of shadow hunters and downworlders, the crowd spilling through the open doors and onto the steps outside. Everywhere was the flash of steles as downworlders and shadow hunters came together in pairs and marked each other. Clary saw Mayrus Lightwood holding out her hand to a tall, green-skinned fairy woman who was just as pale and regal as she was. Patrick Penhallow was solemnly exchanging marks with a warlock whose hair shone with blue sparks. Through the hall doors, Clary could see the bright glimmer of the portal in the square. The starlight shining down through the glass skylight lent a surreal air to all of it.
Amazing, isn't it?
Luke said. He stood at the edge of the dais, looking down over the room.
Shadow hunters and downworlders mingling together in the same room, working together.
He sounded awed. All Clary could think was that she wished Jace were here to see what was happening. She couldn't put aside her fear for him, no matter how hard she tried. The idea that he might face down Valentine, might risk his life because he thought he was cursed, that he might die without ever knowing it wasn't true. "Clary?" Jocelyn said with a trace of amusement. "Did you hear what I said?" "I did," said Clary, "and it is amazing, I know." Jocelyn put her hand on top of Clary's. "That's not what I was saying. Luke and I will be fighting. I know you know that. You'll be staying here with Isabel and the other children. I'm not a child. I know you're not, but you're too young to fight, and even if you weren't, you've never been trained. I don't want to just sit here and do nothing." "Nothing?" Jocelyn said in amazement. "Clary, none of this would be happening if it wasn't for you. We wouldn't even have a chance to fight if it wasn't for you. I'm so proud of you. I just wanted to tell you that even though Luke and I will be gone, we'll be coming back. Everything's going to be fine." Clary looked up at her mother, into the green eyes so like her own. "Mom," she said, "don't lie." Jocelyn took a sharp breath and stood up, drawing her hand back. Before she could say anything, something caught Clary's eye, a familiar face in the crowd. A slim, dark figure, moving purposely toward them, slipping through the thronged hall with deliberate and surprising ease, as if he could drift through the crowd, like smoke through the gaps in a fence. And he was, Clary realized as he neared the dais. It was Raphael, dressed in the same white shirt and black pants she'd first seen him in. She had forgotten how slight he was. He looked barely 14 as he climbed the stairs, his thin face calm and angelic, like a choir boy mounting the steps to the chancel.
"Raphael."
Luke's voice held amazement mixed with relief.
"I didn't think you were coming. Have the Night Children reconsidered joining us in fighting Valentine? There's still a council seat open for you if you'd like to take it."
He held a hand out to Raphael. Raphael's clear and lovely eyes regarded him expressionlessly.
I cannot shake hands with you, werewolf.
When Luke looked offended, he smiled, just enough to show the white tips of his fanged teeth.
I am a projection, he said,
raising his hand so that they could all see how the light shone through it.
I can touch nothing.
But Luke glanced up at the moonlight pouring through the roof. Why? He lowered his hand. Well, I'm glad you're here, however you choose to appear. Raphael shook his head. For a moment his eyes lingered on Clary, a look she really didn't like, and then he turned his gaze to Jocelyn, and his smile widened.
You, he said, Valentine's wife. Others of my kind who fought with you at the uprising told me of you. I admit I never thought I would see you myself.
Jocelyn inclined her head. Many of the Night Children fought very bravely then. Does your presence here indicate that we might fight alongside each other once again? It was odd, Clary thought, to hear her mother speak in that cool and formal way, and yet it seemed natural to Jocelyn. As natural in its way as sitting on the ground in ancient overalls holding a paint-splattered brush.
I hope so, Raphael said,
and his gaze brushed Clary again like the touch of a cold hand.
We have only one requirement, one simple and small request. If that is honored, the Night Children of many lands will happily go to battle at your side.
The council seat, said Luke. Of course, it can be formalized. The documents drawn up within the hour.
Not, said Raphael, the council seat. Something else.
Something else? Luke echoed blankly. What is it? I assure you if it's in our power.
Oh, it is. Raphael's smile was blinding. In fact, it is something that is within the walls of this hall as we speak.
He turned and gestured gracefully toward the crowd.
It is the boy Simon that we want, he said. It is the daylighter.
The tunnel was long and twisting, switchbacking on itself over and over as if Jace were crawling through the entrails of an enormous monster. It smelled like wet rock and ashes and something else, something dank and odd that reminded Jace ever so slightly of the smell of the Bone City. At last the tunnel opened into a circular chamber. Huge stalactites, their surfaces as burnished as gems, hung down from a ridged, stony ceiling high above. The floor was as smooth as if it had been polished, alternating here and there with arcane patterns of gleaming inlaid stone. A series of rough stalagmites circled the chamber. In the very center of the room stood a single massive quartz stalagmite, rearing up from the floor like a gigantic fang, patterned here and there with a reddish design. Peering closer, Jace saw that the signs of the stalagmite were transparent, the reddish pattern the result of something swirling and moving inside it, like a glass test tube full of colored smoke. High above, light filtered down from a circular hole in the stone, a natural skylight. The chamber had certainly been a product of design rather than accident. The intricate patterns tracing the floor made that much obvious. But who would have hollowed out such an enormous underground chamber, and why? A sharp caw echoed through the room, sending a shock through Jace's nerves. He ducked behind a bulky stalagmite, dousing his witchlight, just as two figures emerged from the shadows at the far end of the room and moved toward him, their heads bent together in conversation. It was only when they reached the center of the room and the light struck them that he recognized them. Sebastian and Valentine. Hoping to avoid the crowd, Simon took the long way back toward the dais, ducking behind the rows of pillars that lined the sides of the hall. He kept his head down as he went, lost in thought. It seemed strange that Alec, only a year or two older than Isabel, was heading off to fight in a war, and the rest of them were going to stay behind. And Isabel seemed calm about it. No crying, no hysterics. It was as if she'd expected it. Maybe she had. Maybe they all had. He was close to the dais steps when he glanced up and saw, to his surprise, Raphael standing across from Luke, looking his usual near-expressionless self. Luke, on the other hand, looked agitated. He was shaking his head, his hands up in protest, and Jocelyn beside him looked outraged. Simon couldn't see Clary's face. Her back was to him, but he knew her well enough to recognize her tension just from the set of her shoulders. Not wanting Raphael to see him, Simon ducked behind a pillar, listening. Even over the babble of the crowd, he was able to hear Luke's rising voice.
"It's out of the question," Luke was saying. "I can't believe you'd even ask."
"And I can't believe you would refuse." Raphael's voice was cool and clear, the sharp, still high voice of a young boy. "It is such a small thing." "It is not a thing," Clary sounded angry. "It's Simon. He's a person." "He's a vampire," said Raphael, "which you seem to keep forgetting."
"Aren't you a vampire as well?" asked Jocelyn, her tone as freezing as it had been every time Clary and Simon had ever gotten in trouble for doing something stupid. "Are you saying your life has no worth?"
Simon pressed himself back against the pillar. What was going on? "My life has great worth," said Raphael, "being, unlike yours, eternal. There is no end to what I might accomplish. Well, there is a clear end where you are concerned. But that is not the issue. He is a vampire, one of my own, and I am asking for him back."
"You can't have him back," Clary snapped. "You never had him in the first place. You were never even interested in him either, till you found out he could walk around in daylight."
"Possibly," said Raphael, "but not for the reason you think." He cocked his head, his bright, soft eyes dark and darting as a bird's. "No vampire should have the power he has," he said, "just as no shadow hunter should have the power that you and your brother do. For years we have been told that we are wrong and unnatural, but this is unnatural."
"Raphael," Luke's tone was warning, "I don't know what you were hoping for, but there's no chance we'll let you hurt Simon."
"But you will let Valentine and his army of demons hurt all these people, your allies?" Raphael made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the room. "You will let them risk their lives at their own discretion, but won't give Simon the same choice? Perhaps he would make a different one than you will." He lowered his arm. "You know we will not fight with you otherwise. The Night Children will have no part in this day."
"Then have no part in it," said Luke. "I won't buy your cooperation with an innocent life. I'm not Valentine."
Raphael turned to Jocelyn. "What about you, Shadow Hunter? Are you going to let this werewolf decide what's best for your people?" Jocelyn was looking at Raphael as if he were a roach she'd found crawling across her clean kitchen floor. Very slowly, she said, "If you lay one hand on Simon, vampire, I'll have you chopped into tiny pieces and fed to my cat. Understand?" Raphael's mouth tightened. "Very well," he said. "When you lie dying on Brosselin Plain, you may ask yourself whether one life was truly worth so many." He vanished. Luke turned quickly to Clary, but Simon was no longer watching them. He was looking down at his hands. He had thought they would be shaking, but they were as motionless as a corpse's. Very slowly, he closed them into fists. Valentine looked as he always had, a big man in modified Shadowhunter gear, his broad, thick shoulders at odds with his sharply planed, fine-featured face. He had the mortal sword strapped across his back along with a bulky satchel. He wore a wide belt with numerous weapons thrust through it. Thick hunting daggers, narrow dirks, and skinning knives. Staring at Valentine from behind the rock, Jace felt as he always did now when he thought of his father. A persistent familial affection, corroded through with bleakness, disappointment, and mistrust. It was strange seeing his father with Sebastian, who looked different. He wore gear as well, and a long silver-hilted sword strapped at his waist. But it wasn't what he was wearing that struck Jace as odd. It was his hair. No longer a cap of dark curls, but fair, shining fair, a sort of white gold. It suited him, actually, better than the dark hair had. His skin no longer looked so startlingly pale. He must have dyed his hair to resemble the real Sebastian Verloc. And this was what he really looked like. A sour, roiling wave of hatred coursed through Jace. and it was all he could do to stay hidden behind the rock and not lunge forward to wrap his hands around Sebastian's throat. Hugo cawed again and swooped down to land on Valentine's shoulder. An odd pang went through Jace. Seeing the raven in the posture that had become so familiar to him over the years he'd known Hodge, Hugo had practically lived on the tutor's shoulder, and seeing him on Valentine's felt oddly foreign, even wrong, despite everything Hodge had done. Valentine reached up and stroked the bird's glossy feathers, nodding as if the two of them were deep in conversation. Sebastian watched, his pale eyebrows arched. "Any word from Alicante?" he said as Hugo lifted himself from Valentine's shoulder and soared into the air again, his wings brushing the gem-like tips of the stalactites. "Nothing as comprehensible as I would like," Valentine said. The sound of his father's voice, cool and unruffled as ever, went through Jace like an arrow. His hands twitched involuntarily, and he pressed them hard against his sides, grateful for the bulk of the rock hiding him from view. "One thing is certain. The clave is allying itself with Lucian's force of downworlders." Sebastian frowned, but Malachi said, "Malachi has failed." Valentine's jaw was set. To Jace's surprise, Sebastian moved forward and put a hand on Valentine's arm. There was something about that touch, something intimate and confident, that made Jace's stomach feel as if it had been invaded by a nest of worms. No one touched Valentine like that. Even he would not have touched his father like that. "Are you upset?" Sebastian asked, and the same tone was in his voice, the same grotesque and peculiar assumption of closeness. "The clave is further gone than I had thought. I knew the Lightwoods were corrupted beyond hope, and that sort of corruption is contagious. It's why I try to keep them from entering Idris. But for the rest to have so easily had their minds filled with Lucian's poison, when he is not even Nephilim." Valentine's disgust was plain, but he didn't move away from Sebastian. Jace saw with growing disbelief, didn't move to brush the boy's hand from his shoulder. "I am disappointed. I thought they would see reason. I would have preferred not to end things this way." Sebastian looked amused. "I don't agree," he said. "Think of them, ready to do battle, riding out to glory, only to find that none of it matters, that their gesture is futile. Think of the looks on their faces," his mouth stretched into a grin. "Jonathan," Valentine sighed, "this is ugly necessity, nothing to take delight in." "Jonathan?" Jace clutched at the rock, his hands suddenly slippery. Why would Valentine call Sebastian by his name? Was it a mistake? But Sebastian didn't look surprised. "Isn't it better if I enjoy what I'm doing?" Sebastian said. "I certainly enjoyed myself in Alicante. The Lightwoods were better company than you led me to believe, especially that Isabel. We certainly parted on a high note, and as for Clary—" Just hearing Sebastian say Clary's name made Jace's heart skip a sudden, painful beat. "She wasn't at all like I thought she'd be," Sebastian went on petulantly. "She wasn't anything like me." "There is no one else in the world like you, Jonathan. And as for Clary, she has always been exactly like her mother." "She won't admit what she really wants," Sebastian said. "Not yet, but she'll come around." Valentine raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, come around?" Sebastian grinned, a grin that filled Jace with an almost uncontrollable rage. He bit down hard on his lip, tasting blood. "Oh, you know," said Sebastian, "to our side. I can't wait. Tricking her was the most fun I've had in ages." "You weren't supposed to be having fun. You were supposed to be finding out what it was she was looking for. And when she did find it, without you, I might add, you let her give it to a warlock. And then you failed to bring her with you when you left, despite the threat she poses to us. Not exactly a glorious success, Jonathan." "I tried to bring her. They wouldn't let her out of their sight, and I couldn't exactly kidnap her in the middle of the Accords Hall." Sebastian sounded sulky. "Besides, I told you. She doesn't have any idea how to use that rune power of hers.
She's too naive to pose any danger. Whatever the Clave is planning now, she's at the center of it, Valentine said. Hugin says as much. He saw her there on the dais in the Accords Hall. If she can show the Clave her power... Jace felt a flash of fear for Clary, mixed with an odd sort of pride. Of course she was at the center of things. That was his Clary. Then they'll fight, said Sebastian, which is what we want, isn't it? Clary doesn't matter. It's the battle that matters. You underestimate her, I think, Valentine said quietly. I was watching her, said Sebastian. If her power was as unlimited as you seem to think, she could have used it to get her little vampire friend out of his prison, or save that fool Hodge when he was dying. Power doesn't have to be unlimited to be deadly, Valentine said. And as for Hodge, perhaps you might show a bit more reserve regarding his death, since you're the one who killed him. He was about to tell them about the angel. I had to. You wanted to. You always do. Valentine took a pair of heavy leather gloves from his pocket and drew them on slowly. Perhaps he would have told them, perhaps not. All those years he looked after Jace in the Institute and must have wondered what it was he was raising. Hodge was one of the few who knew there was more than one boy. I knew he wouldn't betray me. He was too much of a coward for that. He flexed his fingers inside the gloves, frowning. More than one boy? What was Valentine talking about? Sebastian dismissed Hodge with a wave of his hand. Who cares what he thought? He's dead, and good riddance. His eyes gleamed blackly. Are you going to the lake now? Yes. You're clear on what must be done? Valentine jerked his chin toward the sword at Sebastian's waist. Use that. It's not the mortal sword, but its alliance is sufficiently demonic for this purpose. I can't go to the lake with you? Sebastian's voice had taken on a distinct whining tone. Can't we just release the army now? It's not midnight yet. I said I would give them until midnight. They may yet change their minds. They're not going to. I gave my word. I'll stand by it. Valentine's tone was final. If you hear nothing from Malachi by midnight, open the gate. Seeing Sebastian's hesitation, Valentine looked impatient. I need you to do this, Jonathan. I can't wait here for midnight. It'll take me nearly an hour to get to the lake through the tunnels, and I have no intention of letting the battle drag on very long. Future generations must know how quickly the Clave lost and how decisive our victory was. It's just that I'll be sorry to miss the summoning. I'd like to be there when you do it. Sebastian's look was wistful, but there was something calculated beneath it, something sneering and grasping and planning and strangely, deliberately cold. Not that Valentine seemed bothered. To Jace's bafflement, Valentine touched the side of Sebastian's face, a quick, undisguisedly affectionate gesture, before turning away and moving toward the far end of the cavern, where thick clots of shadows gathered. He paused there, a pale figure against the darkness. Jonathan, he called back, and Jace glanced up, unable to help himself. You will look upon the angel's face some day. After all, you will inherit the mortal instruments once I am gone. Perhaps one day you, too, will summon Raziel. I'd like that, Sebastian said, and stood very still as Valentine, with a final nod, disappeared into the darkness. Sebastian's voice dropped to a half-whisper. I'd like it very much, he snarled. I'd like to spit in his bastard face. He whirled, his face a white mask in the dim light. You might as well come out, Jace, he said. I know you're here. Jace froze, but only for a second. His body moved before his mind had time to catch up, catapulting him to his feet. He ran for the tunnel entrance, thinking only of making it outside, of getting a message, somehow, to Luke. But the entrance was blocked. Sebastian stood there, his expression cool and gloating, his arms outstretched, his fingers almost touching the tunnel wall. Really, he said. You didn't actually think you were faster than me, did you? Jace skidded to a halt. His heart beat unevenly in his chest like a broken metronome, but his voice was steady. Since I'm better than you in every other conceivable way, it did stand to reason.
Sebastian just smiled. I could hear your heart beating, he said softly, when you were watching me with Valentine. Did it bother you?
That you seem to be dating my dad? Jace shrugged. You're a little young for him, to be honest.
What? For the first time since Jace had met him, Sebastian seemed flabbergasted. Jace was able to enjoy it for only a moment, though, before Sebastian's composure returned. But there was a dark glint in his eye that indicated he hadn't forgiven Jace for making him lose his calm. I wondered about you sometimes, Sebastian went on in the same soft voice. There seemed to be something to you, on occasion. Something behind those yellow eyes of yours. A flash of intelligence, unlike the rest of your mud-stupid adoptive family. But I suppose it was only a pose, an attitude. You're as foolish as the rest, despite your decade of good upbringing.
What do you know about my upbringing?
More than you might think, Sebastian lowered his hands. The same man who brought you up brought me up. Only he didn't tire of me after the first 10 years.
What do you mean?
Jace's voice came out in a whisper, and then as he stared at Sebastian's unmoving, unsmiling face, he seemed to see the other boy as if for the first time. The white hair, the black anthracite eyes, the hard lines on his face, like something chiseled out of stone, and he saw in his mind the face of his father as the angel had showed it to him, young and sharp and alert and hungry, and he knew. You, he said. Valentine's your father. You're my brother. But Sebastian was no longer standing in front of him. He was suddenly behind him, and his arms were around Jace's shoulders as if he meant to embrace him, but his hands were clenched into fists. Hail and farewell, my brother, he spat, and then his arms jerked up and tightened, cutting off Jace's breath. Clary was exhausted. A dull, pounding headache, the after-effect of drawing the Alliance rune, had taken up residence in her frontal lobe. It felt like someone trying to kick a door down from the wrong side. Are you all right? Jocelyn put her hand on Clary's shoulder. You look like you aren't feeling well. Clary glanced down and saw the spidering black rune that crossed the back of her mother's hand, the twin of the one on Luke's palm. Her stomach tightened. She was managing to deal with the fact that within a few hours her mother might actually be fighting an army of demons, but only by willfully pushing down the thought every time it surfaced. I'm just wondering where Simon is. Clary rose to her feet. I'm going to go get him. Down there? Jocelyn gazed worriedly down at the crowd. It was thinning out now, Clary noted, as those who had been marked flooded out the front doors into the square outside. Malachi stood by the doors, his bronze face impassive as he directed Downworlders and Shadowhunters where to go. I'll be fine. Clary edged past her mother and Luke toward the dais steps. I'll be right back. People turned to stare as she descended the steps and slipped into the crowd. She could feel the eyes on her, the weight of the staring. She scanned the crowd, looking for the Lightwoods or Simon, but saw nobody she knew. And it was hard enough seeing anything over the throng, considering how short she was. With a sigh, Clary slipped away toward the west side of the hall, where the crowd was thinner. The moment she neared the tall line of marble pillars, a hand shot out from between two of them and pulled her sideways. Clary had time to gasp in surprise, and then she was standing in the darkness behind the largest of the pillars, her back against the cold marble wall, Simon's hands gripping her arms. Don't scream, okay? It's just me, he said. Of course I'm not going to scream. Don't be ridiculous. Clary glanced from side to side, wondering what was going on. She could see only bits and pieces of the larger hall, in between the pillars. But what's with the James Bond spy stuff? I was coming to find you anyway. I know. I've been waiting for you to come down off the dais. I wanted to talk to you where no one else could hear us. He licked his lips nervously. I heard what Raphael said, what he wanted. Oh, Simon. Clary's shoulders sagged. Look, nothing happened. Luke sent him away. Maybe he shouldn't have, Simon said. Maybe he should have given Raphael what he wanted. She blinked at him. You mean you? Don't be stupid. There's no way. There is a way. His grip on her arms tightened. I want to do this.
I want Luke to tell Raphael that the deal is on, or I'll tell him myself."
"I know what you're doing," Clary protested, "and I respect it and I admire you for it. But you don't have to do it, Simon. You don't have to. What Raphael's asking for is wrong, and nobody will judge you for not sacrificing yourself for a war that isn't yours to fight."
"But that's just it," Simon said. "What Raphael said was right. I am a vampire, and you keep forgetting it. Or maybe you just want to forget. But I'm a downworlder, and you're a shadow hunter, and this fight is both of ours."
"But you're not like them."
"I am one of them." He spoke slowly, deliberately, as if to make absolutely sure that she understood every word he was saying. "And I always will be. If the downworlders fight this war with the shadow hunters, without the participation of Raphael's people, then there will be no council seat for the Night Children. They won't be a part of the world Luke's trying to create. A world where shadow hunters and downworlders work together. Are together. The vampires will be shut out of that. They'll be the enemies of the shadow hunters. I'll be your enemy."
"I could never be your enemy."
"It would kill me," Simon said simply. "But I can't help anything by standing back and pretending I'm not part of this. And I'm not asking your permission. I would like your help. But if you won't give it to me, I'll get Maya to take me to the vampire camp anyway, and I'll give myself up to Raphael. Do you understand?"
She stared at him. He was holding her arms so tightly she could feel the blood beating in the skin under his hands. She ran her tongue over her dry lips. Her mouth tasted bitter. "What can I do?" she whispered, "to help you?" She looked up at him incredulously as he told her. She was already shaking her head before he finished, her hair whipping back and forth, nearly covering her eyes. "No," she said. "That's a crazy idea, Simon. It's not a gift. It's a punishment."
"Maybe not for me," Simon said.
He glanced toward the crowd, and Clary saw Maya standing there, watching them, her expression openly curious. She was clearly waiting for Simon. Too fast, Clary thought. This is all happening much too fast.
"It's better than the alternative, Clary."
"No."
"It might not hurt me at all. I mean, I've already been punished, right? I already can't go into a church, a synagogue. I can't say holy names. I can't get older. I'm already shut out from normal life. Maybe this won't change anything."
"But maybe it will." He let go of her arms, slid his hand around her side, and drew Patrick's stele from her belt. He held it out to her.
"Clary," he said, "do this for me, please."
She took the stele with numb fingers and raised it, touching the end of it to Simon's skin, just above his eyes. "The first mark," Magnus had said. "The very first." She thought of it, and her stele began to move the way a dancer begins to move when the music starts. Black lines traced themselves across his forehead like a flower unfolding on a speeded-up roll of film. When she was done, her right hand ached and stung, but as she drew back and stared, she knew she had drawn something perfect and strange and ancient, something from the very beginning of history. It blazed like a star above Simon's eyes as he brushed his fingers across his forehead, his expression dazzled and confused.
"I can feel it," he said, "like a burn."
"I don't know what'll happen," she whispered. "I don't know what long-term side effects it'll have." With a twisted half-smile, he raised his hand to touch her cheek.
"Let's hope we get the chance to find out."
Chapter 19. Peniel. Maya was silent most of the way to the forest, keeping her head down and glancing from side to side only occasionally, her nose wrinkled in concentration. Simon wondered if she was smelling their way, and he decided that although that might be a little weird, it certainly counted as a useful talent. He also found that he didn't have to hurry to keep up with her, no matter how fast she moved. Even when they reached the beaten-down path that led into the forest and Maya started to run, swiftly, quietly, and staying low to the ground, he had no trouble matching her pace. It was one thing about being a vampire that he could honestly say he enjoyed. It was over too soon. The woods thickened, and they were running among the trees, over scuffed, thick-rooted ground dense with fallen leaves. The branches overhead made lace-like patterns against the starlit sky. They emerged from the trees in a clearing strewn with large boulders that gleamed like square white teeth. There were heaped piles of leaves here and there, as if someone had been over the place with a gigantic rake. "Raphael!" Maya had cupped her hands around her mouth and was calling out in a voice loud enough to startle the birds out of the treetops high overhead. "Raphael, show yourself!" Silence. Then the shadows rustled. There was a soft pattering sound like rain hitting a tin roof. The piled leaves on the ground blew up into the air in tiny cyclones. Simon heard Maya cough. She had her hands up as if to brush the leaves away from her face, her eyes. As suddenly as the wind had come up, it settled. Raphael stood there, only a few feet from Simon. Surrounding him was a group of vampires, pale and still as trees in the moonlight. Their expressions were cold, stripped down to a bare hostility. He recognized some of them from the Hotel Dumore, the petite Lily and the blonde Jacob, his eyes as narrow as knives, but just as many of them he had never seen before. Raphael stepped forward. His skin was sallow, his eyes ringed with black shadow, but he smiled when he saw Simon. "Daylighter," he breathed. "You came." "I came," Simon said. "I'm here, so it's done." "It's far from done, Daylighter." Raphael looked toward Maya. "Lycanthrope," he said. "Return to your pack leader and thank him for changing his mind. Tell him that the Night Children will fight beside his people on Brosland Plain." Maya's face was tight. "Luke didn't change." Simon interrupted her hastily. "It's fine, Maya. Go." Her eyes were luminous and sad. "Simon, think," she said. "You don't have to do this." "Yes, I do." His tone was firm. "Maya, thank you so much for bringing me here. Now go." "Simon." He dropped his voice. "If you don't go, they'll kill us both, and all this will have been for nothing. Go, please." She nodded and turned away, changing as she turned, so that one moment she was a slight human girl, her bead-tied braids bouncing on her shoulders, and the next she had hit the ground running on all fours, a swift and silent wolf. She darted from the clearing and vanished into the shadows. Simon turned back to the vampires and almost shouted out loud. Raphael was standing directly in front of him, inches away. Up close his skin bore the telltale dark traceries of hunger. Simon thought of that night in the Hotel Dumore, faces appearing out of shadow, fleeting laughter, the smell of blood, and shivered. Raphael reached out to Simon and took hold of his shoulders, the grip of his deceptively slight hands like iron. "Turn your head," he said, "and look at the stars. It will be easier that way." "So, you are going to kill me," Simon said. To his surprise, he didn't feel afraid, or even particularly agitated. Everything seemed to have slowed down to a perfect clarity. He was simultaneously aware of every leaf on the branches above him, every tiny pebble on the ground, every pair of eyes that rested on him. "What did you think?" Raphael said, a little sadly, Simon thought. "It's not personal, I assure you. It's, as I said before, you are too dangerous to be allowed to continue as you are. If I had known that you'd become—" "You'd never let me crawl out of that grave, I know," said Simon. Raphael met his eyes. "Everyone does what they must to survive. In that way, even we are just like humans." His needle teeth slid from their sheaths like delicate razors. "Hold still," he said. "This will be quick." He leaned forward. "Wait," Simon said. And when Raphael drew back with a scowl, he said it again with more force. "Wait, there's something I have to show you." Raphael made a low hissing sound. "You had better be doing more than trying to delay me, Daylighter." "I am. There's something I thought you should see." Simon reached up and brushed the hair back from his forehead. It felt like a foolish, even theatrical gesture. But as he did it, he saw Clary's desperate white face as she stared up at him, the stele in her hand, and thought, well, for her sake at least, I've tried. The effect on Raphael was both startling and instantaneous. He jerked back as if Simon had brandished a crucifix at him, his eyes widening.
"Daylighter," he spat. "Who did this to you?"
Simon only stared. He wasn't sure what reaction he'd expected, but it hadn't been this one.
"Clary," Raphael said, answering his own inquiry. "Of course. Only a power like hers would allow this. A vampire, marked. And with a mark like that one—"
"A mark like what?" said Jacob, the slender blonde boy standing just behind Raphael. The rest of the vampires were staring as well, with expressions that mingled confusion and a growing fear. Anything that frightened Raphael, Simon thought, was sure to frighten them too.
"This mark," Raphael said, still looking only at Simon, "is not one of those from the Grey Book. It is an even older mark than that, one of the ancients, drawn by the Maker's own hand."
He made as if to touch Simon's forehead, but didn't seem quite able to bring himself to do it. His hand hovered for a moment, then fell to his side.
"Such marks are mentioned, but I've never seen one, and this one."
Simon said, "Therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. You can try to kill me, Raphael, but I wouldn't advise it."
"The mark of Cain?" Jacob said in disbelief. "This mark on you is the mark of Cain?"
"Kill him," said a red-headed female vampire who stood close to Jacob. She spoke with a heavy accent. Russian, Simon thought, though he wasn't sure. "Kill him anyway." Raphael's expression was a mix of fury and disbelief.
"I will not," he said. "Any harm done to him will rebound upon the doer sevenfold. That is the nature of the mark. Of course, if any of you would like to be the one to take that risk, by all means be my guest."
No one spoke or moved.
"I thought not," said Raphael.
His eyes raked Simon.
"Like the evil queen in the fairy tale, Lucian Greymark has sent me a poisoned apple. I suppose he hoped I would harm you and reap the punishment that would follow."
"No," Simon said hastily. "No. Luke didn't even know what I'd done. His gesture was made in good faith. You have to honor it."
"And so you chose these?"
For the first time there was something other than contempt, Simon thought, in the way Raphael was looking at him.
"This is no simple protection spell, Daylighter. Do you know what Cain's punishment was?"
He spoke softly, as if sharing a secret with Simon.
"And now thou art cursed from the earth. A fugitive and a wanderer shalt thou be."
"Then," Simon said, "I'll wander, if that's what it comes to. I'll do what I have to."
"All this," said Raphael. "All this for Nephilim."
"Not just for Nephilim," said Simon. "I'm doing this for you, too, even if you don't want it." He raised his voice so that the silent vampires surrounding them could hear him. "You were worried that if other vampires knew what had happened to me, they'd think Shadowhunter blood could let them walk in the daylight too. But that's not why I have this power. It was something Valentine did, an experiment. He caused this, not Jace. And it isn't replicable. It won't ever happen again." "I imagine he is telling the truth," said Jacob, to Simon's surprise. "I've certainly known one or two of the Night Children who've had a taste of Shadowhunter in the past. None of them developed a fondness for sunlight." "It was one thing to refuse to help the Shadowhunters before," said Simon, turning back to Raphael. "But now that they've sent me to you—" He let the rest of the sentence hang in the air unfinished.
"Don't try to blackmail me, Daylighter," said Raphael. "Once the Night Children have made a bargain, they honor it, no matter how badly they are dealt with."
He smiled slightly, needle teeth gleaming in the dark.
"There is just one thing," he said. "One last act I require from you to prove that indeed you acted here in good faith."
The stress he put on the last two words was weighted with cold. "What's that?" Simon asked.
"We will not be the only vampires to fight in Lucian Greymark's battle," Raphael said. "So will you."
Jace opened his eyes on a silver whirlpool. His mouth was filled with bitter liquid. He coughed, wondering for a moment if he was drowning, but if so, it was on dry land. He was sitting upright with his back against a stalagmite, and his hands were bound behind him. He coughed again, and salt filled his mouth. He wasn't drowning, he realized, just choking on blood. "Awake, little brother?" Sebastian knelt in front of him, a length of rope in his hands, his grin like an unsheathed knife. "Good. I was afraid for a moment that I'd killed you a bit too early." Jace turned his head to the side and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His head felt as if a balloon were being inflated inside it, pressing against the interior of his skull. The silvery whirling above his head slowed and stilled to the bright pattern of stars visible through the hole in the cave roof. "Waiting for a special occasion to kill me? Christmas coming?" Sebastian gave Jace a thoughtful look. "You have a smart mouth. You didn't learn that from Valentine. What did you learn from him? It doesn't seem to me that he taught you much about fighting, either." He leaned closer. "You know what he gave me for my 9th birthday? A lesson. He taught me that there's a place on a man's back where if you sink a blade in, you can pierce his heart and sever his spine all at once." "What did you get for your 9th birthday, little angel boy? A cookie?" 9th birthday. Jace swallowed hard. "So tell me, what hole was he keeping you in while I was growing up? Because I don't remember seeing you around the manor." "I grew up in this valley." Sebastian jerked his chin toward the cave exit. "I don't remember seeing you around either, come to think of it. Although I knew about you. I bet you didn't know about me." Jay shook his head. "Valentine wasn't much given to bragging about you. I can't imagine why." Sebastian's eyes flashed. It was easy to see now the resemblance to Valentine, the same unusual combination of silver-white hair and black eyes, the same fine bones that in another, less strongly molded face would have looked delicate. "I knew all about you," he said. "But you don't know anything, do you?" Sebastian got to his feet. "I wanted you alive to watch this, little brother," he said. "So watch, and watch carefully." With a movement so fast it was almost invisible, he drew the sword from its sheath at his waistline. It had a silver hilt, and like the mortal sword it glowed with a dull dark light. A pattern of stars was etched into the surface of the black blade. It caught the true starlight as Sebastian turned the blade and burned like fire. Jace held his breath. He wondered if Sebastian merely meant to kill him, but no, Sebastian would have killed him already while he was unconscious, if that were his intention. Jace watched as Sebastian moved toward the center of the chamber, the sword held lightly in his hand, though it looked to be quite heavy. His mind was whirling. How could Valentine have another son? Who was his mother? Someone else in the circle? Was he older or younger than Jace? Sebastian had reached the huge red-tinged stalagmite in the center of the room. It seemed to pulse as he approached, and the smoke inside it swirled faster. Sebastian half closed his eyes and lifted the blade. He said something, a word in a harsh-sounding demon language, and brought the sword across, hard and fast in a slicing arc. The top of the stalagmite sheared away. Inside, it was hollow as a test tube, filled with a mass of black and red smoke, which swirled upward like gas escaping a punctured balloon. There was a roar, less a sound than a sort of explosive pressure. Jace felt his ears pop. It was suddenly hard to breathe. He wanted to claw at the neck of his shirt, but he couldn't move his hands. They were tied too tightly behind him. Sebastian was half hidden behind the pouring column of red and black. It was coiling, swirling upward. "Watch!" he cried, his face glowing. His eyes were alight, his white hair whipping on the rising wind, and Jace wondered if his father had looked like that when he was young. Terrible, and yet somehow fascinating. "Watch and behold Valentine's army!" His voice was drowned out then by the sound. It was a sound like the tide crashing up the shore, the breaking of an enormous wave, carrying massive detritus with it, the smashed bones of whole cities, the onrush of a great and evil power. A huge column of twisting, rushing, flapping blackness poured from the smashed stalagmite, funneling up through the air, pouring toward and through the torn gap in the cavern roof. Demons! They rose shrieking, howling and snarling, a boiling mass of claws and talons and teeth and burning eyes. Jace recalled lying on the deck of Valentine's ship as the sky and earth and sea all around turned to nightmare. This was worse. It was as if the earth had torn open and hell had poured through. The demons carried a stench like 1,000 rotting corpses. Jace's hands twisted against each other, twisted until the ropes cut into his wrists as they bled. A sour taste rose in his mouth, and he choked helplessly on blood and bile as the last of the demons rose and vanished overhead. A dark flood of horror blotting out the stars. Jace thought he might have passed out for a minute or two. Certainly there was a period of blackness during which the shrieking and howling overhead faded, and he seemed to hang in space, pinned between the earth and the sky, feeling a sense of detachment that was somehow peaceful. It was over too soon. Suddenly he was slammed back into his body, his wrists in agony, his shoulders straining backward, the stench of demons so heavy in the air that he turned his head aside and retched helplessly onto the ground. He heard a dry chuckle and looked up, swallowing hard against the acid in his throat. Sebastian knelt over him, his legs straddling Jace's, his eyes shining. "It's all right, little brother," he said. "They're gone." Jace's eyes were streaming, his throat scraped raw. His voice came out a croak. "He said midnight. Valentine said to open the gate at midnight. It can't be midnight yet." "I always figure it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission in these sorts of situations." Sebastian glanced up at the now empty sky. "It should take them 5 minutes to reach Brosselin Plain from here. Quite a bit less time than it will Father to reach the lake. I want to see some Nephilim blood spilled. I want them to writhe and die on the ground. They deserve shame before they get oblivion." "Do you really think that Nephilim have so little chance against demons? It's not as if they're unprepared." Sebastian dismissed him with a flick of his wrist. "I thought you were listening to us. Didn't you understand the plan? Don't you know what my father's going to do?" Jace said nothing. "It was good of you," said Sebastian, "to lead me to Hodge that night. If he hadn't revealed that the mirror we sought was Lake Lynn, I'm not sure this night would have been possible. Because anyone who bears the first 2 mortal instruments and stands before the mortal glass can summon the angel Raziel out of it, just as Jonathan Shadowhunter did 1,000 years ago. And once you've summoned the angel, you can demand of him one thing, one task, one favor." "A favor?" Jace felt cold all over. "And Valentine is going to demand the feet of the Shadowhunters at Brosselin?" Sebastian stood up. "That would be a waste," he said. "No. He's going to demand that all Shadowhunters who have not drunk from the mortal cup, all those who are not his followers, be stripped of their powers. They will no longer be Nephilim. And as such, bearing the marks they do," he smiled, "they will become forsaken, easy prey for the demons, and those downworlders who have not fled will be quickly eradicated." Jace's ears were ringing with a harsh, tinny sound. He felt dizzy. "Even Valentine," he said. "Even Valentine would never do that." "Please," said Sebastian. "Do you really think my father won't go through with what he's planned?" "Our father," Jace said. Sebastian looked down at him. His hair was a white halo. He looked like the sort of bad angel who might have followed Lucifer out of heaven. "Pardon me," he said with some amusement. "Are you praying?" "No. I said our father. I meant Valentine. Not your father. Ours." For a moment Sebastian was expressionless. Then his mouth quirked up at the corner and he grinned. "Little angel boy," he said. "You're a fool, aren't you? Just like my father always said." "Why do you keep calling me that?" Jace demanded.
Why are you blathering about angels?" "God," said Sebastian, "you don't know anything, do you? Did my father ever say a word to you that wasn't a lie?" Jace shook his head. He'd been pulling at the ropes binding his wrists, but every time he jerked at them, they seemed to get tighter. He could feel the pounding of his pulse in each of his fingers. "How do you know he wasn't lying to you?" "Because I am his blood. I am just like him. When he's gone, I'll rule the Clave after him." "I wouldn't brag about being just like him if I were you." "There's that, too." Sebastian's voice was emotionless. "I don't pretend to be anything other than I am. I don't behave as if I'm horrified that my father does what he needs to do to save his people, even if they don't want, or, if you ask me, deserve saving. Who would you rather have for a son, a boy who's proud that you're his father, or one who cowers from you in shame and fear?" "I'm not afraid of Valentine," said Jace. "You shouldn't be," said Sebastian. "You should be afraid of me." There was something in his voice that made Jace abandon his struggle against the bindings and look up. Sebastian was still holding his blackly gleaming sword. It was a dark, beautiful thing, Jace thought, even when Sebastian lowered the point of it so that it rested above Jace's collarbone, just nicking his Adam's apple. Jace struggled to keep his voice steady. "So now what? You're going to kill me while I'm tied up? Does the thought of fighting me scare you that much?" Nothing. Not a flicker of emotion passed across Sebastian's pale face. "You," he said, "are not a threat to me. You're a pest. An annoyance." "Then why won't you untie my hands?" Sebastian, utterly still, stared at him. He looked like a statue, Jace thought, like the statue of some long-dead prince, someone who'd died young and spoiled. And that was the difference between Sebastian and Valentine. Though they shared the same cold marble looks, Sebastian had an air about him of something ruined, something eaten away from the inside. "I'm not a fool," Sebastian said, "and you can't bait me. I left you alive only long enough so that you could see the demons. When you die now, and return to your angel ancestors, you can tell them there is no place for them in this world anymore. They've failed the Clave, and the Clave no longer needs them. We have Valentine now." "You're killing me because you want me to give a message to God for you?" Jace shook his head, the point of the blade scraping across his throat. "You're crazier than I thought." Sebastian just smiled and pushed the blade in slightly deeper. When Jace swallowed, he could feel the point of it denting his windpipe. "If you have any real prayers, little brother, say them now." "I don't have any prayers," said Jace. "I have a message, though, for our father. Will you give it to him?" "Of course," Sebastian said smoothly, but there was something in the way he said it, a flicker of hesitation before he spoke, that confirmed what Jace was already thinking. "You're lying," he said. "You won't give him the message because you're not going to tell him what you've done. He never asked you to kill me, and he won't be happy when he finds out. Nonsense. You're nothing to him. You think he'll never know what happened to me if you kill me now, here. You can tell him I died in the battle, or he'll just assume that's what happened. But you're wrong if you think he won't know. Valentine always knows." "You don't know what you're talking about," Sebastian said, but his face had tightened. Jace kept talking, pressing home his advantage. "You can't hide what you're doing, though. There's a witness." "A witness?" Sebastian looked almost surprised, which Jace counted as something as a victory. "What are you talking about?" "The Raven," Jace said. "He's been watching from the shadows. He'll tell Valentine everything." "Hugin?" Sebastian's gaze snapped up, and though the Raven was nowhere to be seen, Sebastian's face, when he glanced back down at Jace, was full of doubt. "If Valentine knows you murdered me while I was tied up and helpless, he'll be disgusted with you," Jace said. And he heard his own voice drop into his father's cadences, the way Valentine spoke when he wanted something, soft and persuasive. "He'll call you a coward. He'll never forgive you."
Sebastian said nothing. He was staring down at Jace, his lips twitching, and hatred boiled behind his eyes like poison. "Untie me," Jace said softly. "Untie me and fight me. It's the only way." Sebastian's lip twitched again, hard, and this time Jace thought he had gone too far. Sebastian drew the sword back and raised it, and the moonlight burst off it in 1,000 silver shards, silver as the stars, silver as the color of his hair. He bared his teeth, and the sword's whistling breath cut the night air with a scream as he brought it down in a whirling arc. Clary sat on the steps of the dais in the Hall of Accords, holding the stele in her hands. She had never felt quite so alone. The hall was utterly, totally empty. Clary had looked everywhere for Isabel once the fighters had all passed through the portal, but she hadn't been able to find her. Aline had told her that Isabel was probably back at the Penhallows house, where Aline and a few other teenagers were meant to be looking after at least a dozen children under fighting age. She'd tried to get Clary to go there with her, but Clary had declined. If she couldn't find Isabel, she'd rather be alone than with near strangers, or so she'd thought. But sitting here, she found the silence and the emptiness becoming more and more oppressive. Still, she hadn't moved. She was trying as hard as she could not to think of Jace, not to think of Simon, not to think of her mother or Luke or Alec. And the only way not to think, she had found, was to remain motionless and to stare at a single square of marble on the floor instead, counting the cracks in it over and over. There were 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She finished the count and started again from the beginning. 1. The sky overhead exploded. Or at least that was what it sounded like. Clary threw her head back and stared upward through the clear roof of the hall. The sky had been dark a moment ago. Now it was a roiling mass of flame and blackness, shot through with an ugly orange light. Things moved against that light, hideous things she didn't want to see, things that made her grateful to the darkness for obscuring her view. The occasional glimpse was bad enough. The transparent skylight overhead rippled and bent as the demon host passed, as if it were being warped by tremendous heat. At last there was a sound like a gunshot, and a huge crack appeared in the glass, spider webbing out into countless fissures. Clary ducked, covering her head with her hands as glass rained down around her like tears. They were almost to the battlefield when the sound came, ripping the night in half. One moment the woods were as silent as they were dark. The next moment the sky was lit with a hellish orange glow. Simon staggered and nearly fell. He caught at a tree trunk to steady himself and looked up, barely able to believe what he was seeing. All around him the other vampires were staring up at the sky, their white faces like night-blooming flowers, lifting to catch the moonlight as nightmare after nightmare streaked across the sky. "You keep passing out on me," Sebastian said. "It's extremely tedious." Jace opened his eyes. Pain lanced through his head. He put his hand up to touch the side of his face, and realized his hands were no longer tied behind him. A length of rope trailed from his wrist. His hand came away from his face black. Blood, dark in the moonlight. He stared around him. They were no longer in the cavern. He was lying on soft dirt and grass on the valley floor, not far from the stone house. He could hear the sound of the water in the creek, clearly close by. Knotted tree branches overhead blocked some of the moonlight, but it was still fairly bright. "Get up," Sebastian said. "You have 5 seconds before I kill you where you are." Jace stood as slowly as he thought he could get away with. He was still a little dizzy. Fighting for balance, he dug the heels of his boots into the soft dirt, trying to give himself some stability. "Why did you bring me out here?" "2 reasons," Sebastian said. 1, I enjoyed knocking you out. 2, it would be bad for either of us to get blood on the floor of that cavern, trust me. And I intend to spill plenty of your blood." Jace felt at his belt and his heart sank. Either he'd dropped most of his weapons while Sebastian was dragging him through the tunnels, or, more likely, Sebastian had thrown them away. All he had left was a dagger. It was a short blade, too short, no match for the sword. Not much of a weapon, that. Sebastian grinned, white in the moon-dazzled darkness. I can't fight with this, Jace said, trying to sound as quavering and nervous as he could. What a shame. Sebastian came closer to Jace, grinning. He was holding his sword loosely, theatrically unconcerned, the tips of his fingers beating a light rhythm on the hilt. If there was ever going to be an opening for him, Jace thought this was probably it. He swung his arm back and punched Sebastian as hard as he could in the face. Bone crunched under his knuckles. The blow sent Sebastian sprawling. He skidded backward in the dirt, the sword flying from his grip. Jace caught it up as he darted forward, and a second later was standing over Sebastian, blade in hand. Sebastian's nose was bleeding, the blood a scarlet streak across his face. He reached up and pulled his collar aside, baring his pale throat. So go ahead, he said. Kill me already. Jace hesitated. He didn't want to hesitate, but there it was, an annoying reluctance to kill anyone lying helpless on the ground in front of him. Jace remembered Valentine taunting him back at Renwick's, daring his son to kill him, and Jace hadn't been able to do it. But Sebastian was a murderer. He'd killed Max and Hodge. He raised the sword, and Sebastian erupted off the ground, faster than the eye could follow. He seemed to fly into the air, performing an elegant backflip and landing gracefully on the grass, barely a foot away. As he did, he kicked out, striking Jace's hand. The kick sent the sword spinning out of Jace's grasp. Sebastian caught it out of the air, laughing, and slashed out with the blade, whipping it toward Jace's heart. Jace leaped backward, and the blade split the air just in front of him, slicing his shirt open down the front. There was a stinging pain, and Jace felt blood welling from a shallow slice across his chest. Sebastian chuckled, advancing toward Jace, who backed up, fumbling his insufficient dagger out of his belt as he went. He looked around, desperately hoping there was something else he could use as a weapon, a long stick, anything. There was nothing around him but the grass, the river running by, and the trees above spreading their thick branches overhead like a green net. Suddenly he remembered the Malachi configuration the Inquisitor had trapped him in. Sebastian wasn't the only one who could jump. Sebastian slashed the sword toward him again, but Jace had already leaped, straight up into the air. The lowest tree branch was about 20 feet high. He caught at it, swinging himself up and over. Kneeling on the branch, he saw Sebastian on the ground spin around and look up. Jace flung the dagger and heard Sebastian shout. Breathless, he straightened up. And Sebastian was suddenly on the branch beside him. His pale face was flushed angrily, his sword arm streaming blood. He had dropped the sword evidently in the grass, though that merely made them even, Jace thought, since his dagger was gone as well. He saw with some satisfaction that for the first time Sebastian looked angry and surprised, as if a pet he'd thought was tame had bitten him. That was fun, Sebastian said, but now it's over. He flung himself at Jace, catching him around the waist, knocking him off the branch. They fell 20 feet through the air, clutched together, tearing at each other, and hit the ground hard enough that Jace saw stars behind his eyes. He grabbed for Sebastian's injured arm and dug his fingers in. Sebastian yelled and backhanded Jace across the face. Jace's mouth filled with salty blood. He gagged on it as they rolled through the dirt together, slamming punches into each other. He felt a sudden shock of icy cold. They'd rolled down the slight incline into the river and were lying half in, half out of the water. Sebastian gasped, and Jace took the opportunity to grab for the other boy's throat and close his hands around it, squeezing. Sebastian choked, seizing Jace's right wrist in his hand and jerking it backward, hard enough to snap the bones. Jace heard himself scream as if from a distance, and Sebastian pressed the advantage, twisting the broken wrist mercilessly until Jace let go of him and fell back in the cold, watery mud, his arm a howl of agony. Half kneeling on Jace's chest, one knee digging hard into his ribs, Sebastian grinned down at him. His eyes shone out white and black from a mask of dirt and blood. Something glittered in his right hand, Jace's dagger. He must have picked it up from the ground. Its point rested directly over Jace's heart. "And we find ourselves exactly where we were 5 minutes ago," Sebastian said. "You've had your chance, Wayland. Any last words?" Jace stared up at him, his mouth streaming blood, his eyes stinging with sweat, and felt only a sense of total and empty exhaustion. Was this really how he was going to die? "Wayland," he said. "You know that's not my name." "You have as much claim to it as you have to the name of Morgenstern," said Sebastian. He bent forward, leaning his weight onto the dagger. Its tip pierced Jace's skin, sending a hot stab of pain through his body. Sebastian's face was inches away, his voice a hissing whisper. "Did you really think you were Valentine's son? Did you really think a whining, pathetic thing like yourself was worthy of being a Morgenstern? Of being my brother?" He tossed his white hair back. It was lank with sweat and creek water. "You're a changeling," he said. "My father butchered a corpse to get you and make you one of his experiments. He tried to raise you as his own son, but you were too weak to be any good to him. You couldn't be a warrior. You were nothing, useless. So he palmed you off on the Lightwoods and hoped you might be of some use to him later, as a decoy, or as bait. He never loved you." Jace blinked his burning eyes. "Then you?" "I am Valentine's son. Jonathan Christopher Morgenstern. You never had any right to that name. You're a ghost. A pretender." His eyes were black and glinting, like the carapaces of dead insects. And suddenly Jace heard his mother's voice, as if in a dream, but she wasn't his mother, saying, "Jonathan's not a baby anymore. He isn't even human. He's a monster." "You're the one," Jace choked. "The one with the demon blood. Not me." "That's right." The dagger slid another millimeter into Jace's flesh. Sebastian was still grinning, but it was a rictus grin like a skull's. "You're the angel boy. I had to hear all about you. You with your pretty angel face and your pretty manners and your delicate, delicate feelings. You couldn't even watch a bird die without crying. No wonder Valentine was ashamed of you." "No." Jace forgot the blood in his mouth, forgot the pain. "You're the one he's ashamed of. You think he wouldn't take you with him to the lake because he needed to stay here and open the gate at midnight? Like he didn't know you wouldn't be able to wait. He didn't take you with him because he's ashamed to stand up in front of the angel and show him what he's done. Show him the thing he made. Show him you." Jace gazed up at Sebastian. He could feel a terrible, triumphant pity blazing in his own eyes. He knows there's nothing human in you. Maybe he loves you, but he hates you too. "Shut up!" Sebastian pushed down on the dagger, twisting the hilt. Jace arced backward with a scream, and agony burst like lightning behind his eyes. "I'm going to die," he thought. "I'm dying. This is it." He wondered if his heart had already been pierced. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He knew now what it must be like for a butterfly pinned to a board. He tried to speak, tried to say a name, but nothing came out of his mouth but more blood. And yet Sebastian seemed to read his eyes. "Clary, I'd almost forgotten. You're in love with her, aren't you? The shame of your nasty, incestuous impulses must nearly have killed you. Too bad you didn't know she's not really your sister. You could have spent the rest of your life with her, if only you weren't so stupid." He bent down, pushing the knife in harder, its edge scraping bone. He spoke in Jace's ear, a voice as soft as a whisper. "She loved you too," he said. "Keep that in mind while you die." Darkness flooded in from the edges of Jace's vision, like dye spilling onto a photograph, blotting out the image. Suddenly, there was no pain at all. He felt nothing, not even Sebastian's weight on him, as if he were floating. Sebastian's face drifted over him, white against the darkness. The dagger raised in his hand. Something bright gold glittered at Sebastian's wrist, as if he were wearing a bracelet. But it wasn't a bracelet because it was moving. Sebastian looked toward his hand, surprised as the dagger fell from his loosened grasp and struck the mud with an audible sound. Then the hand itself, separated from his wrist, thumped to the ground beside it. Jace stared wonderingly as Sebastian's severed hand bounced and came to rest against a pair of high black boots. The boots were attached to a pair of delicate legs, rising to a slender torso and a familiar face capped with a waterfall of black hair. Jace raised his eyes and saw Isabel. Her whip soaked with blood, her eyes fastened on Sebastian, who was staring at the bloody stump of his wrist with open-mouthed amazement. Isabel smiled grimly. "That was for Max, you bastard." "Bitch," Sebastian hissed, and sprang to his feet as Isabel's whip came slashing at him again with incredible speed. He ducked sideways and was gone. There was a rustle. He must have vanished into the trees, Jace thought, though it hurt too much to turn his head and look. "Jace!" Isabel knelt down over him, her stele shining in her left hand. Her eyes were bright with tears. He must seem pretty bad, Jace realized, for Isabel to look like that. "Isabel," he tried to say. He wanted to tell her to go, to run, that no matter how spectacular and brave and talented she was, and she was all those things, she was no match for Sebastian. And there was no way that Sebastian was going to let a little thing like getting his hand sliced off stop him. But all that came out of Jace's mouth was a sort of gurgling noise. "Don't talk." He felt the tip of her stele burn against the skin of his chest. "You'll be fine." Isabel smiled down at him tremulously. "You're probably wondering what the hell I'm doing here," she said. "I don't know how much you know. I don't know what Sebastian's told you, but you're not Valentine's son." The Aratse was close to finished. Already Jace could feel the pain fading. He nodded slightly, trying to tell her, "I know." "Anyway, I wasn't going to come looking for you after you ran off, because you said in your note not to, and I got that. But there was no way I was going to let you die thinking you have demon blood, or without telling you that there's nothing wrong with you, though honestly, how you could have thought anything so stupid in the first place." Isabel's hand jerked, and she froze, not wanting to spoil the rune. "And you needed to know that Clary's not your sister," she said more gently, because you just did. So I got Magnus to help me track you. I used that little wooden soldier you gave to Max. I don't think Magnus would have done it normally, but let's just say he was in an unusually good mood, and I may have told him Alec wanted him to do it, although that wasn't strictly true. But it'll be a while before he finds that out, and once I knew where you were, well, he'd already set up that portal, and I'm very good at sneaking." Isabel screamed. Jace tried to reach for her, but she was beyond his grasp. Being lifted, flung to the side, her whip fell from her hand. She scrambled to her knees, but Sebastian was already in front of her. His eyes blazed with rage, and there was a bloody cloth tied around the stump of his wrist. Isabel darted for her whip, but Sebastian moved faster. He spun and kicked out at her hard. His booted foot connected with her rib cage. Jace almost thought he could hear Isabel's ribs crack as she flew backward, landing awkwardly on her side. He heard her cry out, Isabel, who never cried out in pain, as Sebastian kicked her again and then caught up her whip, brandishing it in his hand. Jace rolled onto his side. The almost finished Aratse had helped, but the pain in his chest was still bad, and he knew, in a detached sort of way, that the fact that he was coughing up blood probably meant that he had a punctured lung. He wasn't sure how long that gave him. Minutes, probably. He scrabbled for the dagger where Sebastian had dropped it next to the grisly remains of his hand. Jace staggered to his feet. The smell of blood was everywhere. He thought of Magnus's vision. The world turned to blood, and his slippery hand tightened on the hilt of the dagger. He took a step forward, then another. Every step felt like he was dragging his feet through cement. Isabel was screaming curses at Sebastian, who was laughing as he brought the whip down across her body. Her screams drew Jace forward like a fish caught on a hook, but they grew fainter as he moved. The world was spinning around him like a carnival ride. One more step, Jace told himself. One more. Sebastian had his back to him. He was concentrating on Isabel. He probably thought Jace was already dead, and he nearly was. One step, he told himself, but he couldn't do it, couldn't move, couldn't bring himself to drag his feet one more step forward. Blackness was rushing in at the edges of his vision, a more profound blackness than the darkness of sleep, a blackness that would erase everything he had ever seen and bring him a rest that would be absolute, peaceful. He thought, suddenly, of Clary. Clary as he had last seen her asleep, with her hair spread across the pillow and her cheek on her hand. He had thought then that he had never seen anything so peaceful in his life. But of course she had only been sleeping, like anyone else might sleep. It hadn't been her peace that had surprised him, but his own. The peace he felt at being with her was like nothing he had ever known before. Pain jarred up his spine, and he realized with surprise that somehow, without any volition of his own, his legs had moved forward that last crucial step. Sebastian had his arm back, the whip shining in his hand. Isabel lay on the grass, a crumpled heap, no longer screaming, no longer moving at all. "You little lightwood bitch," Sebastian was saying. "I should have smashed your face in with that hammer when I had the chance." And Jace brought his hand up with the dagger in it and sank the blade into Sebastian's back. Sebastian staggered forward, the whip falling out of his hand. He turned slowly and looked at Jace, and Jace thought, with a distant horror, that maybe Sebastian really wasn't human, that he was unkillable after all. Sebastian's face was blank, the hostility gone from it, and the dark fire from his eyes. He no longer looked like Valentine, though. He looked scared. He opened his mouth, as if he meant to say something to Jace, but his knees were already buckling. He crashed to the ground, the force of his fall sending him sliding down the incline and into the river. He came to rest on his back, his eyes staring sightlessly up at the sky. The water flowed around him, carrying dark threads of his blood downstream on the current. "He taught me there's a place on a man's back where if you sink a blade in, you can pierce his heart and sever his spine all at once," Sebastian had said. "I guess we got the same birthday present that year, big brother," Jace thought. "Didn't we?" "Jace!" It was Isabel, her face bloody, struggling into a sitting position. "Jace!" He tried to turn toward her, tried to say something, but his words were gone. He slid to his knees. A heavy weight was pressing on his shoulders, and the earth was calling him, down, down, down. He was barely aware of Isabel crying his name as the darkness carried him away. Simon was a veteran of countless battles. That is, if you counted battles engaged in while playing Dungeons & Dragons. His friend Eric was the military history buff, and he was the one who usually organized the war part of the games, which involved dozens of tiny figurines moving in straight lines across a flat landscape drawn on butcher paper. That was the way he'd always thought of battles, or the way they were in movies, with two groups of people advancing at each other across a flat expanse of land, straight lines in orderly progression. This was nothing like that. This was chaos, a melee of shouting and movement, and the landscape wasn't flat but a mass of mud and blood churned into a thick, unstable paste. Simon had imagined that the Night Children would walk to the battlefield and be greeted by someone in charge. He imagined he'd see the battle from a distance first and be able to watch as the two sides clashed against each other. But there was no greeting, and there were no sides. The battle loomed up out of the darkness as if he'd wandered by accident from a deserted side street into a riot in the middle of Times Square. Suddenly there were crowds surging around him, hands grabbing him, shoving him out of the way, and the vampires were scattering, diving into the battle without even a glance back for him. And there were demons everywhere, and he'd never imagined the kind of sounds they'd make, the screaming and hooting and grunting, and what was worse, the sounds of tearing and shredding and hungry satisfaction. Simon wished he could turn his vampire hearing off, but he couldn't, and the sounds were like knives piercing his eardrums. He stumbled over a body lying half in and half out of the mud, turned to see if help was needed, and saw that the shadow hunter at his feet was gone from the shoulders up. White bone gleamed against the dark earth, and despite Simon's vampire nature, he felt nauseated. I must be the only vampire in the world sickened by the sight of blood, he thought. And then something struck him hard from behind, and he went over, skidding down a slope of mud into a pit. Simon's wasn't the only body down there. He rolled onto his back just as the demon loomed up over him. It looked like the image of death from a medieval woodcut, an animated skeleton, a bloodied hatchet clutched in one bony hand. He threw himself to the side as the blade thumped down inches from his face. The skeleton made a disappointing hissing noise and hoisted the hatchet again, and was struck from the side by a club of knotted wood. The skeleton burst apart like a piñata filled with bones. They rattled into pieces with a sound like castanets clacking before vanishing into the darkness. A shadow hunter stood over Simon. It was no one he'd ever seen before, a tall man, bearded and blood-spattered, who ran a grimy hand across his forehead as he stared down at Simon, leaving a dark streak behind. "You all right?" Stunned, Simon nodded and began scrambling to his feet. "Thanks." The stranger leaned down, offering a hand to help Simon up. Simon accepted and went flying up out of the pit. He landed on his feet at the edge, his feet skidding on the wet mud. The stranger offered a sheepish grin. "Sorry. Downworlder strength. My partner's a werewolf. I'm not used to it." He peered at Simon's face. "You're a vampire, aren't you?" "How did you know?" The man grinned. It was a tired sort of grin, but there was nothing unfriendly about it. "Your fangs. They come out when you're fighting. I know because—" He broke off. Simon could have filled in the rest for him. "I know because I've killed my fair share of vampires. Anyway, thanks for fighting with us." Simon was about to say that he hadn't exactly fought yet, or contributed anything, really. He turned to say it and got exactly one word out of his mouth before something impossibly huge and clawed and ragged-winged swept down out of the sky and dug its talons into the shadow hunter's back. The man didn't even cry out. His head went back as if he were looking up in surprise, wondering what had a hold of him, and then he was gone, whipping up into the empty black sky in a whir of teeth and wings. His club thumped to the ground at Simon's feet. Simon didn't move. The whole thing, from the moment he'd fallen into the pit, had taken less than a minute. He turned numbly, staring around him at the blades whirling through the darkness, at the slashing talons of demons, at the points of illumination that raced here and there through the darkness like fireflies darting through foliage. And then he realized what they were. The gleaming lights of seraph blades. He couldn't see the Lightwoods, or the Penhallows, or Luke, or anyone else he might recognize. He wasn't a shadow hunter, and yet that man had thanked him for fighting. What he'd told Clary was true. This was his battle, too, and he was needed here. Not human Simon, who was gentle and geeky and hated the sight of blood, but vampire Simon, a creature he barely even knew. "Real vampires know that they're dead," Raphael had said. But Simon didn't feel dead. He'd never felt more alive. He turned as another demon loomed up in front of him. This one a lizard thing, scaled with rodent teeth. It swept down on Simon with its back claws extended. Simon leaped. He struck the massive side of the thing and clung, his nails digging in, the scales giving way under his grip. The mark on his forehead throbbed as he sank his fangs into the demon's neck. It tasted awful. When the glass stopped falling, there was a hole in the ceiling, several feet wide, as if a meteor had crashed through it. Cold air blew in through the gap. Shivering, Clary got to her feet, brushing glass dust from her clothes. The witchlight that had lit the hall had been doused. It was gloomy inside now, thick with shadows and dust. The faint illumination of the fading portal in the square was just visible, glowing through the open front doors. It was probably no longer safe to stay in here, Clary thought. She should go to the Penhallows and join Aline. She was part way across the hall when footsteps sounded on the marble floor. Heart pounding, she turned and saw Malachi, a long, spidery shadow in the half-light, striding toward the dais. But what was he still doing here? Shouldn't he be with the rest of the shadow hunters on the battlefield? As he drew closer to the dais, she noticed something that made her put her hand to her mouth, stifling a cry of surprise. There was a hunched, dark shape perched on Malachi's shoulder. A bird. A raven, to be exact. Hugo. Clary ducked to crouch behind a pillar as Malachi climbed the dais steps. There was something unmistakably furtive in the way he glanced from side to side. Apparently satisfied that he was unobserved, he drew something small and glittering from his pocket and slipped it onto his finger. A ring? He reached to twist it, and Clary remembered Hodge in the library at the Institute, taking the ring from Jace's hand. The air in front of Malachi shimmered faintly, as if with heat. A voice spoke from it, a familiar voice, cool and cultured, now touched with just the faintest annoyance.
"What is it, Malachi? I'm in no mood for small talk right now."
"My lord Valentine," said Malachi. His usual hostility had been replaced with a slimy obsequiousness. "Hugin visited me not a moment ago, bringing news. I assumed you had already reached the mirror, and therefore he sought me out instead. I thought you might want to know." Valentine's tone was sharp.
"Very well. What news?"
"It's your son, Lord, your other son. Hugin trapped him to the valley of the cave. He may even have followed you through the tunnels to the lake." Clary clutched the pillar with whitened fingers. They were talking about Jace. Valentine grunted.
"Did he meet his brother there?"
"Hugin says that he left the two of them fighting." Clary felt her stomach turn over. Jace fighting Sebastian? She thought of the way Sebastian had lifted Jace at the guard and flung him, as if he weighed nothing. A wave of panic surged over her, so intense that for a moment her ears buzzed. By the time the room swam back into focus, she had missed whatever Valentine had said to Malachi in return. "It is the ones old enough to be marked, but not old enough to fight, that concerns me," Malachi was saying now. "They didn't vote in the council's decision. It seems unfair to punish them in the same way that those who are fighting must be punished." "I did consider that." Valentine's voice was a bass rumble. "Because teenagers are more lightly marked, it takes them longer to become forsaken. Several days at least. I believe it may well be reversible. While those of us who have drunk from the mortal cup will remain entirely unaffected." "I'm busy, Malachi," said Valentine. "I've told you that you'll be safe. I am trusting my own life to this process. Have some faith." Malachi bowed his head. "I have great faith, my lord. I have kept it for many years, in silence, serving you always." "And you will be rewarded," said Valentine. Malachi looked up. "My lord." But the air had stopped shimmering. Valentine was gone. Malachi frowned, then marched down the dais steps and toward the front doors. Clary shrank back against the pillar, hoping desperately that he wouldn't see her. Her heart was pounding. What had all that been about? What was all this about Forsaken? The answer glimmered at the corner of her mind, but it seemed too horrible to contemplate. Even Valentine wouldn't. Something flew at her face then, whirling and dark. She barely had time to throw her arms up to cover her eyes when something slashed along the back of her hands. She heard a fierce caw, and wings beat against her upraised wrists. "Hugin, enough!" It was Malachi's sharp voice. "Hugin!" There was another caw and a thump, then silence. Clary lowered her arms and saw the raven lying motionless at the consul's feet. Stunned or dead, she couldn't tell. With a snarl, Malachi kicked the raven savagely out of his way and strode toward Clary, glowering. He caught hold of her by a bleeding wrist and hauled her to her feet. "Stupid girl," he said. "How long have you been there listening?" "Long enough to know that you're one of the circle," she spat, twisting her wrist in his grasp, but he held firm. "You're on Valentine's side." "There is only one side." His voice came out in a hiss. "The clave is foolish, misguided, pandering to half men and monsters. All I want is to make it pure, to return it to its former glory. A goal you'd think every shadow hunter would approve of, but no. They listen to fools and demon lovers like you and Lucian Greymark. And now you've sent the flower of the Nephilim to die in this ridiculous battle. An empty gesture that will accomplish nothing. Valentine has already begun the ritual.
Soon the angel will rise, and the Nephilim will become forsaken. All those save the few under Valentine's protection.
That's murder. He's murdering Shadowhunters.
Not murder, said the consul. His voice rang with a fanatic's passion. Cleansing. Valentine will make a new world of Shadowhunters, a world purged of weakness and corruption.
Weakness and corruption isn't in the world, Clary snapped. It's in people, and it always will be. The world just needs good people to balance it out, and you're planning to kill them all. He looked at her for a moment with honest surprise, as if he were astonished at the force in her tone.
Fine words from a girl who would betray her own father. Malachi jerked her toward him, yanking brutally on her bleeding wrist. Perhaps we should see just how much Valentine would mind if I taught you.
But Clary never found out what he wanted to teach her. A dark shape shot between them, wings outspread and claws extended. The raven caught Malachi with the tip of a talon, raking a bloody groove across his face. With a cry, the consul let go of Clary and threw up his arms. But Hugo had circled back and was slashing at him viciously with beak and claws. Malachi staggered backward, arms flailing, until he struck the edge of a bench hard. It fell over with a crash. Unbalanced, he sprawled after it with a strangled cry, quickly cut off. Clary raced to where Malachi lay crumpled on the marble floor, a circle of blood already pooling around him. He had landed on a pile of glass from the broken ceiling, and one of the jagged chunks had pierced his throat. Hugo was still hovering in the air, circling Malachi's body. He gave a triumphant caw as Clary stared at him. Apparently he hadn't appreciated the consul's kicks and blows. Malachi should have known better than to attack one of Valentine's creatures, Clary thought sourly. The bird was no more forgiving than its master. But there was no time to think about Malachi now. Alec had said that there were wards up around the lake, and that if anyone portaled there, an alarm would go off. Valentine was probably already at the mirror. There was no time to waste. Backing slowly away from the raven, Clary turned and dashed toward the front doors of the hall and the glimmer of the portal beyond. Chapter 20. Weighed in the Balance. Water struck her in the face like a blow. Clary went down, choking, into freezing darkness. Her first thought was that the portal had faded beyond repairing, and that she was stuck in the whirling, black in-between place where she would suffocate and die, just as Jace had warned her she might the first time she'd ever used a portal. Her second thought was that she was already dead. She was probably only actually unconscious for a few seconds, though it felt like the end of everything. When she came awake, it was with a shock that was like the shock of breaking through a layer of ice. She had been unconscious, and now, suddenly, she wasn't. She was lying on her back on cold, damp earth, staring up at a sky so full of stars it looked like a handful of silver pieces had been flung across its dark surface. Her mouth was full of brackish liquid. She turned her head to the side, coughed and spat, and gasped until she could breathe again. When her stomach had stopped spasming, she rolled onto her side. Her wrists were bound together with a faint band of glowing light, and her legs felt heavy and strange, prickling all over with intense pins and needles. She wondered if she'd lain on them strangely, or perhaps it was a side effect of nearly drowning. The back of her neck burned as if a wasp had stung her. With a gasp, she heaved herself into a sitting position, legs stretched out awkwardly in front of her, and looked around. She was on the shore of Lake Lynn, where the water gave way to powdery sand. A black wall of rock rose behind her, the cliffs she remembered from her time here with Luke. The sand itself was dark, glittering with silver mica. Here and there in the sand were witchlight torches, filling the air with their silvery glow, leaving a tracery of glowing lines across the surface of the water. By the shore of the lake, a few feet away from where she sat, stood a low table made out of flat stones piled one on the other. It had clearly been assembled in haste, though the gaps between the stones were packed in with damp sand. Some of the rocks were slipping away at angles. Placed on the surface of the stones was something that made Clary catch her breath, the mortal cup, and laid crossways atop it, the mortal sword. A tongue of black flame in the witchlight. Around the altar were the black lines of runes carved into the sand. She stared at them, but they were jumbled, meaningless. A shadow cut across the sand, moving fast. The long black shadow of a man, made wavering and indistinct by the flickering light of the torches. By the time Clary raised her head, he was already standing over her. Valentine. The shock of seeing him was so enormous that it was almost no shock at all. She felt nothing as she stared up at her father, whose face hovered against the dark sky like the moon, white, austere, pitted with black eyes like meteor craters. Over his shirt were looped a number of leather straps holding a dozen or more weapons. They bristled behind him like a porcupine's spines. He looked huge, impossibly broad, the terrifying statue of some warrior god intent on destruction. "Clarissa," he said, "you took quite a risk, portaling here. You're lucky I saw you appear in the water between 1 minute and the next. You were quite unconscious. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned." A muscle beside his mouth moved slightly. "And I wouldn't concern yourself overmuch with the alarm wards the Clave put up around the lake. I took those down the moment I arrived. No one knows you're here." "I don't believe you." Clary opened her mouth to fling the words in his face. There was no sound. It was like one of those nightmares where she would try to scream and nothing would happen. Only a dry puff of air came from her mouth, the gasp of someone trying to scream with a cut throat. Valentine shook his head. "Don't bother trying to speak. I used a rune of quietude, one of those that the Silent Brothers use on the back of your neck. There's a binding rune on your wrists, and another disabling your legs. I wouldn't try to stand. Your legs won't hold you, and it'll only cause you pain." Clary glared at him, trying to bore into him with her eyes, cut him with her hatred, but he took no notice. "It could have been worse, you know. By the time I dragged you onto the bank, the lake poison had already started its work. I've cured you of it, by the way. Not that I expect your thanks." He smiled thinly. "You and we've never had a conversation, have we? Not a real conversation. You must be wondering why I never really seemed to have a father's interest in you. I'm sorry if that hurt you." Now her stare went from hateful to incredulous. How could they have a conversation when she couldn't even speak? She tried to force the words out, but nothing came from her throat but a thin gasp. Valentine turned back to his altar and placed his hand on the mortal sword. The sword gave off a black light, a sort of reverse glow, as if it were sucking the illumination from the air around it. "I didn't know your mother was pregnant with you when she left me," he said. He was speaking to her, Clary thought, in a way he never had before. His tone was calm, even conversational. But it wasn't that. "I knew there was something wrong. She thought she was hiding her unhappiness. I took some blood from Ithuriel, dried it to a powder, and mixed it with her food, thinking it might cure her unhappiness. If I'd known she was pregnant, I wouldn't have done it. I'd already resolved not to experiment again on a child of my own blood." "You're lying," Clary wanted to scream at him, but she wasn't sure he was. He still sounded strange to her, different. Maybe it was because he was telling the truth. "After she fled Idris, I looked for her for years," he said, "and not just because she had the mortal cup, but because I loved her. I thought if I could only talk to her, I could make her see reason. I did what I did that night in Alicante in a fit of rage, wanting to destroy her, destroy everything about our life together. But afterward He shook his head, turning away to look out over the lake. "When I finally tracked her down, I'd heard rumors she'd had another child, a daughter. I assumed you were Lucian's. He'd always loved her, always wanted to take her from me. I thought she must finally have given in, have consented to a child with a filthy downworlder." His voice tightened. "When I found her in your apartment in New York, she was still barely conscious. She spat at me that I'd made a monster out of her first child, and that she'd left me before I could do the same to her second. Then she went limp in my arms. All those years I'd looked for her, and that was all I had with her, those few seconds in which she looked at me with a lifetime's worth of hate. I realized something then. He lifted Malartec. Clary remembered how heavy even the half-turned sword had been to hold, and saw as the blade rose that the muscles of Valentine's arm stood out, hard and corded, like ropes snaking under the skin. I realized, he said, that the reason she left me was to protect you. Jonathan she hated, but you... She would have done anything to protect you from me. She even lived among mundanes, which I know must have pained her. It must have hurt her never to be able to raise you with any of our traditions. You are half of what you could have been. You have your talent with runes, but it's been squandered by your mundane upbringing. He lowered the sword. The tip of it hung now, just by Clary's face. She could see it out of the corner of her eye, floating at the edge of her vision like a silvery moth. I knew then that Jocelyn would never come back to me because of you. You are the only thing in the world she ever loved more than she loved me. And because of you, she hates me. And because of that, I hate the sight of you. Clary turned her face away. If he was going to kill her, she didn't want to see her death coming. Clarissa, said Valentine, look at me. No. She stared at the lake. Far out across the water she could see a dim red glow like fire sunk away into ashes. She knew it was the light of the battle. Her mother was there, and Luke. Maybe it was fitting that they were together, even if she wasn't with them. I'll keep my eyes on that light, she thought. I'll keep looking at it no matter what. It'll be the last thing I ever see. Clarissa, Valentine said again, you look just like her. Do you know that? Just like Jocelyn. She felt a sharp pain against her cheek. It was the blade of the sword. He was pressing the edge of it against her skin, trying to force her to turn her head toward him. I'm going to raise the angel now, he said, and I want you to watch as it happens. There was a bitter taste in Clary's mouth. I know why you're so obsessed with my mother, because she was the one thing you thought you had total control over that ever turned around and bit you. You thought you owned her, and you didn't. That's why you want her here right now, to witness you winning. That's why you'll make do with me. The sword bit farther into her cheek. Valentine said, Look at me, Clary. She looked. She didn't want to, but the pain was too much. Her head jerked to the side almost against her will, the blood dripping in great fat drops down her face, splattering the sand. A nauseous pain gripped her as she raised her head to look at her father. He was gazing down at the blade of Malartec. It, too, was stained with her blood. When he glanced back at her, there was a strange light in his eyes. Blood is needed to complete this ceremony, he said. I intended to use my own, but when I saw you in the lake, I knew it was Raziel's way of telling me to use my daughter's instead. It's why I cleared your blood of the lake's taint. You are purified now, purified and ready. So thank you, Clarissa, for the use of your blood. And in some way, Clary thought, he meant it, meant his gratitude. He had long ago lost the ability to distinguish between force and cooperation, between fear and willingness, between love and torture. And with that realization came a rush of numbness. What was the point of hating Valentine for being a monster, when he didn't even know he was one? And now, Valentine said, I just need a bit more. And Clary thought, a bit more what? Just as he swung the sword back, and the starlight exploded off it, and she thought, of course, it's not just blood he wants, but death. The sword had fed itself on enough blood by now. It probably had a taste for it, just like Valentine himself. Her eyes followed Malartec's black light as it sliced toward her, and went flying. Knocked out of Valentine's hand, it hurtled into the darkness. Valentine's eyes went wide. His gaze flicked down, fastening first on his bleeding sword hand, and then he looked up and saw, at the same moment that Clary did, what had struck the mortal sword from his grasp. Jace. A familiar-looking sword gripped in his left hand stood at the edge of a rise of sand, barely a foot from Valentine. Clary could see from the older man's expression that he hadn't heard Jace approach any more than she had. Clary's heart caught at the sight of him. Dried blood crusted the side of his face, and there was a livid red mark at his throat. His eyes shone like mirrors, and in the witch-light they looked black as Sebastian's. "Clary," he said, not taking his eyes off his father. "Clary, are you all right?" "Jace!" She struggled to say his name, but nothing could pass the blockage in her throat. She felt as if she were choking. "She can't answer you," said Valentine. "She can't speak." Jace's eyes flashed. "What have you done to her?" He jabbed the sword toward Valentine, who took a step back. The look on Valentine's face was wary but not frightened. There was a calculation to his expression that Clary didn't like. She knew she ought to feel triumphant, but she didn't. If anything, she felt more panicked than she had a moment ago. She'd realized that Valentine was going to kill her, had accepted it, and now Jace was here, and her fear had expanded to encompass him as well. And he looked so destroyed. His gear was ripped halfway open down one arm, and the skin beneath was crisscrossed with white lines. His shirt was torn across the front, and there was a fading erote over his heart that had not quite managed to erase the angry red scar beneath it. Dirt stained his clothes, as if he'd been rolling around on the ground. But it was his expression that frightened her the most. It was so bleak. "A rune of quietude. She won't be hurt by it." Valentine's eyes fastened on Jace hungrily, Clary thought, as if he were drinking in the sight of him. "I don't suppose," Valentine asked, "that you've come to join me? To be blessed by the angel beside me?" Jace's expression didn't change. His eyes were fixed on his adoptive father, and there was nothing in them. No lingering shred of affection or love or memory. There wasn't even hatred, just disdain, Clary thought. A cold disdain. "I know what you're planning to do," Jace said. "I know why you're summoning the angel, and I won't let you do it. I've already sent Isabel to warn the army." "Warnings will do them little good. This is not the sort of danger you can run from." Valentine's gaze flicked down to Jace's sword. "Put that down," he began, "and we can talk." He broke off then. "That's not your sword. That's a Morgenstern sword." Jace smiled, a dark, sweet smile. "It was Jonathan's. He's dead now." Valentine looked stunned. "You mean—" "I took it from the ground where he'd dropped it," Jace said without emotion, "after I killed him." Valentine seemed dumbfounded. "You killed Jonathan? How could you have?" "He would have killed me," said Jace. "I had no choice." "I didn't mean that." Valentine shook his head. He still looked stunned, like a boxer who'd been hit too hard in the moment before he collapsed to the mat. "I raised Jonathan. I trained him myself. There was no better warrior." "Apparently," Jace said, "there was." "But—" and Valentine's voice cracked. The first time Clary had ever heard a flaw in the smooth, unruffled facade of that voice. "But he was your brother." "No, he wasn't." Jace took a step forward, nudging the blade an inch closer to Valentine's heart. "What happened to my real father? Isabel said he died in a raid, but did he really? Did you kill him like you killed my mother?" Valentine still looked stunned. Clary sensed that he was fighting for control. Fighting against grief? Or just afraid to die? "I didn't kill your mother. She took her own life. I cut you out of her dead body. If I hadn't done that, you would have died along with her." "But why? Why did you do it? You didn't need a son. You had a son." Jace looked deadly in the moonlight. Clary thought, deadly and strange, like someone she didn't know. The hand that held the sword toward Valentine's throat was unwavering. "Tell me the truth," Jace said. "No more lies about how we're the same flesh and blood. Parents lie to their children, but you're not my father, and I want the truth." "It wasn't a son I needed," Valentine said. "It was a soldier. I had thought Jonathan might be that soldier, but he had too much of the demon nature in him.
He was too savage, too sudden, not subtle enough. I feared, even then, when he was barely out of infancy, that he would never have the patience or the compassion to follow me, to lead the clave in my footsteps. So I tried again with you. And with you I had the opposite trouble. You were too gentle, too empathic. You felt others' pain as if it were your own. You couldn't even bear the death of your pets. Understand this, my son. I loved you for those things, but the very things I loved about you made you no use to me. So you thought I was soft and useless, said Jace. I suppose it will be surprising for you, then, when your soft and useless son cuts your throat. We've been through this. Valentine's voice was steady, but Clary thought she could see the sweat gleaming at his temples at the base of his throat. You wouldn't do that. You didn't want to do it at Renwick's, and you don't want to do it now. You're wrong. Jace spoke in a measured tone. I have regretted not killing you every day since I let you go. My brother Max is dead because I didn't kill you that day. Dozens, maybe hundreds, are dead because I stayed my hand. I know your plan. I know you hope to slaughter almost every shadow hunter in Idris. And I ask myself, how many more have to die before I do what I should have done on Blackwell's Island? No, he said. I don't want to kill you, but I will. Don't do this, said Valentine. Please, I don't want to. To die? No one wants to die, Father. The point of Jace's sword slipped lower, and then lower until it was resting over Valentine's heart. Jace's face was calm, the face of an angel dispatching divine justice. Do you have any last words? Jonathan. Blood spotted Valentine's shirt where the tip of the blade rested, and Clary saw, in her mind's eye, Jace at Renwick's, his hand shaking, not wanting to hurt his father, and Valentine taunting him. Drive the blade in 3 inches, maybe 4. It wasn't like that now. Jace's hand was steady, and Valentine looked afraid. Last words, hissed Jace. What are they? Valentine raised his head. His black eyes as he looked at the boy in front of him were grave. I'm sorry, he said. I am so sorry. He stretched out a hand as if he meant to reach out to Jace, even to touch him. His hand turned, palm up, the fingers opening. And then there was a silver flash, and something flew by Clary in the darkness like a bullet shot out of a gun. She felt displaced air brush her cheek as it passed, and then Valentine had caught it out of the air. A long tongue of silver fire that flashed once in his hand as he brought it down. It was the mortal sword. It left a tracery of black light on the air as Valentine drove the blade of it into Jace's heart. Jace's eyes flew wide. A look of disbelieving confusion passed over his face. He glanced down at himself, where Malartec stuck grotesquely out of his chest. It looked more bizarre than horrible, like a prop from a nightmare that made no logical sense. Valentine drew his hand back then, jerking the sword out of Jace's chest the way he might have jerked a dagger from its scabbard, as if it had been all that was holding him up. Jace went to his knees. His sword slid from his grasp and hit the damp earth. He looked down at it in puzzlement, as if he had no idea why he had been holding it, or why he had let it go. He opened his mouth as if to ask the question, and blood poured over his chin, staining what was left of his ragged shirt. Everything after that seemed to Clary to happen very slowly, as if time were stretching itself out. She saw Valentine sink to the ground and pull Jace onto his lap as if Jace were still very small and could be easily held. He drew him close and rocked him, and lowered his face and pressed it against Jace's shoulder, and Clary thought for a moment that he might even have been crying. But when he lifted his head, Valentine's eyes were dry. "My son," he whispered. "My boy." The terrible slowing of time stretched around Clary like a strangling rope, while Valentine held Jace and brushed his bloody hair back from his forehead. He held Jace while he died, and the light went out of his eyes. And then Valentine laid his adopted son's body gently down on the ground, crossing his arms over his chest as if to hide the gaping, bloody wound there. "Ave," he began, as if he meant to say the words over Jace, the shadow hunter's farewell,
but his voice cracked, and he turned abruptly and walked back toward the altar. Clary couldn't move, could barely breathe. She could hear her own heart beating, hear the scrape of her breathing in her dry throat. From the corner of her eye she could see Valentine standing by the edge of the lake, blood streaming from the blade of Malartec and dripping into the bowl of the mortal cup. He was chanting words she didn't understand. She didn't care to try to understand. It would all be over soon, and she was almost glad. She wondered if she had enough energy to drag herself over to where Jace lay, if she could lie down beside him and wait for it to be over. She stared at him, lying motionless on the churned, bloody sand. His eyes were closed, his face still. If it weren't for the gash across his chest, she could have told herself he was asleep. But he wasn't. He was a shadow hunter. He had died in battle. He deserved the last benediction. Ave atque vale. Her lips shaped the words, though they fell from her mouth in silent puffs of air. Halfway through, she stopped, her breath catching. What should she say? Hail and farewell, Jace Wayland? That name was not truly his. He had never even really been named, she thought with agony. Just given the name of a dead child because it had suited Valentine's purposes at the time. And there was so much power in a name. Her head whipped around and she stared at the altar. The runes surrounding it had begun to glow. They were runes of summoning, runes of naming, and runes of binding. They were not unlike the runes that had kept Ithuriel imprisoned in the cellars beneath the Wayland Manor. Now, very much against her will, she thought of the way Jace had looked at her then, the blaze of faith in his eyes, his belief in her. He had always thought she was strong. He had showed it in everything he did, in every look and every touch. Simon had faith in her too, yet when he'd held her, it had been as if she were something fragile, something made of delicate glass. But Jace had held her with all the strength he had, never wondering if she could take it. He'd known she was as strong as he was. Valentine was dipping the bloody sword over and over in the water of the lake now, chanting low and fast. The water of the lake was rippling, as if a giant hand were stroking fingers lightly across its surface. Clary closed her eyes. Remembering the way Jace had looked at her the night she'd freed Ithuriel, she couldn't help but imagine the way he'd look at her now if he saw her trying to lie down to die on the sand beside him. He wouldn't be touched, wouldn't think it was a beautiful gesture. He'd be angry at her for giving up. He'd be so disappointed. Clary lowered herself so that she was lying on the ground, heaving her dead legs behind her. Slowly she crawled across the sand, pushing herself along with her knees and bound hands. The glowing band around her wrists burned and stung. Her shirt tore as she dragged herself across the ground, and the sand scraped the bare skin of her stomach. She barely felt it. It was hard work, pulling herself along like this. Sweat ran down her back between her shoulder blades. When she finally reached the circle of runes, she was panting so loudly that she was terrified Valentine would hear her. But he didn't even turn around. He had the mortal cup in one hand and the sword in the other. As she watched, he drew his right hand back, spoke several words that sounded like Greek, and threw the cup. It shone like a falling star as it hurtled toward the water of the lake and vanished beneath the surface with a faint splash. The circle of runes was giving off a faint heat, like a partly banked fire. Clary had to twist and struggle to reach her hand around to the stele jammed into her belt. The pain in her wrists spiked as her fingers closed around the handle. She pulled it free with a muffled gasp of relief. She couldn't separate her wrists, so she gripped the stele awkwardly in both hands. She pushed herself up with her elbows, staring down at the runes. She could feel the heat of them on her face. They had begun to shimmer like witchlight. Valentine had the mortal sword poised, ready to throw it. He was chanting the last words of the summoning spell. With a final burst of strength, Clary drove the tip of the stele into the sand, not scraping aside the runes Valentine had drawn, but tracing her own pattern over them, writing a new rune over the one that symbolized his name. It was such a small rune, she thought. Such a small change. Nothing like her immensely powerful alliance rune. Nothing like the mark of Cain. But it was all she could do. Spent, Clary rolled onto her side just as Valentine drew his arm back and let the mortal sword fly. Malartec hurtled end over end, a black and silver blur that joined soundlessly with the black and silver lake. A great plume went up from the place where it splashed down, a flowering of platinum water. The plume rose higher and higher, a geyser of molten silver, like rain falling upward. There was a great crashing noise, the sound of shattering ice, a glacier breaking, and then the lake seemed to blow apart, silver water exploding upward like a reverse hailstorm. And rising with the hailstorm came the angel. Clary was not sure what she'd expected, something like Ithuriel, but Ithuriel had been diminished by many years of captivity and torment. This was an angel in the full force of his glory. As he rose from the water, her eyes began to burn as if she were staring into the sun. Valentine's hands had fallen to his sides. He was gazing upward with a rapt expression, a man watching his greatest dream become reality. "Raziel," he breathed. The angel continued to rise, as if the lake were sinking away, revealing a great column of marble at its center. First his head emerged from the water, streaming hair like chains of silver and gold, then shoulders, white as stone, and then a bare torso. And Clary saw that the angel was marked all over with runes, just as the Nephilim were, although Raziel's runes were golden and alive, moving across his white skin like sparks flying from a flame. Somehow, at the same time, the angel was both enormous and no bigger than a man. Clary's eyes hurt trying to take all of him in, and yet he was all that she could see. As he rose, wings burst from his back and opened wide across the lake, and they were gold too, and feathered, and set into each feather was a single golden staring eye. It was beautiful, and also terrifying. Clary wanted to look away, but she wouldn't. She would watch it all. She would watch it for Jace because he couldn't. It's just like all those pictures, she thought. The angel, rising from the lake, the sword in one hand and the cup in the other. Both were streaming water, but Raziel was dry as a bone, his wings undampened. His feet rested white and bare on the surface of the lake, stirring its waters into small ripples of movement. His face, beautiful and inhuman, gazed down at Valentine. And then he spoke. His voice was like a cry and a shout, and like music, all at once. It contained no words, yet was totally comprehensible. The force of his breath nearly knocked Valentine backward. He dug the heels of his boots into the sand. His head tilted back as if he were walking against a gale. Clary felt the wind of the angel's breath pass over her. It was hot like air escaping from a furnace, and smelled of strange spices. "It has been 1,000 years since I was last summoned to this place," Raziel said. "Jonathan Shadowhunter called on me then, and begged me to mix my blood with the blood of mortal men in a cup, and created a race of warriors who would rid this earth of demonkind. I did all that he asked and told him I would do no more. Why do you summon me now, Nephilim?" Valentine's voice was eager. 1,000 years have passed, glorious one, but demonkind are still here. What is that to me? 1,000 years for an angel pass between one blink of an eye and another. The Nephilim you created were a great race of men. For many years they valiantly battled to rid this plane of demon taint, but they have failed due to weakness and corruption in their ranks. I intend to return them to their former glory. Glory? The angel sounded faintly curious, as if the word were strange to him. Glory belongs to God alone. Valentine didn't waver. The clave, as the first Nephilim created it, exists no more. They have allied themselves with downworlders, the demon-tainted non-humans who infest this world like fleas on the carcass of a rat. It is my intention to cleanse this world, to destroy every downworlder along with every demon. Demons do not possess souls, but as for the creatures you speak of, the children of Moon, Night, Lilith, and Fairy,
All are sold. It seems that your rules as to what does and does not constitute a human being are stricter than our own." Clary could have sworn the angel's voice had taken on a dry tone. "Do you intend to challenge heaven like that other morning star whose name you bear, Shadowhunter?" "Not to challenge heaven, no, Lord Raziel. To ally myself with heaven." "In a war of your making? We are heaven, Shadowhunter. We do not fight in your mundane battles." When Valentine spoke again, he sounded almost hurt. "Lord Raziel, surely you would not have allowed such a thing as a ritual by which you might be summoned to exist if you did not intend to be summoned. We Nephilim are your children. We need your guidance." "Guidance?" Now the angel sounded amused. "That hardly seems to be why you brought me here. You seek rather your own renown." "Renown?" Valentine echoed hoarsely. "I have given everything for this cause. My wife, my children. I have not withheld my sons. I have given everything I have for this. Everything." The angel simply hovered, gazing down at Valentine with his weird, inhuman eyes. His wings moved in slow, undeliberate motions, like the passage of clouds across the sky. At last he said, "God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son on an altar much like this one, to see who it was that Abraham loved more, Isaac or God. But no one asked you to sacrifice your son, Valentine." Valentine glanced down at the altar at his feet, splashed with Jace's blood, and then back up at the angel. "If I must, I will compel this from you," he said. "But I would rather have your willing cooperation." "When Jonathan Shadowhunter summoned me," said the angel, "I gave him my assistance because I could see that his dream of a world free of demons was a true one. He imagined a heaven on this earth. But you dream only of your own glory, and you do not love heaven. My brother Ithuriel can attest to that." Valentine blanched. "But—" "Do you think that I would not know?" The angel smiled. It was the most terrible smile Clary had ever seen. "It is true that the master of the circle you have drawn can compel from me a single action, but you are not that master." Valentine stared. "My Lord Raziel, there is no one else." "But there is," said the angel. "There is your daughter." Valentine whirled. Clary, lying half-conscious in the sand, her wrists and arms a screaming agony, stared defiantly back. For a moment their eyes met, and he looked at her, really looked at her, and she realized it was the first time her father had ever looked her in the face and seen her. The first and only time. "Clarissa," he said, "what have you done?" Clary stretched out her hand, and with her finger she wrote in the sand at his feet. She didn't draw runes. She drew words. The words he had said to her the first time he'd seen what she could do, when she'd drawn the rune that had destroyed his ship. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. His eyes widened, just as Jace's eyes had widened before he died. Valentine had gone bone white. He turned slowly to face the angel, raising his hands in a gesture of supplication. "My Lord Raziel." The angel opened his mouth and spat. Or at least that was how it seemed to Clary, that the angel spat. And that what came from his mouth was a shooting spark of white fire, like a burning arrow. The arrow flew straight and true across the water and buried itself in Valentine's chest. Or maybe buried wasn't the word. It tore through him, like a rock through thin paper, leaving a smoking hole the size of a fist. For a moment Clary, staring up, could look through her father's chest and see the lake and the fiery glow of the angel beyond. The moment passed. Like a felled tree, Valentine crashed to the ground and lay still, his mouth open in a silent cry, his blind eyes fixed forever in a last look of incredulous betrayal. "That was the justice of heaven. I trust that you are not dismayed." Clary looked up. The angel hovered over her like a tower of white flame, blotting out the sky. His voice was the collision of mountains. "You can compel me to one action, Clarissa Morgenstern,
What is it that you want?" Clary opened her mouth. No sound came out. "Ah, yes," the angel said, and there was gentleness in his voice now. "The rune." The many eyes in his wings blinked. Something brushed over her. It was soft, softer than silk or any other cloth, softer than a whisper or the brush of a feather. It was what she imagined clouds might feel like if they had a texture. A faint scent came with the touch, a pleasant scent, heady and sweet. The pain vanished from her wrists. No longer bound together, her hands fell to her sides. The stinging at the back of her neck was gone too, and the heaviness from her legs. She struggled to her knees. More than anything, she wanted to crawl across the bloody sand toward the place where Jace's body lay, crawl to him and lay down beside him and put her arms around him, even though he was gone. But the angel's voice compelled her. She remained where she was, staring up into his brilliant golden light. "The battle on Brosselin Plain is ending. Morgenstern's hold over his demons vanished with his death. Already many are fleeing. The rest will soon be destroyed. There are Nephilim riding to the shores of this lake at this very moment. If you have a request, Shadow Hunter, speak it now." The angel paused. "And remember that I am not a genie. Choose your desire wisely." Clary hesitated, only for a moment. But the moment stretched out as long as any moment ever had. She could ask for anything, she thought dizzily, anything. An end to pain or world hunger or disease, or for peace on earth. But then again, perhaps these things weren't in the power of angels to grant, or they would have already been granted. And perhaps people were supposed to find these things for themselves. It didn't matter anyway. There was only one thing she could ask for in the end, only one real choice. She raised her eyes to the angels. "Jace," she said. The angel's expression didn't change. She had no idea whether Raziel thought her request a good one or a bad one, or whether, she thought with a sudden burst of panic, he intended to grant it at all. "Close your eyes, Clarissa Morgenstern," the angel said. Clary shut her eyes. You didn't say no to an angel, no matter what it had in mind. Her heart pounding, she sat floating in the darkness behind her eyelids, resolutely trying not to think of Jace. But his face appeared against the blank screen of her closed eyelids anyway, not smiling at her but looking sidelong, and she could see the scar at his temple, the uneven curl at the corner of his mouth, and the silver line on his throat where Simon had bitten him. All the marks and flaws and imperfections that made up the person she loved most in the world. Jace. A bright light lit her vision to scarlet, and she fell back against the sand, wondering if she was going to pass out, or maybe she was dying. But she didn't want to die, not now that she could see Jace's face so clearly in front of her. She could almost hear his voice, too, saying her name, the way he'd whispered it at Renwick's, over and over again. "Clary, Clary, Clary." "Clary," Jace said. "Open your eyes." She did. She was lying on the sand in her torn, wet, and bloodied clothes. That was the same. What was not the same was that the angel was gone, and with him the blinding white light that had lit the darkness today. She was gazing up at the night sky, white stars like mirrors shining in the blackness, and leaning over her, the light in his eyes more brilliant than any of the stars, was Jace. Her eyes drank him in, every part of him, from his tangled hair to his blood-stained, grimy face, to his eyes shining through the layers of dirt, from the bruises visible through his torn sleeves to the gaping, blood-soaked tear down the front of his shirt, through which his bare skin showed. And there was no mark, no gash to indicate where the sword had gone in. She could see the pulse beating in his throat, and almost threw her arms around him at the sight because it meant his heart was beating, and that meant, "You're alive," she whispered, "really alive." With a slow wonderment, he reached to touch her face. "I was in the dark," he said softly. "There was nothing there but shadows, and I was a shadow, and I knew that I was dead, and it was over, all of it. And then I heard your voice. I heard you say my name, and it brought me back." "Not me." Clary's throat tightened. "The angel brought you back."
Because you asked him to.
Silently he traced the outline of her face with his fingers, as if reassuring himself that she was real.
You could have had anything else in the world, and you asked for me.
She smiled up at him. Filthy as he was, covered in blood and dirt, he was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen.
But I don't want anything else in the world.
At that, the light in his eyes, already bright, went to such a blaze that she could hardly bear to look at him. She thought of the angel and how he had burned like 1,000 torches, and that Jace had in him some of that same incandescent blood, and how that burning shone through him now, through his eyes, like light through the cracks in a door.
I love you, Clary wanted to say, and I would do it again. I would always ask for you.
But those weren't the words she said.
You're not my brother,
she told him, a little breathlessly, as if, having realized she hadn't yet said them, she couldn't get the words out of her mouth fast enough.
You know that, right?
Very slightly, through the grime and blood, Jace grinned.
Yes, he said. I know that.
Epilogue. Across the sky in stars. I loved you, so I drew these tides of men into my hands and wrote my will across the sky in stars. T. E. Lawrence. The smoke rose in a lazy spiral, tracing delicate lines of black across the clear air. Jace, alone on the hill overlooking the cemetery, sat with his elbows on his knees and watched the smoke drift heavenward. The irony wasn't lost on him. These were his father's remains, after all. He could see the bier from where he was sitting, obscured by smoke and flame, and the small group standing around it. He recognized Jocelyn's bright hair from here, and Luke standing beside her, his hand on her back. Jocelyn had her head turned aside, away from the burning pyre. Jace could have been one of that group, had he wanted to be. He'd spent the last couple of days in the infirmary, and they'd only let him out this morning, partly so that he could attend Valentine's funeral. But he'd gotten halfway to the pyre, a stacked pile of stripped wood, white as bones, and realized he could go no farther. He turned and walked up the hill instead, away from the mourners' procession. Luke had called after him, but Jace hadn't turned. He'd sat and watched them gather around the bier, watched Patrick Penhallow in his parchment-white gear set the flame to the wood. It was the second time that week he'd watched a body burn, but Max's had been heartbreakingly small, and Valentine was a big man, even flat on his back with his arms crossed over his chest, a seraph blade gripped in his fist. His eyes were bound with white silk, as was the custom. They had done well by him, Jace thought, despite everything. They hadn't buried Sebastian. A group of shadow hunters had gone back to the valley, but they hadn't found his body. Washed away by the river, they'd told Jace, though he had his doubts. He had looked for Clary in the crowd around the bier, but she wasn't there. It had been almost 2 days now since he'd last seen her, at the lake, and he missed her with an almost physical sense of something lacking. It wasn't her fault they hadn't seen each other. She'd been worried he wasn't strong enough to portal back to Alicante from the lake that night, and she'd turned out to be right. By the time the first shadow hunters had reached them, he'd been drifting into a dizzy unconsciousness. He'd woken up the next day in the city hospital with Magnus Bane staring down at him with an odd expression. It could have been deep concern or merely curiosity. It was hard to tell with Magnus. Magnus told him that though the angel had healed Jace physically, it seemed that his spirit and mind had been exhausted to the point that only rest could heal them. In any event, he felt better now, just in time for the funeral. A wind had come up and was blowing the smoke away from him. In the distance he could see the glimmering towers of Alicante, their former glory restored. He wasn't totally sure what he hoped to accomplish by sitting here and watching his father's body burn, or what he would say if he were down there among the mourners, speaking their last words to Valentine. "You were never really my father," he might say, or, "You were the only father I ever knew." Both statements were equally true, no matter how contradictory. When he'd first opened his eyes at the lake, knowing somehow that he'd been dead, and now wasn't, all Jace could think about was Clary, lying a little distance away from him on the bloody sand, her eyes closed. He'd scrambled to her in a near panic, thinking she might be hurt or even dead. And when she'd opened her eyes, all he'd been able to think about then was that she wasn't. Not until there were others there, helping him to his feet, exclaiming over the scene in amazement, did he see Valentine's body lying crumpled near the lake's edge and feel the force of it like a punch in the stomach. He'd known Valentine was dead, would have killed him himself, but still, somehow, the sight was painful. Clary had looked at Jace with sad eyes, and he'd known that even though she'd hated Valentine and had never had any reason not to, she still felt Jace's loss. He half closed his eyes, and a flood of images washed across the backs of his eyelids. Valentine picking him up off the grass in a sweeping hug, Valentine holding him in the prow of a boat on a lake, showing him how to balance. And other, darker memories. Valentine's hand cracking across the side of his face, a dead falcon, the angel shackled in the Wayland's cellar. Jace. He looked up. Luke was standing over him, a black silhouette outlined by the sun. He was wearing jeans and a flannel shirt as usual, no concessionary funeral white for him. "It's over," Luke said. "The ceremony. It was brief." "I'm sure it was." Jace dug his fingers into the ground beside him, welcoming the painful scrape of dirt against his fingertips. "Did anyone say anything?" "Just the usual words." Luke eased himself down onto the ground beside Jace, wincing a little. Jace hadn't asked him what the battle had been like. He hadn't really wanted to know. He knew it had been over much quicker than anyone had expected. After Valentine's death, the demons he had summoned had fled into the night like so much mist burned off by the sun. But that didn't mean there hadn't been deaths. Valentine's hadn't been the only body burned in Alicante these past days. And Clary she didn't. Come to the funeral? No, she didn't want to. Jace could feel Luke looking at him sideways. You haven't seen her, not since... No, not since the lake, Jace said. This was the first time they let me leave the hospital, and I had to come here. You didn't have to, Luke said. You could have stayed away. I wanted to, Jace admitted, whatever that says about me. Funerals are for the living, Jace, not for the dead. Valentine was more your father than Clary's, even if you didn't share blood. You're the one who has to say goodbye. You're the one who will miss him. I didn't think I was allowed to miss him. You never knew Stephen Herondale, said Luke. And you came to Robert Lightwood when you were only barely still a child. Valentine was the father of your childhood. You should miss him. I keep thinking about Hodge, Jace said, up at the guard. I kept asking him why he'd never told me what I was. I still thought I was part demon then. And he kept saying it was because he didn't know. I just thought he was lying, but now I think he meant it. He was one of the only people who ever even knew there was a Herondale baby that had lived. When I showed up at the Institute, he had no idea which of Valentine's sons I was, the real one or the adopted one. And I could have been either, the demon or the angel. And the thing is, I don't think he ever knew, not until he saw Jonathan at the guard and realized. So he just tried to do his best by me all those years anyway, until Valentine showed up again. That took a sort of faith, don't you think? Yes, Luke said. I think so. Hodge said he thought maybe upbringing might make a difference, regardless of blood. I just keep thinking, if I'd stayed with Valentine, if he hadn't sent me to the Lightwoods, would I have been just like Jonathan? Is that how I'd be now? Does it matter? Said Luke. You are who you are now for a reason. And if you ask me, I think Valentine sent you to the Lightwoods because he knew it was the best chance for you. Maybe he had other reasons too, but you can't get away from the fact that he sent you to people he knew would love you and raise you with love. It might have been one of the few things he ever really did for someone else. He clapped Jace on the shoulder, a gesture so paternal that it almost made Jace smile. I wouldn't forget about that if I were you. Clary, standing and looking out Isabel's window, watched smoke stain the sky over Alicante like a smudged hand against a window. They were burning Valentine today, she knew, burning her father in the necropolis just outside the gates. You know about the celebration tonight, don't you? Clary turned to see Isabel behind her, holding up 2 dresses against herself, one blue and one steel gray. What do you think I should wear? For Isabel, Clary thought, clothes would always be therapy. The blue one? Isabel laid the dresses down on the bed. What are you going to wear? You are going, aren't you? Clary thought of the silver dress at the bottom of Amethyst's chest, the lovely gossamer of it. But Amethyst would probably never let her wear it. I don't know, she said. Probably jeans and my green coat. Boring, Isabel said. She glanced over at Aline, who was sitting in a chair by the bed, reading. Don't you think it's boring? I think you should let Clary wear what she wants. Aline didn't look up from her book. Besides, it's not like she's dressing up for anyone. She's dressing up for Jace, Isabel said, as if this were obvious. As well she should. Aline looked up, blinking in confusion, then smiled. Oh, right, I keep forgetting. It must be weird, right, knowing he's not your brother? No, Clary said firmly. Thinking he was my brother was weird. This feels right. She looked back toward the window. Not that I've really seen him since I found out. Not since we've been back in Alicante. That's strange, said Aline. It's not strange, Isabel said, shooting Aline a meaningful look, which Aline didn't seem to notice. He's been in the hospital. He only got out today. And he didn't come to see you right away? Aline asked Clary. He couldn't, Clary said. He had Valentine's funeral to go to. He couldn't miss that. Maybe, said Aline cheerfully. Or maybe he's not that interested in you anymore. I mean, now that it's not forbidden. Some people only want what they can't have. Not Jace, Isabel said quickly. Jace isn't like that. Aline stood up, dropping her book onto the bed. I should go get dressed. See you guys tonight? And with that, she wandered out of the room, humming to herself. Isabel watched her go, shook her head. Do you think she doesn't like you? She said. I mean, is she jealous? She did seem interested in Jace. Huh! Clary was briefly amused. No, she's not interested in Jace. I think she's just one of those people who say whatever they're thinking whenever they think it. And who knows, maybe she's right. Isabel pulled the pin from her hair, letting it fall down around her shoulders. She came across the room and joined Clary at the window. The sky was clear now past the Demon Towers. The smoke was gone. Do you think she's right? I don't know. I'll have to ask Jace. I guess I'll see him tonight at the party. Or the victory celebration, or whatever it's called. She looked up at Isabel. Do you know what it'll be like? There'll be a parade, Isabel said. And fireworks, probably. Music, dancing, games, that sort of thing. Like a big street fair in New York. She glanced out the window, her expression wistful. Max would have loved it. Clary reached out and stroked Isabel's hair, the way she'd stroke the hair of her own sister if she had one. I know he would. Jace had to knock twice at the door of the old canal house before he heard quick footsteps hurrying to answer. His heart jumped, and then settled as the door opened and Amethyst Herondale stood on the threshold, looking at him in surprise. She looked as if she'd been getting ready for the celebration. She wore a long dove-gray dress and pale metallic earrings that picked out the silvery streaks in her graying hair. Yes? Clary, he began, and stopped, unsure what exactly to say. Where had his eloquence gone? He'd always had that, even when he hadn't had anything else. But now he felt as if he'd been ripped open and all the clever, facile words had poured out of him, leaving him empty. I was wondering if Clary was here. I was hoping to talk to her. Amethyst shook her head. The blankness had gone from her expression, and she was looking at him intently enough to make him nervous. She's not. I think she's with the Lightwoods. Oh. He was surprised at how disappointed he felt. Sorry to have bothered you. It's no bother. I'm glad you're here, actually, she said briskly. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. Come into the hall. I'll be right back. Jace stepped inside as she disappeared down the hallway. He wondered what on earth she could have to talk to him about. Maybe Clary had decided she wanted nothing more to do with him and had chosen Amethyst to deliver the message. Amethyst was back in a moment. She wasn't holding anything that looked like a note, to Jace's relief, but rather she was clutching a small metal box in her hands. It was a delicate object, chased with a design of birds. Jace, Amethyst said, Luke told me that you're Stevens, that Stephen Herondale was your father. He told me everything that happened. Jace nodded, which was all he felt called on to do. The news was leaking out slowly,
which was how he liked it. Hopefully he'd be back in New York before everyone in Idris knew and was constantly staring at him. "You know I was married to Stephen before your mother was," Amethyst went on, her voice tight, as if the words hurt to say. Jay stared at her. Was this about his mother? Did she resent him for bringing up bad memories of a woman who died before he was ever born? "Of all the people alive today, I probably knew your father best." "Yes," Jay said, wishing he were elsewhere. "I'm sure that's true." "I know you probably have feelings about him that are very mixed," she said, surprising him mainly because it was true. "You never knew him, and he wasn't the man who raised you, but you look like him. Except for your eyes, those are your mother's. And maybe I'm being crazy, bothering you with this. Maybe you don't really want to know about Stephen at all. But he was your father, and if he'd known you—" She thrust the box at him then, nearly making him jump back. "These are some things of his that I saved over the years. Letters he wrote, photographs, a family tree. His witchlight stone. Maybe you don't have questions now, but someday perhaps you will, and when you do, you'll have this." She stood still, giving him the box as if she were offering him a precious treasure. Jace reached out and took it from her without a word. It was heavy, and the metal was cold against his skin. "Thank you," he said. It was the best he could do. He hesitated and then said, "There is one thing, something I've been wondering." "Yes?" "If Stephen was my father, then the Inquisitor, Imogen, was my grandmother." "She was." Amethyst paused. "A very difficult woman, but yes, she was your grandmother." "She saved my life," said Jace. "I mean, for a long time she acted like she hated my guts. But then she saw this." He drew the collar of his shirt aside, showing Amethyst the white star-shaped scar on his shoulder. "And she saved my life. But what could my scar possibly mean to her?" Amethyst's eyes had gone wide. "You don't remember getting that scar, do you?" Jay shook his head. "Valentine told me it was an injury from when I was too young to remember. But now, I don't think I believe him." "It's not a scar, it's a birthmark. There's an old family legend about it, that one of the first Herondales to become a shadow hunter was visited by an angel in a dream. The angel touched him on the shoulder, and when he woke up, he had a mark like that, and all his descendants have it as well." She shrugged. "I don't know if the story is true, but all the Herondales have the mark. Your father had one too, here." She touched her right upper arm. "They say it means you've had contact with an angel, that you're blessed in some way. Imogen must have seen the mark and guessed who you really were." Jace stared at Amethyst, but he wasn't seeing her. He was seeing that night on the ship, the wet, black deck and the Inquisitor dying at his feet. "She said something to me," he said. "While she was dying, she said, 'Your father would be proud of you.' I thought she was being cruel. I thought she meant Valentine." Amethyst shook her head. "She meant Stephen," she said softly. "And she was right. He would have been." Clary pushed open Amethyst's front door and stepped inside, thinking how quickly the house had become familiar to her. She no longer had to strain to remember the way to the front door, or the way the knob stuck slightly as she pushed it open. The glint of sunlight off the canal was familiar, as was the view of Alicante through the window. She could almost imagine living here, almost imagine what it would be like if Idris were home. She wondered what she'd start missing first: Chinese takeout, movies, Midtown comics. She was about to head for the stairs when she heard her mother's voice from the living room, sharp and slightly agitated. But what could Jocelyn have to be upset about? Everything was fine now, wasn't it? Without thinking, Clary dropped back against the wall near the living room door and listened. "What do you mean you're staying?" Jocelyn was saying. "You mean you're not coming back to New York at all?" "I've been asked to remain in Alicante and represent the werewolves on the council," Luke said. "I told them I'd let them know tonight." "Couldn't someone else do that? One of the pack leaders here in Idris?" "I'm the only pack leader who was once a shadow hunter. That's why they want me." He sighed. "I started all this, Jocelyn. I should stay here and see it out." There was a short silence. "If that's how you feel, then of course you should stay," Jocelyn said at last, but her voice didn't sound sure. I'll have to sell the bookstore. Get my affairs in order. Luke sounded gruff. It's not like I'll be moving right away.
I can take care of that,
after everything you've done.
Jocelyn didn't seem to have the energy to maintain her bright tone. Her voice trailed off into silence, a silence that stretched out so long that Clary thought about clearing her throat and walking into the living room to let them know she was there. A moment later, she was glad she hadn't.
Look, Luke said. I've wanted to tell you this for a long time, but I didn't. I knew it would never matter, even if I did say it, because of what I am. You never wanted that to be part of Clary's life. But she knows now, so I guess it doesn't make a difference. And I might as well tell you. I love you, Jocelyn. I have for 20 years.
He paused. Clary strained to hear her mother's response, but Jocelyn was silent. At last, Luke spoke again, his voice heavy.
I have to get back to the council and tell them I'll stay. We don't ever have to talk about this again. I just feel better having said it after all this time.
Clary pressed herself back against the wall as Luke, his head down, stalked out of the living room. He brushed by her without seeming to see her at all and yanked the front door open. He stood there for a moment, staring blindly out at the sunshine bouncing off the water of the canal. Then he was gone, the door slamming shut behind him. Clary stood where she was, her back against the wall. She felt terribly sad for Luke, and terribly sad for her mother, too. It looked like Jocelyn really didn't love Luke, and maybe never could. It was just like it had been for her and Simon, except she didn't see any way that Luke and her mother could fix things. Not if he was going to stay here in Idris. Tears stung her eyes. She was about to turn and go into the living room when she heard the sound of the kitchen door opening and another voice. This one sounded tired and a little resigned. Amatis. "Sorry, I overheard that, but I'm glad he's staying," Luke's sister said. "Not just because he'll be near me, but because it gives him a chance to get over you." Jocelyn sounded defensive. "Amatis?" "It's been a long time, Jocelyn," Amatis said. "If you don't love him, you ought to let him go." Jocelyn was silent. Clary wished she could see her mother's expression. Did she look sad? Angry? Resigned? Amatis gave a little gasp. "Unless you do love him." "Amatis, I can't." "You do! You do!" There was a sharp sound as if Amatis had clapped her hands together. "I knew it! I always knew it!" "It doesn't matter." Jocelyn sounded tired. "It wouldn't be fair to Luke." "I don't want to hear it." There was a rustling noise, and Jocelyn made a sound of protest. Clary wondered if Amatis had actually grabbed hold of her mother. "If you love him, you go right now and tell him, right now, before he goes to the council." "But they want him to be their council member, and he wants to—" "All Lucian wants," said Amatis firmly, "is you. You and Clary. That's all he ever wanted. Now go." Before Clary had a chance to move, Jocelyn dashed out into the hall. She headed toward the door and saw Clary flattened against the wall. Halting, she opened her mouth in surprise. "Clary!" She sounded as if she were trying to make her voice bright and cheerful, and failing miserably. "I didn't realize you were here." Clary stepped away from the wall, grabbed hold of the doorknob, and threw the door wide open. Bright sunlight poured into the hall. Jocelyn stood blinking in the harsh illumination, her eyes on her daughter. "If you don't go after Luke," Clary said, enunciating very clearly, "I, personally, will kill you." For a moment, Jocelyn looked astonished. Then she smiled. "Well," she said, "if you put it like that." A moment later, she was out of the house, hurrying down the canal path toward the Accords Hall. Clary shut the door behind her and leaned against it. Amatis, emerging from the living room, darted past her to lean on the windowsill, glancing anxiously out through the pane. "Do you think she'll catch him before he gets to the hall?" "My mom spent her whole life chasing me around," Clary said. "She moves fast." Amatis glanced toward her and smiled. "Oh, that reminds me," she said. "Jay stopped by to see you. I think he's hoping to see you at the celebration tonight." "Is he?" Clary said thoughtfully. "Might as well ask." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. "Amatis," she said, and Luke's sister turned away from the window, looking at her curiously. "Yes?" "That silver dress of yours in the trunk?" said Clary. "Can I borrow it?" The streets were already beginning to fill with people as Clary walked back through the city toward the Lightwoods' house. It was twilight, and the lights were beginning to go on, filling the air with a pale glow. Bunches of familiar-looking white flowers hung from baskets on the walls, filling the air with their spicy smells. Dark gold fire runes burned on the doors of the houses she passed. The runes spoke of victory and rejoicing. There were shadow hunters out in the streets. None were wearing gear. They were in a variety of finery, from the modern to what bordered on historical costumery. It was an unusually warm night, so few people were wearing coats, but there were plenty of women in what looked to Clary like ball gowns, their full skirts sweeping the streets. A slim, dark figure cut across the road ahead of her as she turned onto the Lightwood street, and she saw that it was Raphael, hand in hand with a tall, dark-haired woman in a red cocktail dress. He glanced over his shoulder and smiled at Clary, a smile that sent a little shiver over her, and she thought that it was true, that there really was something alien about Downworlders sometimes, something alien and frightening. Perhaps it was just that everything that was frightening wasn't necessarily also bad. Although she had her doubts about Raphael. The front door of the Lightwoods' house was open, and several of the family were already standing out on the pavement. Mayrus and Robert Lightwood were there, chatting with two other adults. When they turned, Clary saw with slight surprise that it was the Penhallows, Aline's parents. Mayrus smiled at her past them. She was elegant in a dark blue silk suit, her hair tied back from her severe face with a thick silver band. She looked like Isabel, so much so that Clary wanted to reach out and put a hand on her shoulder. Mayrus still seemed so sad, even as she smiled, and Clary thought, "She's remembering Max, just like Isabel was, and thinking how much he would have liked all this." "Clary?" Isabel bounded down the front steps, her dark hair flying behind her. She was wearing neither of the outfits she'd showed to Clary earlier, but an incredible gold satin dress that hugged her body like the closed petals of a flower. Her shoes were spiked sandals, and Clary remembered what Isabel had once said about how she liked her heels, and laughed to herself. "You look fantastic." "Thanks." Clary tugged a little self-consciously at the diaphanous material of the silver dress. It was probably the girliest thing she'd ever worn. It left her shoulders uncovered, and every time she felt the ends of her hair tickle the bare skin there, she had to quell the urge to hunt for a cardigan or hoodie to wrap herself in. "You too." Isabel bent over to whisper in her ear. "Jace isn't here." Clary pulled back. "Then where?" "Alex says he might be at the square, where the fireworks are going to be. I'm sorry, I have no idea what's up with him." Clary shrugged, trying to hide her disappointment. "It's okay." Alec and Aline tumbled out of the house after Isabel, Aline in a bright red dress that made her hair look shockingly black. Alec had dressed like he usually did, in a sweater and dark pants, though Clary had to admit that at least the sweater didn't appear to have any visible holes in it. He smiled at Clary, and she thought, with surprise, that actually he did look different. Lighter somehow, as if a weight were off his shoulders. "I've never been to a celebration that had Downworlders at it before," said Aline, looking nervously down the street, where a fairy girl whose long hair was braided with flowers. No, Clary thought, her hair was flowers, connected by delicate green tendrils, was plucking some of the white blossoms out of a hanging basket, looking at them thoughtfully, and eating them. "You'll love it," Isabel said. "They know how to party." She waved goodbye to her parents, and they set off toward the plaza. Clary, still fighting the urge to cover the top half of her body, was crossing her arms over her chest. The dress swirled out around her feet like smoke curling on the wind. She thought of the smoke that had risen over Alicante earlier that day, and shivered. "Hey!" Isabel said, and Clary looked up to see Simon and Maya coming toward them up the street. She hadn't seen Simon for most of the day. He'd gone to the hall to observe the preliminary council meeting because, he said, he was curious who'd they'd choose to hold the vampires' council seat. Clary couldn't imagine Maya wearing anything as girly as a dress, and indeed she was clad in low-slung camo pants and a black t-shirt that said, "Choose your weapon." and had a design of dice under the words. It was a gamer tee, Clary thought, wondering if Maya was really a gamer or was wearing the t-shirt to impress Simon. If so, it was a good choice. You heading back down to Angel Square? Maya and Simon acknowledged that they were, and they headed toward the hall together in a companionable group. Simon dropped back to fall into step beside Clary, and they walked together in silence. It was good just to be close to Simon again. He had been the first person she'd wanted to see once she was back in Alicante. She'd hugged him very tightly, glad he was alive, and touched the mark on his forehead. "Did it save you?" she asked, desperate to hear that she hadn't done what she had to him for no reason. "It saved me," was all he said in reply. "I wish I could take it off you," she said. "I wish I knew what might happen to you because of it." He'd taken hold of her wrist and drawn her hand gently back down to her side. "We'll wait," he said, "and we'll see." She'd been watching him closely, but she had to admit that the mark didn't seem to be affecting him in any visible way. He seemed just as he always had, just like Simon. Only he'd taken to brushing his hair slightly differently to cover the mark. If you didn't already know it was there, you'd never guess. "How was the meeting?" Clary asked him now, giving him a once-over to see if he'd dressed up for the celebration. He hadn't, but she hardly blamed him. The jeans and t-shirt he had on were all he had to wear. Who'd they choose? "Not Raphael," Simon said, sounding as if he were pleased about that. "Some other vampire. He had a pretentious name, Nightshade or something." "You know, they asked me if I wanted to draw the symbol of the new council," Clary said. "It's an honor. I said I'd do it. It's going to have the rune of the council surrounded by the symbols of the 4 Downworlder families. A moon for the werewolves, and I was thinking a 4-leaf clover for the fairies. A spell book for the warlocks. But I can't think of anything for the vampires." "How about a fang?" Simon suggested. "Maybe dripping blood?" He bared his teeth. "Thank you," Clary said. "That's very helpful." "I'm glad they asked you," Simon said, more seriously. "You deserve the honor. You deserve a medal, really, for what you did. The Alliance rune and everything." Clary shrugged. "I don't know. I mean, the battle barely went on for 10 minutes after all that. I don't know how much I helped." "I was in the battle, Clary," Simon said. "It may have been about 10 minutes long, but it was the worst 10 minutes of my life. And I don't really want to talk about it, but I will say that even in that 10 minutes, there would have been a lot more death if it hadn't been for you. Besides, the battle was only part of it. If you hadn't done what you did, there would be no new council. We would be Shadowhunters and Downworlders hating each other, instead of Shadowhunters and Downworlders going to a party together." Clary felt a lump rising in her throat and stared straight ahead, willing herself not to tear up. "Thanks, Simon." She hesitated, so briefly that no one who wasn't Simon would have noticed it. But he did. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "I'm just wondering what we do when we get back home," she said. "I mean, I know Magnus took care of your mom, so she hasn't been freaking out that you're gone. But school. We've missed a ton of it, and I don't even know—" "You're not going back," Simon said quietly. "You think I don't know that? You're a Shadowhunter now. You'll finish up your education at the Institute." "And what about you? You're a vampire. Are you just going to go back to high school?" "Yeah," Simon said, surprising her. "I am. I want a normal life, as much as I can have one. I want high school and college and all of that." She squeezed his hand. "Then you should have it." She smiled up at him. "Of course, everyone's going to freak out when you show up at school." "Freak out? Why?" "Because you're so much hotter now than when you left." She shrugged. "It's true. Must be a vampire thing." Simon looked baffled. "I'm hotter now?" "Sure you are. I mean, look at those two. They're both totally into you." She pointed to a few feet in front of them, where Isabel and Maya had moved to walk side by side, their heads bent together. Simon looked up ahead at the girls. Clary could almost swear he was blushing. "Are they? Sometimes they get together and whisper and stare at me. I have no idea what it's about." "Sure you don't," Clary grinned. "Poor you. You have 2 cute girls vying for your love. Your life is so hard.
Fine. You tell me which one to choose, then.
No way. That's on you. She lowered her voice again. Look, you can date whoever you want, and I will totally support you. I'm all about support. Support is my middle name.
So that's why you never told me your middle name. I figured it was something embarrassing.
Clary ignored this. But just promise me something, okay? I know how girls get. I know how they hate their boyfriends having a best friend who's a girl. Just promise me you won't cut me out of your life totally, that we can still hang out sometimes.
Sometimes?
Simon shook his head.
Clary, you're crazy.
Her heart sank. You mean?
I mean that I would never date a girl who insisted that I cut you out of my life. It's non-negotiable. You want a piece of all this fabulousness? He gestured at himself. Well, my best friend comes along with it. I wouldn't cut you out of my life, Clary, any more than I would cut off my right hand and give it to someone as a Valentine's Day gift.
Gross, said Clary. Must you?
He grinned. I must.
Angel Square was almost unrecognizable. The hall glowed white at the far end of the plaza, partly obscured by an elaborate forest of huge trees that had sprung up in the center of the square. They were clearly the product of magic, although, Clary thought, remembering Magnus's ability to whisk furniture and cups of coffee across Manhattan at the blink of an eye, maybe they were real, if transplanted. The trees rose nearly to the height of the Demon Towers, their silvery trunks wrapped with ribbons, colored lights caught in the whispering green nets of their branches. The square smelled of white flowers, smoke, and leaves. All around its edges were placed tables and long benches, and groups of shadow hunters and downworlders crowded around them, laughing and drinking and talking. Yet despite the laughter, there was a somberness mixed with the air of celebration, a present sorrow side by side with joy. The stores that lined the square had their doors thrown open, light spilling out onto the pavement. Party-goers streamed by, carrying plates of food and long-stemmed glasses of wine and brightly colored liquids. Simon watched a Kelpie skip past, carrying a glass of blue fluid, and raised an eyebrow. It's not like Magnus's party, Isabel reassured him. Everything here ought to be safe to drink. Ought to be? Aline looked worried. Alec glanced toward the mini-forest, the colored lights reflecting in the blue irises of his eyes. Magnus stood in the shadow of a tree, talking to a girl in a white dress with a cloud of pale brown hair. She turned as Magnus looked toward them, and Clary locked eyes with her for a moment across the distance that separated them. There was something familiar about her, though Clary couldn't have said what it was. Magnus broke away and came toward them, and the girl he'd been talking to slipped into the shadows of the trees and was gone. He was dressed like a Victorian gentleman in a long black frock coat over a violet silk vest. A square pocket handkerchief embroidered with the initials M.B. protruded from his vest pocket. "Nice vest," said Alec with a smile. "Would you like one exactly like it?" Magnus inquired. "In any color you prefer, of course." "I don't really care about clothes," Alex protested. "And I love that about you," Magnus announced. "Though I would also love if you owned perhaps one designer suit. What do you say? Dolce, Zegna, Armani?" Alex sputtered as Isabel laughed, and Magnus took the opportunity to lean close to Clary and whisper in her ear. "The Accords Hall steps. Go." She wanted to ask him what he meant, but he'd already turned back to Alec and the others. Besides, she had a feeling she knew. She squeezed Simon's wrist as she went, and he turned to smile at her before returning to his conversation with Maya. She cut through the edge of the glamour forest across the square, weaving in and out of the shadows. The trees reached up to the foot of the hall stairs, which was probably why the steps were almost deserted. Though not entirely. Glancing toward the doors, Clary could make out a familiar dark outline seated in the shadow of a pillar. Her heart quickened. Jace. She had to gather her skirt up in her hands to climb the stairs, afraid she'd step on and tear the delicate material. She almost wished she had worn her normal clothes as she approached Jace, who was sitting with his back to a pillar, staring out over the square. He wore his most mundane clothes, jeans, a white shirt, and a dark jacket over them. And for almost the first time since she'd met him, she thought, he didn't seem to be carrying any weapons. She abruptly felt overdressed. She stopped a slight distance away from him, suddenly unsure what to say. As if sensing her there, Jace looked up. He was holding something balanced in his lap, she saw, a silvery box. He looked tired. There were shadows under his eyes, and his pale gold hair was untidy. His eyes widened. Clary? Who else would it be? He didn't smile. You don't look like you. It's the dress. She smoothed her hands down the material self-consciously. I don't usually wear things this pretty. You always look beautiful, he said, and she remembered the first time he'd called her beautiful in the greenhouse at the Institute. He hadn't said it like it was a compliment, but just as if it were an accepted fact, like the fact that she had red hair and liked to draw. But you look distant, like I couldn't touch you. She came over then and sat down next to him on the wide top step. The stone was cold through the material of her dress. She held her hand out to him. It was shaking slightly, just enough to be visible. Touch me, she said, if you want to. He took her hand and laid it against his cheek for a moment. Then he set it back down in her lap. Clary shivered a little, remembering Aline's words back in Isabel's bedroom. Maybe he's not interested anymore, now that it's not forbidden. He had said she looked distant, but the expression in his eyes was as remote as a faraway galaxy. What's in the box? She asked. He was still clutching the silver rectangle tightly in one hand. It was an expensive-looking object, delicately carved with a pattern of birds. I went to Amatis's earlier today looking for you, he said, but you weren't there. So I talked to Amatis. She gave me this. He indicated the box. It belonged to my father. For a moment she just looked at him, uncomprehendingly. This was Valentine's, she thought, and then with a jolt. No, that's not what he means. Of course, she said. Amatis was married to Stephen Herondale. I've been going through it, he said, reading the letters, the journal pages. I thought if I did that, I might feel some sort of connection to him, something that would leap off the pages at me saying, yes, this is your father. But I don't feel anything, just bits of paper. Anyone could have written these things. Jace, she said softly. And that's another thing, he said. I don't have a name anymore, do I? I'm not Jonathan Christopher. That was someone else. But it's the name I'm used to. Who came up with Jace as a nickname? Did you come up with it yourself? Jace shook his head. No. Valentine always called me Jonathan. And that's what they called me when I first got to the Institute. I was never supposed to think my name was Jonathan Christopher, you know. That was an accident. I got the name out of my father's journal, but it wasn't me he was talking about. It wasn't my progress he was recording. It was Jonathan's. So the first time I ever told Mayrus that my middle name was Christopher, she told herself that she'd just remembered wrong, and Christopher had been Michael's son's middle name. It had been 10 years after all. But that was when she started calling me Jace. It was like she wanted to give me a new name, something that belonged to her, to my life in New York. And I liked it. I'd never liked Jonathan. He turned the box over in his hands. I wonder if maybe Mayrus knew, or guessed, but just didn't want to know. She loved me, and she didn't want to believe it. Which is why she was so upset when she found out you were Valentine's son, said Clary. Because she thought she ought to have known. She kind of did know. But we never do want to believe things like that about people we love. And Jace, she was right about you. She was right about who you really are. And you do have a name. Your name is Jace. Valentine didn't give that name to you. Mayrus did. The only thing that makes a name important, and yours, is that it's given to you by someone who loves you. Jace what? He said. Jace Herondale? Oh, please, she said. You're Jace Lightwood. You know that. He raised his eyes to hers. His lashes shadowed them thickly, darkening the gold. She thought he looked a little less remote, though perhaps she was imagining it. Maybe you're a different person than you thought you were, she went on, hoping against hope that he understood what she meant. But no one becomes a totally different person overnight. Just finding out that Stephen was your biological father isn't going to automatically make you love him. And you don't have to. Valentine wasn't your real father, but not because you don't have his blood in your veins. He wasn't your real father because he didn't act like a father. He didn't take care of you. It's always been the Lightwoods who have taken care of you. They're your family. Just like Mom and Luke are mine. She reached back to touch his shoulder, then drew her hand back. I'm sorry, she said. Here I am lecturing you, and you probably came up here to be alone. You're right, he said. Clary felt the breath go out of her. All right, then, I'll go. She stood up, forgetting to hold her dress up, and nearly stepped on the hem. Clary! Setting the box down, Jay scrambled to his feet. Clary, wait. That wasn't what I meant. I didn't mean I wanted to be alone. I meant you were right about Valentine, about the Lightwoods. She turned and looked at him. He was standing half in and half out of the shadows, the bright-colored lights of the party below casting strange patterns across his skin. She thought of the first time she'd seen him. She'd thought he looked like a lion, beautiful and deadly. He looked different to her now. That hard, defensive casing he wore like armor was gone, and he wore his injuries instead, visibly and proudly. He hadn't even used his stele to take away the bruises on his face, along the line of his jaw, at his throat where the skin showed above the collar of his shirt. But he looked beautiful to her still, more than before, because now he seemed human and real. You know, she said, Aline said maybe you wouldn't be interested anymore. Now that it isn't forbidden. Now that you could be with me if you wanted to. She shivered a little in the flimsy dress, gripping her elbows with her hands. Is that true? Are you not interested? Interested? As if you were a book or a piece of news? No, I'm not interested. He broke off, groping for the word the way someone might grope for a light switch in the dark. Do you remember what I said to you before? About feeling like the fact that you were my sister was a sort of cosmic joke on me? On both of us? I remember. I never believed it, he said. I mean, I believed it in a way. I let it drive me to despair because I never felt it. Never felt you were my sister. Because I didn't feel about you the way you're supposed to feel about your sister. But that didn't mean I didn't feel like you were a part of me. I've always felt that. Seeing her puzzled expression, he broke off with an impatient noise. I'm not saying this right. Clary, I hated every second that I thought you were my sister. I hated every moment that I thought what I felt for you meant there was something wrong with me. But what? Clary's heart was beating so hard it was making her feel more than a little dizzy. I could see the delight Valentine took in the way I felt about you, the way you felt about me. He used it as a weapon against us, and that made me hate him. More than anything else he'd ever done to me, that made me hate him, and it made me turn against him, and maybe that's what I needed to do. Because there were times I didn't know if I wanted to follow him or not. It was a hard choice, harder than I like to remember. His voice sounded tight. I asked you if I had a choice once, Clary reminded him. And you said, we always have choices. You chose against Valentine. In the end, that was the choice you made. And it doesn't matter how hard it was to make, it matters what you did. I know, Jay said. I'm just saying that I think I chose the way I did in part because of you. Since I've met you, everything I've done has been in part because of you. I can't untie myself from you, Clary. Not my heart, or my blood, or my mind, or any other part of me. And I don't want to. You don't? She whispered. He took a step toward her. His gaze was fastened on her face, as if he couldn't look away. I always thought love made you stupid, made you weak, a bad shadow hunter. To love is to destroy. I believed that. She bit her lip, but she couldn't look away from him either. I used to think being a good warrior meant not caring, he said. About anything, myself especially. I took every risk I could. I flung myself in the path of demons. I think I gave Alec a complex about what kind of fighter he was just because he wanted to live. Jay smiled unevenly. And then I met you. You were a mundane, weak, not a fighter, never trained. And then I saw how much you loved your mother, loved Simon, and how you'd walk into hell to save them. You did walk into that vampire hotel. Shadowhunters with a decade of experience wouldn't have tried that. Love didn't make you weak, it made you stronger than anyone I'd ever met. And I realized I was the one who was weak. No, she said, you're not. Maybe not anymore. He took another step, and now he was close enough to touch her. Valentine couldn't believe I'd killed Jonathan, he said. Couldn't believe it because I was the weak one, and Jonathan was the one with more training. By all rights, he probably should have killed me. He nearly did. But I thought of you. I saw you there, clearly as if you were standing in front of me, watching me, and I knew I wanted to live, wanted it more than I'd ever wanted anything, if only so that I could see your face one more time. She wished she could move, wished she could reach out and touch him, but she couldn't. Her arms felt frozen at her sides. His face was close to hers, so close that she could see her own reflection in the pupils of his eyes. And now I'm looking at you, he said, and you're asking me if I still want you, as if I could stop loving you, as if I would want to give up the thing that makes me stronger than anything else ever has. I never dared give much of myself to anyone before, bits of myself to the Lightwoods, to Isabel and Alec, but it took years to do it. But Clary, since the first time I saw you, I have belonged to you completely. I still do, if you want me. For a split second longer, she stood motionless. Then somehow, she had caught at the front of his shirt and pulled him toward her. His arms went around her, lifting her almost out of her sandals, and then he was kissing her, or she was kissing him, she wasn't sure, and it didn't matter. The feel of his mouth on hers was electric. Her hands gripped his arms, pulling him hard against her. The feel of his heart pounding through his shirt made her dizzy with joy. No one else's heart beat like Jace's did, or ever could. He let her go at last, and she gasped. She'd forgotten to breathe. He cupped her face between his hands, tracing the curve of her cheekbones with his fingers. The light was back in his eyes, as bright as it had been by the lake, but now there was a wicked sparkle to it. There, he said. That wasn't so bad, was it, even though it wasn't forbidden? I've had worse, she said with a shaky laugh. You know, he said, bending to brush his mouth across hers, if it's the lack of forbidden you're worried about, you could still forbid me to do things. What kind of things? She felt him smile against her mouth. Things like this. After some time they came down the stairs and into the square, where a crowd had begun to gather in anticipation of the fireworks. Isabel and the others had found a table near the corner of the square and were crowded around it on benches and chairs. As they approached the group, Clary prepared to draw her hand out of Jace's, and then stopped herself. They could hold hands if they wanted to. There was nothing wrong with it. The thought almost took her breath away. "You're here!" Isabel danced up to them in delight, carrying a glass of fuchsia liquid, which she thrust at Clary. "Have some of this." Clary squinted at it. "Is it going to turn me into a rodent?" "Where is the trust? I think it's strawberry juice," Isabel said. "Anyway, it's yummy. Jace?" She offered him the glass. "I am a man," he told her, "and men do not consume pink beverages. Get thee gone, woman, and bring me something brown." "Brown?" Isabel made a face. "Brown is a manly color," said Jace, and yanked on a stray lock of Isabel's hair with his free hand. "In fact, look, Alec is wearing it." Alec looked mournfully down at his sweater. "It was black," he said, "but then it faded." "You could dress it up with a sequined headband," Magnus suggested, offering his boyfriend something blue and sparkly. "Just a thought." "Resist the urge, Alec." Simon was sitting on the edge of a low wall with Maya beside him, though she appeared to be deep in conversation with Aline. "You'll look like Olivia Newton-John in Xanadu." "There are worse things," Magnus observed. Simon detached himself from the wall and came over to Clary and Jace. With his hands in the back pockets of his jeans, he regarded them thoughtfully for a long moment. At last he spoke. "You look happy," he said to Clary. He swiveled his gaze to Jace. And a good thing for you that she does. Jace raised an eyebrow. Is this the part where you tell me that if I hurt her, you'll kill me? No, said Simon. If you hurt Clary, she's quite capable of killing you herself, possibly with a variety of weapons. Jace looked pleased by the thought. Look, said Simon, I just wanted to say that it's okay if you dislike me. If you make Clary happy, I'm fine with you. He stuck his hand out, and Jace took his own hand out of Clary's and shook Simon's, a bemused look on his face. I don't dislike you, he said. In fact, because I actually do like you, I'm going to offer you some advice. Advice? Simon looked wary. I see that you are working this vampire angle with some success, Jace said, indicating Isabel and Maya with a nod of his head. And kudos. Lots of girls love that sensitive, undead thing. But I'd drop that whole musician angle if I were you. Vampire rock stars are played out, and besides, you can't possibly be very good. Simon sighed. I don't suppose there's any chance you could reconsider the part where you didn't like me? Enough, both of you, Clary said. You can't be complete jerks to each other forever, you know. Technically, said Simon, I can. Jace made an inelegant noise. After a moment, Clary realized that he was trying not to laugh and only semi-succeeding. Simon grinned. Got you. Well, Clary said, this is a beautiful moment. She looked around for Isabel, who would probably be nearly as pleased as she was that Simon and Jace were getting along, albeit in their own peculiar way. Instead, she saw someone else. Standing at the very edge of the glamoured forest, where shadow blended into light, was a slender woman in a green dress the color of leaves, her long scarlet hair bound back by a golden circlet. The Seelie Queen. She was looking directly at Clary, and as Clary met her gaze, she lifted up a slender hand and beckoned. Come. Whether it was her own desire or the strange compulsion of the fair folk, Clary wasn't sure, but with a murmured excuse she stepped away from the others and made her way to the edge of the forest, wending her way through riotous partygoers. She became aware as she drew close to the Queen of a preponderance of fairies standing very near them in a circle around their lady. Even if she wanted to appear alone, the Queen was not without her courtiers. The Queen held up an imperious hand. There, she said, and no closer. Clary, a few steps from the Queen, paused. My lady, she said, remembering the formal way that Jace had addressed the Queen inside her court. Why do you call me to your side? I would have a favor from you, said the Queen without preamble. And of course, I could promise a favor in return. A favor from me? Clary said wonderingly. But you don't even like me. The Queen touched her lips thoughtfully with a single long white finger. The fair folk, unlike humans, do not concern themselves overmuch with liking. Love, perhaps, and hate, both are useful emotions, but liking. She shrugged elegantly. The council has not yet chosen which of our folk they would like to sit upon their seat, she said. I know that Lucien Greymark is like a father to you. He would listen to what you asked him. I would like you to ask him if they would choose my knight Meliorn for the task. Clary thought back to the Accords Hall, and Meliorn saying he did not want to fight in the battle unless the Night Children fought as well. I don't think Luke likes him very much. And again, said the Queen, you speak of liking. When I saw you before in the Seelie Court, Clary said, you called Jace and me brother and sister, but you knew we weren't really brother and sister, didn't you? The Queen smiled. The same blood runs in your veins, she said. The blood of the angel. All those who bear the angel's blood are brother and sister under the skin. Clary shivered. You could have told us the truth, though, and you didn't. I told you the truth as I saw it. We all tell the truth as we see it, do we not? Did you ever stop to wonder what untruths might have been in the tale your mother told you that served her purpose in telling it? Do you truly think you know each and every secret of your past? Clary hesitated. Without knowing why, she suddenly heard Madame Dorothea's voice in her head. You will fall in love with the wrong person, the hedge witch had said to Jace. Clary had come to assume that Dorothea had only been referring to how much trouble Jace's affection for Clary would bring them both. But still, there were blanks she knew in her memory. Even now, things, events that had not come back to her. Secrets whose truths she'd never know. She had given them up for lost and unimportant, but perhaps... No. She felt her hands tighten at her sides. The Queen's poison was a subtle one, but powerful. Was there anyone in the world who could truly say they knew every secret about themselves? And weren't some secrets better left alone? She shook her head. "What you did in the court," she said. "Perhaps you didn't lie, but you were unkind." She started to turn away. "And I have had enough unkindness." "Would you truly refuse a favor from the Queen of the Seelie Court?" the Queen demanded. "Not every mortal is granted such a chance." "I don't need a favor from you," Clary said. "I have everything I want." She turned her back on the Queen and walked away. When she returned to the group she had left, she discovered that they had been joined by Robert and Mayrus Lightwood, who were, she saw with surprise, shaking hands with Magnus Bane, who had put the sparkly headband away and was being the model of decorum. Mayrus had her arm around Alec's shoulder. The rest of her friends were sitting in a group along the wall. Clary was about to move to join them when she felt a tap on her shoulder. "Clary!" It was her mother, smiling at her, and Luke stood beside her, his hands in hers. Jocelyn wasn't dressed up at all. She wore jeans, and a loose shirt that at least wasn't stained with paint. You couldn't have told from the way Luke was looking at her, though, that she looked anything less than perfect. "I'm glad we finally found you." Clary grinned at Luke. "So you're not moving to Idris, I take it?" "Nah," he said. He looked as happy as she'd ever seen him. "The pizza here is terrible." Jocelyn laughed and moved off to talk to Amatis, who was admiring a floating glass bubble filled with smoke that kept changing colors. Clary looked at Luke. "Were you ever actually going to leave New York, or were you just saying that to get her to finally make a move?" "Clary," said Luke, "I am shocked that you would suggest such a thing." He grinned then, abruptly sobered. "You're all right with it, aren't you? I know this means a big change in your life. I was going to see if you and your mother might want to move in with me, since your apartment's unlivable right now." Clary snorted. "A big change? My life has already changed totally, several times." Luke glanced over toward Jace, who was watching them from his seat on the wall. Jace nodded at them, his mouth curling up at the corner in an amused smile. "I guess it has," Luke said. "Change is good," said Clary. Luke held his hand up. The Alliance rune had faded, as it had for everyone, but his skin still bore the white telltale trace of it, the scar that would never entirely disappear. He looked thoughtfully at the mark. "So it is." "Clary!" Isabel called from the wall. "Fireworks!" Clary hit Luke lightly on the shoulder and went to join her friends. They were seated along the wall in a line. Jace, Isabel, Simon, Maya, and Aline. She stopped beside Jace. "I don't see any fireworks," she said, mock scowling at Isabel. "Patience, Grasshopper," said Maya. "Good things come to those who wait." "I always thought that was good things come to those who do the wave," said Simon. "No wonder I've been so confused all my life." "Confused is a nice word for it," said Jace, but he was clearly only somewhat paying attention. He reached out and pulled Clary toward him almost absently, as if it were a reflex. She leaned back against his shoulder, looking up at the sky. Nothing lit the heavens but the demon towers, glowing a soft silver white against the darkness. "Where did you go?" he asked, quietly enough that only she could hear the answer. "The Seelie Queen wanted me to do her a favor," said Clary. "And she wanted to do me a favor in return." She felt Jace tense. "Relax. I told her no." "Not many people would turn down a favor from the Seelie Queen," said Jace. "I told her I didn't need a favor," said Clary. "I told her I had everything I wanted." Jace laughed at that, softly, and slid his hand up her arm to her shoulder. His fingers played idly with the chain around her neck, and Clary glanced down at the glint of silver against her dress. She had worn the Morgenstern ring since Jace had left it for her, and sometimes she wondered why. Did she really want to be reminded of Valentine? And yet, at the same time, was it ever right to forget? You couldn't erase everything that caused you pain with its recollection. She didn't want to forget Max, or Madeline, or Hodge, or the Inquisitor, or even Sebastian. Every memory was valuable, even the bad ones. Valentine had wanted to forget that the world had to change, and Shadowhunters had to change with it. To forget that Downworlders had souls, and all souls mattered to the fabric of the world. He had wanted to think only of what made Shadowhunters different from Downworlders. But what had been his undoing had been the way in which they were all the same. "Clary," Jace said, breaking her out of her reverie. He tightened his arms around her, and she raised her head. The crowd was cheering as the first of the rockets went up. "Look." She looked as the fireworks exploded in a shower of sparks. Sparks that painted the clouds overhead as they fell, one by one, in streaking lines of golden fire, like angels falling from the sky.